Shout out to the No Myocarditis and our thumbs gang. Appreciate all the likes, comments, and subscribes on this channel. I think we had 1,100. Today is something. Let me double check.
Chosen one.
Hold on.
Man, yo.
It's messing up. We back. We back. We back. You catch that on the replay. Start playing a video in the background. Like, how am I streaming on YouTube and a YouTube video started playing? That was so strange. But yeah, I'm back. January 5th, 2026. I gotta get used to 2026 again. 2025 took long enough, but it's like, it is 2026. I think this pigeon just mated with another pigeon in front of 7 pigeons. They're very weird. Very voyeuristic bunch of birds. What do they call them? Avians? Shout out Composure Slim. Whoa. Oh shit, Ascending E in the building. How y'all doing, man? How was the weekend, I guess? I woke up today expecting to find way more energy in the universe, and it was not there. So, hopefully, I'm not the only one. It's kind of strange to go to war with such interesting adversaries with all your AI photos of it. And for nothing changed. Nothing moved. Nothing shifted. Not a damn thing. I'm trying to figure that shit out. I've never experienced that before. I was outside when 9/11 happened. That energy, that tidal wave was like years. This one's kind of like, this is, you know what I'm saying? It's like everyone's been saying the same shit about everything. It's the same response to everything else too, right? It's the same level of incompetence or, I don't know. And then, all the fake clouds they had over here since New Year's, so it was like cloudy and gray for a fucking week. I was like, where the fuck did this shit come from? As I'm watching 100 fucking chemtrail planes spraying first thing in the morning. I'm like, come on. What's the first clear sky in a long damn time? But even that haze, that fucking fake ass haze they got is up there. But at least it's not that fucking radiation fog. So that shit cleared up. And the sun came out. And then you just turn on the damn doom scroll playlist, and it's like, no, ain't no one talking about nothing. Even the Maduro Venezuela thing, like, it's so odd. They attacked. 3 hours later, they captured him. Monday, they took him to court. The end. Like, what the fuck is? It's so lackluster of energy, right? That the only thing they can talk about now is Greenland. I was like, motherfucker, we are skipping steps in this bitch. What did we get from Venezuela besides all the silver they just stole? You need silver for the technology I told you about. I said that 3 or 4 videos ago, and that's exactly what they did. They stole $1 trillion worth of silver. All right, they got the silver, and then no one hit back, no one struck back. Said China and Russia frowns on Trump shenanigans. That has been Russia's and China's response to his shenanigans. I remember all 2025. So like even the conversation or the response to this shit hasn't changed, or I'm talking about changing temperature. It hasn't elevated. They've been, saying no to this or that. They've been dealing with Ukraine, Israel, and all that bullshit the whole time. Don't you start another conflict while we're in the middle of a conflict. You don't want me to start a conflict in our conflict. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? It feels like everything is in on it, but the thing they're in on is so, you know what I'm saying? Like, mean-spirited and heavy-handed and goofy that people just like, uh, they ain't talking about New Year's resolutions. They ain't talking about the next election candidate to replace them. Just another day. God be the glory. Is rent due? I think rent's due. All right, let's do this. Let's do that. Yeah. What would you like to eat? What can we afford? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a weird tone because these variables, our world variables, weren't the same in all the other wars. Nah, everyone was in this fucking I don't know. It's like a joint collective exhaustion, I guess. Could be the weather. Could be what they're spraying in the sky too. I had to think about that too, like how much of what we're processing is augmented by their nefarious interventions of chemicals. weird, very heavy-handed. To what effect? Lord knows. Seems like everyone's just burnt out of it. Not burnt out, but like burnt out of them. Like burnt out of the frequency of what the I don't know, something. Mm-hmm. Composure Slim said everybody's hired. Shout out to Taryn Art. Is that what it is? I'll be worried for me sometimes because I can't tell like how much of that is me and how much of that is just is. But if everybody's hired, then maybe maybe I'm tripping. Because I'll be trying to fight it. Like, why the fuck I feel so. And I be knowing it's the fucking the waves, like the energy, the people. Even when you're not on your phone, you just go outside. It's like it always reminds you, like you're in a weird fucking place. This is such a strange place for some reason. Strange. The politics is strange. The money situation is strange. How people are pushing certain things forward that don't exist no more is strange too. Like you see how transactional, more than ever, how transactional the content is, or is attempting to be. They're really following a formula that's, whatever, but it's outdated. It doesn't, I don't know. I can't explain it. As a content creator, I notice it. I notice what goes behind what they're doing, and I'm like, we don't do that no more. That's not I don't know. Maybe on TikTok it's different. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's a very weird strategy that people are using. I don't like it. For their content and what their what their topics are, it's probably the fucking GPT suggested bullshit. It's like when I used GPT when it first came out for like all kinds of things to help me itemize words and lists and ideas, and after you do it a couple of times, it's all the same. You spend more time tweaking prompts to make something change rather than just doing the thing yourself. It's weird. But I can tell now, like people are using it as a mechanism of what type of video or thing to say or do. And I'm like, they already had a bot problem, but now the humans are the bots because the humans are using the same bot to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? They're like, what's that shit called? Surrogates for their ideas. But it's the same hive, so it's like you see all of them, you're like, yeah, that's ChatGPT. But no, that's Gemini. Oh, he did something different. That's Gemini right there. So they're not using it to create, they're using it to create content. And I find that to be a very slippery slope and interesting wordplay out here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not creatives like, people who create art, products, media. Mm-mm. They are, though. It's like producer versus beat maker all over again. Same loop. But the intent of what they're doing is different than a creative. So I get it. It's just, I don't know. I guess it's natural. It feels like everything's so much cheaper. It just feels cheap. Cheap laugh, cheap story, cheap, you know what I'm saying? Like, we always had those every once in a while. And usually when I saw it back, no, I'm like, oh, these are foreigners. Because it misses all the cues and the energies of us. But then it's like, now you can see some of us or different versions of us. I guess Gen Z, whatever the fuck it is. It'd be people my age too. Nah, it's cheap. Cheap feeling. It feels cheap. So yeah, they perping. Turn art. Hey, Magic Knox. Hey, how are you? How are you doing, Magic Knox? Like, comment, and subscribe. Georgie Porter says, peace to tribe and the gods. Yo, peace from snowy Denmark. What's good, everyone? Oh, man. John Calico. Bro, I'm everything but little. How you doing? I wish I was, man. I'm a goddamn giant. I don't know how I'm doing, though. I'm not sad. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. None of those things. I'm tired. Like, I'm too tired to even, like, hold on to an emotion that's like that. Like it's like I can get into a low vibration that's not like an upper vibration, but it's not a dark one. It's like what else is new? You know what I'm saying? It's like oh, my dear friend Apathy, is that you? But I'm not apathetic. I'm optimistic too. It's fucking weird. I hate it. I hate it. I think it's your frequency versus the frequency in the air or in in the internet and the people around you. Like it's you versus that, and the difference is alarming. And I think that's probably what it is. Usually when you're down, the external energy is what it is, usually higher. But now it's kind of like I'm trying to get up higher, and then the external energy is like it's like damn, who's the asshole here, man? You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to cheer nobody up. I don't even know how to right now. I don't know what to do. Like, what the hell they did? They pushed the wrong buttons. That's all. They're gonna start a war on New Year's on a full moon in Cancer. Feelings, and then set the tone and all the fake weather and all the dark bullshit in the skies. And you're like, oh my god, can we breathe? And then it's like, Dura went to court today. It was like, all right, so what's next? All right, well, you want to get back on this economy problem we have? Because that's what United States has been drowning in. I love how you can shift the narrative and take it off all your failures and the Epstein list and the economy and the jobs and the data centers and the water and the farmers and the suicide rates and the drugs and all the things that have been going on the whole fucking time. If we can just clean up dictatorship crime in 24 hours, can we fix the budget? Can we fix the budget? We have a housing crisis. Not about to have it. We already have one. We're at the top of the roller coaster and it's facing down, son. Are we going to work on that? What about BlackRock and Vanguard? Well, we're going to let Peter Thiel go to Greenland. Okay, okay. How's the fuck is that going to trickle down those economics over to where I stay? It's not. It never does. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, how much of that I can do? Fuck the internet, in terms of social media or the idea of entertainment or distractions. Fuck going outside and go to the store and feeding yourself. It's like, how long can I do that, period? At the same velocity, at the same intensity, where you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, is this all that's happening? Is that it's just going to slowly and slowly and slowly, for however many years, right? This is a temporary feeling, or the feeling of 2026 at least. So you're just going to drag this shit out, at least for 2026? Like, that's weird. Nothing stays the same, but at the same time, I don't think the change is going to come in the areas of relief that we need as a society. I can almost guarantee it. They owe too much money. That trillion in silver is interesting, but I think they actually needed it. I don't think they're selling it. I think they actually needed the silver for their military. And I like the military talk, like, oh yeah, we're upgrading military so we don't do these military things so other countries don't steal our things. Why in 2026 would any other country want this one? And I'm talking about purely like why people go to war. They go to war for resources. They don't go to war to like to steal your house or your amazing fucking views, nigga. Like, we ain't got nothing for no war. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless it's purely genocidal tribalism enhanced by technology, then it's kind of like, well, guys, if you guys keep going to war, you're gonna keep killing your own kids. Like, you ain't got enough percent of the population to give. So like, where is that gonna go? Like, I'm just waiting for them to figure that out. Like when there's 1% left. Like, goddamn, it's so stupid. Remember I was saying about New Year's, the billionaires went to that island, St. Bart's or Barras, whatever the fuck it was. And they're all doing content about, oh, we're stuck because of the war. It's a no-fly space, and I have all this money, and I can't go home to my job on Monday. What? Puerto Rico, the same story. Puerto Rican base flight attendant showed the airport. Maybe I don't know if it resumed yet since it's Monday and he's already in court and no one shot anything back. No one's done anything. Not even Venezuela. And that's the craziest thing about this story. That's the other thing too. No, this is uncanny valley effect. That's what it is. It's an uncanny valley effect because something's wrong. Something's deadly wrong because it's calm, it's cold, it's sunny, it's bright. I'm looking through. I don't see any no information about it. I wouldn't expect it unless it's given. So there's no new information given about it. And then I remember clearly, you sent in special forces, you roughed up his wife, you got him. Okay, cool story. You killed 40 people, including Cuban officers. Don't forget Cuba's at the table here. Cuba's been talking too, but they've been talking since the Cold War. So, But Cuba's had some people killed, right? Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine? You go to Maduro in Venezuela while China is visiting, and you fucked around and killed about 20 to 30 Cubans. And you're waiting for, for what does that mean? What happens next? Well, it says it's a war crime, it's mean. We the world is, we disapprove of this action. Like, what do we want to say? What do we want to do? Because what I'm watching is watching the rule of law, if you will, only be applied in one direction, and that's the United States versus everyone else. As a second class citizen in this country, I can imagine that's pretty normal for me, interpretation wise. But I'm seeing it now, I'm seeing it in other sizes. Like, oh, don't nobody do nothing about it. Nobody. Don't nobody do nothing about, all the laws and the things that are broken. Like, not even your own Congress. Like, isn't it weird? Like, because something's missing. It doesn't make sense. Like, if what he did was fucked up and illegal and he didn't consult no one and no one signed off on it, and we're talking about anyone that you have in politics in Congress, then why haven't we heard from them? You hear from them when it's time to go vote and put hot sauce in their bags and fried chicken. I mean, even Michelle Obama, even Barack Obama, like, they're not dead, are they? Like, you don't you don't see people jump out their skin and like, yo, we really got to move forward and stop this, prevent this, or hold this sector of our executive branch accountable. We go, but moving on to Greenland, hey guys, Trump has to be stopped. It's this is about the resources. It's about Greenland, and it's like, nah, y'all skating too fast for fucking me. I don't give a fuck what it's about. The question is, why are you allowing it to happen? And if you can't do nothing about it, why? The why is missing. The why, not the what. We see what it is, but why? Why is the what this way? Why is everyone around got their thumb in their asshole who are getting paid by our tax dollars, hypothetically, to do something? Like, how did the news media skip to the trial of Maduro? Did they get resolution on whether the fuck not it was a legal kidnapping? Like, your president illegal authorized and had soldiers commit a war crime. Like, no one who does journalism, no one who does constitutional law, no one who's these professional people they have talking about every other fucking issue, none of them said, let's slow this tape down real quick. How they turn all the lights off in that city? Nobody? Like, nobody. Like, nobody. I know the DOJ said they're not being accountable to anything in the media. Cool. You're not going to be able to talk to the DOJ. But can you talk about the DOJ? Like, well, how come you ain't talking about, like, hey, yo, when you turn these people's lights off, like, including the hospitals and everything, right? Like, you don't think that could have been quite an inconvenience for such an unauthorized illegal kidnapping of another leader? Like, you don't think, like, that's worth talking about? I think it is. I think it's worth talking about. I think it's worth talking about, like, just the impact of such an operation. Like, on 9/11, like, they were speculating on fucking passports on the fucking ground, but the plane blew up into a fucking building with bombs attached to it. How the fuck you get a paper passport? They ran that shit forever. They found out they motherfuckers went to a cyber cafe here in Las Vegas and learned how to fly prop planes in fucking Miami, Florida. Like, they had that shit going. They had a story about a man who left a voicemail for his mother on a plane to Somerset. How come no one claimed insurance on that dead flight? Matter of fact, how come no one claimed life insurance on any of those flights? Like, I can go there forever. Like, and that documentary would take 2 to 3 years to get built. But today, like, nah. So, Venezuela, Maduro's captured. Yes, everyone celebrated. Now, he said Greenland. Yeah, China and Russia don't approve, and Cuba may have something more to say than anyone else because why is their people fucking dead? You understand? We're skipping some shit. Why? Why are they dead? Why are they dead? If you're just capturing a guy in his mansion, sleep, assumingly, him and his wife, so he's in his bedroom. How the fuck did Cubans get killed? Wait. Maduro's having a Chinese Cuban sleepover? Like, the fuck are we talking about? How did they get killed? Why did they get killed? Why did anyone else in a targeted operation with drones and airstrikes, how did Cubans get killed? You understand? Oh, and China was there? And that big ass flotilla that China has, their hospital boat, it's out there? Okay. 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 There's a hospital boat right there by Puerto Rico from China. Okay, it's huge. You know, our warships are out there too, but you know how it is. Like, okay, it's all there. It's all there. All right. But no one's radar, no one's systems, no one's spy planes, no stealth drones, no one's seen this coming. And if they did see it, they didn't say anything. And if they said something, they didn't do anything. And the Maduro photos were definitely AI. Now they got a video of him walking around and shit. I guess they really got. I don't know how they doing it. I don't know if they got Sora 5. I don't know what the fuck going on. But I know those pictures is fake. I don't know nobody. I don't know no narco guy. I don't know nobody who got that many fucking fits, dog. I'm talking about brand new fits too. They you know what I'm saying? Those are never washed, bro. Those are fresh out the bag. So they got 6 fits for him for no reason, just to put him in a orange jumpsuit the next day. That don't make sense. Why he need 6 fits for? Brand new, dog. They were new. Those are new clothes. You seen it? No wear and tear. No dirty hat. Like that nigga was fresh as fuck. You never seen that nigga fresh as fuck. Cut it the fuck out. Get the fuck out my face. Understand everything? Like that's some liberal, goofy, Pentagon Gen Z bullshit. It's so easy to see, right? Like, cause you've been on the internet and you've seen how ridiculous AI is. Like, I'm just talking about as the prompt itself. Nicolas Maduro in Nike Tech with water bottle, thumbs up. Like, shut the fuck up. My wife got a black eye and a band-aid on her fucking face. And 30 plus other people were murdered. And I just witnessed that. Bombs all over Baghdad in this bitch. Flashbangs galore. In the dark. Here I am. Shit, they got me. All of those thoughts you gotta process. And I'm not even talking about the thoughts. I'm talking about the hormones and the chemicals it releases. And the first thing this nigga do is put on a Nike Tech blindfolded with a water bottle going thumbs up. And then they tell us, all right, the United States doesn't have a plan, but Trump alludes to a plan that there could be a plan that we're going to be in a transition of power. That's a weird fucking story. Where's the news media? Where's the Senate? Where's the Congress talking about with whose tax dollars, bitch? How are we going to pay these salaried people we have to send to Venezuela to get them back online? Like, you understand what I'm saying? You can't pay the motherfuckers in your own fucking federal government in November. I was just there. We were just there. We were just there. That wasn't like in 2008. That was just the other month. And they're floating another government shutdown this year. So you don't have the fucking money to fund the fucking federal employees you currently fucking federally funding for 50 fucking states. How the fuck you want to muster up the salaries for the niggas you need in Venezuela? During the fucking 8 million militia soldiers gotta fucking go back and forth with your ass for the next goddamn decade. So it ain't a fucking 6-month contract. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, we want to move it to the military budget. All right, here goes the missing $2 trillion from the Pentagon, I guess. All right, cool, fucking story, bitch. But nothing for the food yet. Oil. Your gas prices ain't gonna fucking change, and then the shipping and freight ain't gonna change, and the cost of your food ain't gonna fucking change. That ain't even began to regulate such things yet. So what is the extra oil gonna fucking do for anybody? All right, now we can sell it to Russia. Like, shut up. This is shit dumb. Like, we're skipping steps. Like, did the shit he do get approved or not? Is it legal or not? Because if it's illegal, then shouldn't Maduro just be, I don't know, deported back to Venezuela? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? And then he has a vice president who's currently in power. Question. Fucking question. Why did Trump say that they're going to transition into power as they work on the plan today? But the fucking vice president of Venezuela is there today. Like, how are you selling, how is our media? Not even fucking Trump. You know he's fucking Trump. He's a fucking White House been lying since it's been fucking White House with social media. You can see how stupid they are. But I'm talking about like no adult in the room is going, how exactly? What? So the vice president that's there in case like Maduro just died, right? Like the vice president's next. So there's a vice president and she's next, right? So she's there. And you're like, well, technically she's not because we captured Maduro. You can capture Maduro. Venezuela has a vice president. Just like right now, if someone captured Trump, it would be JD Vance. So how did that imply that we going to benefit anything? Is she going to approve you having troops and boots on the ground and military industrial contractors coming back and forth for more silver, oil, gold, whatever the fuck it is, and all the shit we don't know about, while you occupy our cities? Like, she said that? Matter of fact, nah, fuck all that shit. I said they have a militia of 8 million people. You haven't heard them fire a gun yet. You don't find that strange? So the narrative is we went in, we took him, AI pictures. I guess we got a real video. He's going to court. Blah blah blah. And they're needing, and his people said we're requesting for proof of life. It's not a weird request. It's not a weird request. It's not a weird request. That's the weirdest fucking request ever. While I'm looking at the fake-ish Nike Tech picture, the people who saw him last alive are asking for proof that he is alive. But while I'm looking at the Nike Tech picture. What they mean? You couldn't call a lawyer? He's going to a federal trial, right? He gets a lawyer, right? 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 And I don't know what other special powers Trump and them have. I guess they activated them last year. I told you it makes the legal thing a little loopy, but he was sending a lawyer, right? So if he needs a lawyer, and his wife needs a lawyer too, because remember, there's two people now. There's two phone calls. That's two lawyers. That's two different cases. I imagine all of them illegal, but you imagine if we just followed the rabbit hole, you would have the recording of his voice already, wouldn't you? You would. 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 You absolutely would. It's Monday. You absolutely would. You absolutely would. This is a constitutional movement. He has constitutional rights, right? So understand everything. Unless they're making a special case for him, and they can. They ain't got shit to do with his fucking wife. So you would have a recording by now. So we don't have none of that. But as the stagecraft goes on a lazy Sunday into a Monday, maybe the United States side of the government and the politics haven't thought about that. Now here's the craziest thing about math and science. If it was just the United States and our fucking incompetent media and press corps, it'd be one thing. We had TikTok, but what I haven't seen is anyone serious in any of those degrees in any of the countries affected talk about anything either. That is very concerning. I haven't lived through one of these moments. I haven't lived through the moment where the tension was like, because they celebrated too fast, right? They showed you the TV shows and like, people holding the flags, like, Venezuela is free. That is not that wasn't the story. Venezuela being free wasn't why we did it. That had nothing to do with the story. That's not even the tone of the story. That is not the chain reaction that would cause either. Celebration, what are we celebrating? Maduro is going to an illegal trial. If anyone's holding up international law, they would have to throw it out either way. It's a waste of time. Because on what precedent has anyone in the United States world history has ever been able to do that? Like, what are we talking about? We're going to use a Jewish Khazarian judge to oversee it? All right, we see the setup Zionists, but so what the fuck's that got to do with China, Russia, and Cuba then? Nothing. It's not their court, so how come they're not saying anything? And listen, it's deafening. It's deafening. It's deafening. It's deafening. It's deafening. I'm talking about TikTok and everything. I'm talking about their people, their leakers, their white or Asian people who have something to say about a thing or two, and any other smaller escalation, even in the tariffs. If Trump just announced a new fucking tariff, you'll have way more people trying to spin their gears and figure out the ramifications of ABC. But there's a video of some attacks. There's footage of other social media people of lights going out and all kinds of explosions that really happened. And we're like, ooh, Trump's so crazy, man. He going after Greenland. Resources, all for oil, man. It's going to make the United States rich. That's what you keep saying to yourself. It's all about the resources, man. It's going to keep making the country rich. That's why people don't have a shooter drop after that. Because think of it, common sense. Like, your country is bullying other people out of $1 trillion of resources. What do you expect? Like, what does that mean for you in the country that has trillions of dollars of stolen resources? Like, it's not a call to action. It's fake. It's fake concern. It's fake like, oh my God, that was so terrible. Nah, your subconscious mind does the calculations. Anyway, so this is stupid. This calmness is stupid. I don't like it. I don't trust it, I should say. I don't trust how calm it is. I don't trust how no one can explain what happened. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I've lived through 9/11. I lived through all the wars. Shit, the fucking O.J. Simpson trial, nigga. Fuck what you talking about? The fucking O.J. Fuck that shit. I want my shit back like Castro and Ileon's pop. When Ileon Gonzalez out there in Cuba, Miami, Florida, all that bullshit, Man, they had all kind of angles, all kind of things and ramifications and the Cold War and standoff and the fucking Fidel Castro, and the locks rapped about it. This shit was like, we're gonna go get a chopped cheese. Yo, Maduro's in New York, man. It's brick out here. We can't even have a serious political world no more. There's no serious people left. Social media made everyone fucking Roger Rabbit. They can't even land that now, and that's alarming to me because I have a reference point. But that means that the political arm and the media arm is absolutely, its storytelling and narrative building thing is absolutely useless with the new generation and DEI people that they have. They don't know how to stir up. Yeah, I mean, if you use participation people, they wouldn't know what competition is, so they couldn't even frame it correctly. Yeah, nothing. Doesn't make sense. How's there nothing? Peace to the chat. Mr. Now's in the building. Roots in the building. Composure Slim. Johnson Kajube. TBFB13. Salute to you in the tribe. JPX 009 LCE. TBFB 13.3. Investors still think money is going to solve this. Yeah, I don't. It's tired, and even that's tiresome because it never gets to us. Young and Icy says, peace and salute to the tribe. Shout out to the East Coast. Herbie on there. He didn't trust his own. Shout out to MMan60075. Hey, what's up, man? I remember the emoji. Avatar, peace. New, like, what size you wear, bro? Fit check for the gram. Salute. 333, PT Cruz, and Jonathan Lee, Matt Parson. People have to choose to live in their own comfort bubble reality. But don't they, that's what people always have to do? Peace. We in this mini mansion. Shout to L Sparkling to Infinity. Hey, go for it, man. Shit. I mean, everyone gotta pick a reality bubble, man. That ain't it. What I'm saying is like it's not that serious. That's what's weird. That's what's weird. No one has to do anything. Nothing happened. Absolutely fucking nothing happened. Way more people got fucked up in Ukraine. And I seen the videos, so it's like this ain't that either. It's not even like, you understand? Like, it was highly effective. It was highly efficient. Whatever the military operation was, sold to those guys. I don't know why they killed some fucking Cubans, but you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, well, ain't nothing really to talk about. The New York Post said what really triggered Trump was watching the video of Maduro dancing. Nigga, what's that got to do with the illegal kidnapping of another world leader? With no one's approval and no congressional oversight, and a fucking tactic that could have fucking stirred a fucking frenzy in the Caribbean, especially if any of those crazy motherfuckers decided to clap back at any of those goddamn warships, and we're debating on whether or not he was triggered by a dance video? Like, motherfucker, you said Donald Trump put this operation together with no oversight, and because he was watching fucking World Star hip hop video recounts of fucking Maduro in Venezuela, get the fuck out of my face. Like, that shit don't make no damn sense. These people are from the same time and space I'm from too. Remember now? They was in the 90s too, dog. Don't Mandela affect me. That shit crazy. That shit don't make no goddamn sense. Fucking Nike tech suit. What kind of Vince McMahon, My Pillow guy, Oregon, Seattle corporate bullshit is this? Nigga, I told you they're running this shit like a fucking Netflix season of strangest things you never want to see in this bitch. Like, it makes it feel uncanny valley. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel, authentic. Like, what they're doing and showing us is not the dimension of what's happening to us. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like theater of war, but now it's kind of like keyframe animation. It's like, it looks like it's 24 frames per second in this bitch. So you can see the space in between it easier. And it's like, yo, this is, I know most of this shit's staged, but this one right here look weird because it's almost like no one else. It's weird. It's like no one else. Like nothing can be done about it. Like, there's no build up. It doesn't lead nowhere is what I'm saying. It didn't change the narrative of if World War III, if you will. You know what I'm saying? They keep trying to compare the stages of it to Hitler or Mussolini or some dumb shit. I was like, it's 2026, you dumb bitch. And we got internet and all kind of other shit. It can never be like it was ever again. Like, the fuck? That's not the pattern this is following. This is not following a fucking pattern, my nigga. They're goofy. But Trump is the wild card in all the equations. So I don't know. It's quiet. It's just too quiet, that's all. It just doesn't make sense. If you remember what happened on TV after 9/11, bro. If you remember what happened in the Iraq and Afghanistan war and the narrative, it wasn't about fits, dance videos, and you know what I'm saying? Like, there's not even a justification for it yet. And everyone disagrees, like, oh, Trump's an idiot. Then why are they using this idiot's justification as the de facto justification to keep talking about everything else? Like, it doesn't fucking make sense. Like, Trump's effect made everyone else in the goddamn media dumb, just as dumb. Like, I've noticed something. But I can't be, like, it's one thing to be like, oh, yo, Trump's a fucking idiot. But, bro, the people who talk about him are just as damn stupid. Like, so I don't know where the measurement in this room is. If I'm going based on who the fuck they talking to besides Trump, they all sound fucking stupid. He sounds ridiculous because he's a fucking malignant narcissist, but it's all positive affirmation talk. Whereas everyone else just be saying shit. Be off. What the fuck y'all talking about? What the fuck wrong with these people, man? You wondering why this shit shutting down? Why no one's tapped in, why no one's paying attention to it. And thus the narrative can't shift. Not even to TikTok and the internet. People have no idea what the fuck's going on. Just the people who do like my type of content, who listen to the back channels and all that dumb shit. But I'm just talking about in general, like mainstream wise. Let's look at the content that people made today. Generally, right? Like, none of it seems to be shaded by the fact that you're in the middle of World War III. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't reflect the tension in the air at all, or the expected. There was more in the air about food stamps. You understand? Like the brother said earlier in the chat, maybe niggas just too tired to go there in themselves to even react, certainly. And most people aren't political, geopolitical, military, pundit people anyway, but I'm just saying, like, this situation's a little different. This one's right in your fucking backyard. This ain't over there. This ain't over there. So the missiles that are going to shoot us back, they ain't over there. They're down the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, Iraq and Afghanistan over there. Vietnam over there. Korea over there. Japan over there. UK, London, Germany, Poland, over there, over there, over there. This is right down the street. Meaning, if there was going to be a war, the fight that going back and forth is going to be right down the street. And everyone down the street already. And everyone down the street waiting for some shit to jump off, and some shit just jumped off, did not fucking respond. And I need someone to explain to me what the fuck is going on. Not the White House. We know what they're doing, oil, but I want to know what the fuck everyone else out there doing. Who gonna cover that story? Where the embassies at? What are they saying when they shut down all these countries and these flights? What was the response to it? What was the public response to it? What was the business response to it? What were the CEO responses to it? How come they're acting like this didn't just fucking inconvenience hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people? That's all the answer I want to know. You shut down all those flights. Cool fucking story, bitch. How many people getting fired? What's going on? Talk to me. I don't see them upset about it on social media either, but they can't get on Wi-Fi at the airport. I know the devil is a damn lie. I was on Wi-Fi at the airport. Where's the story at, Bruce? It's because it's the holidays. People gotta get back home and really like unpack first. We'll wait for people to unpack. We'll give it to like January 15th. Maybe it's a delayed response. Maybe people's give a fuck is on vacation still. We gotta give them some time to get sober from New Year's or something, right? And of course, you got all of the people who are going to work in the corporate world who just got fucking pinched by stupid ass healthcare rates on their first paycheck of the year. That's not fun, or the decision not to keep it. And someone's still worrying about tax return so their boyfriend can go out there in a ski mask and flip it. I know. But even that's like, what the fuck are we talking about? There's just another fucking paycheck. Like, it's just more money. Like, you're in a World War III though. Like, what are you about to invest into? They think this shit about to be a fucking a forex chart, a strategy. Like, this is I saw some stupid ass, and they always a fucking foreigner that does that goofy shit, trying to sell you on the fact that this is the perfect opportunity to invest in some stupid shit because of war variables. I'm like, I don't mind that. I get it. I get if you're really about your money, I guess, in that dimension. But fuck, nigga. Like niggas ain't even, like it would just happen yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, it just happened yesterday. Like you already created a fucking 7-step course. You understand? So you can pay rent in a place that's a target. Like I just, it's just that disconnect, man. Is that a generational thing? Is that what I'm bugging on? Like people don't really fucking use their brain like that no more. Like I'm a fucking relic. It feels like it. It feels like my stage of thought is now vintage. Like it's like you know what I'm saying. Like how off of fucking Space Odyssey now. I'm tired of this bullshit with these niggas. Because it's important. This information is important. It guides our lives. I paid attention to it my whole life, so I'm saying it as a person who's experienced the wave, the narrative, the wave, people's reactions on the internet, local versus the mainstream thing. And you know, you just sum it together. I can't do that now. Not with any data integrity. It's all slop, even out of the humans themselves. It's concerning. Very concerning. It's a little fucking too quiet for what that was. Way too quiet, dog. Scary quiet. Because you know if they make a decision, right? If they pull a Trump on Trump, right? I ain't talking about kidnapping him or coming to DC, but like just some bullshit, just some inconvenient bullshit, whatever it is. Who's the target? And that's what's scary. If if the narrative is getting towards watching, you'll see it. You know, Trump is America's number one bad guy, but he's the leader and the boss and in charge, and some people believe he's going to bring us prosperity. So we'll just kind of see. Like, that's for the Western American side of things. But in real life, though, like if the rest of the world leaders, like, nah, he's you know, this thing is escalating and it's him and he's right there, and we're all there, we're all in the ocean. Venezuela's down there. He's in D.C. or Florida, and it's like you know it's all in that line too. It's not even you know what I'm saying like so if there is a military response to any of it, we're going to get it in real time. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to hear about it as soon as it happens. So you don't have to worry about the press, the media, and getting across the internet sea cables with this incident. But they're focusing on Greenland and UK and Europe. I'm like, no, 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 no. Why do you guys carry on as if Cuba, Russia, Iran, and China, and everybody in South America, including Colombia, who's calling for support, including, like I said, the vice president and the military leader who called, so Venezuela declared their war, if you will, that they're in not a state of emergency, but like the thing where you have to activate your draft and your troops and all that. That's on. That's on right now. Like as I'm doing this video, that's active, and then there's no coverage of it. If you're activating 4 to 8 million people to mobilize for any reason, right? Just in case there's because Donald Trump floated over the weekend chances of a second strike, right? So you would start mobilizing what anti-air terror defenses across whatever you think is a valuable target. Your damn self. You have Russia and Chinese AI right there, so you already know what it is. But you don't see nothing, you don't feel nothing, you don't hear nothing. It's almost like a we're in a media blackout. Y'all, it's impossible for 4 to 8 million Venezuelan people with guns and service to be mobilized right now, and you don't hear no type of video or no type of content about none of that. None of that. None of that. None of the people crying either who were there in the dark that night and like the people there died because of it. Car accidents and everything. You understand what I'm saying? It's a city. So none of that, none of that. We're not getting that, I should say. And then China's rarely, like, they're really there, bro. Even the Chinese guy that talks about Trump all the time, the little gay guy, he didn't say nothing about what China's about to do with their little 350 warships. Nothing. The only thing we heard about the warships is like Australia. It's like, hey, by the way, we might need some backup. I think China's up to something. Like, other than that, nothing. And then we have a hot moment, Friday night, Sabbath. It's like, all right. So all the tension that built all through the end of the year, and all the king sources and all the king's men, who's going to take the first hit? And Trump says, "Fuck it, I'll do it." And then our media goes, "Hey guys, well, Trump's plan doesn't really have a plan." It's like our news and our politics is like everyone is unplugged, bro. I'm not talking about us. Like this is not the citizens ain't got no emotion. But I'm talking about what I'm looking at and the people who are closer to the fire and older than me and all this shit. They're looking at Trump like he's outside of them. You understand? Like the federal government employees in media and the federal government employees that you elected are looking at Trump like he's his own phenomenon. It's almost like their hands are clean of all his decisions as long as they get a paycheck. You understand? Like it's uncanny valley as a motherfucker. At the very least, just that alone. Bernie, where's the fuck Bernie Sanders at? You know what I'm talking about? Where they at? What they gonna talk about? They're in Congress, right? They do politics. They were just there on New Year's Eve with the dude in New York. They in New York right now. How come they ain't talking about the legal constitutional ramifications of grabbing Maduro here in New York, where we just were eating chopped cheese, quoting Jadakiss on New Year's Day? Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. So y'all let me know. Y'all let me know what y'all think. I'm bugging. That shit made me uncomfortable as a motherfucker, boy. It's like someone playing stupid. And this shit way too serious to play stupid. They have already chose Matt Parson. Herbert Cypher says, I disagree. I feel like social media made everyone serious and only worried about themselves. Now everyone is stressed out as possible. Peace and blessings. Oh, you don't disagree. We're using a different degree of seriousness. I mean serious like you're using serious like hard. Like people are taking things harder. And they're emotional and don't know what's going on. I know. I trust me, I know that. We all know that. But that's just another day in paradise. I'm talking about serious, like your country just started a war crime. And in the event, if any other country responds with equal force, that's a bad fucking sign. So between what just fucking happened Friday night and right now, that power bar that they used just now, unprecedented, and no one responded. So if they do respond, is it going to be at that same intensity, or are they stretching it out, or do we going to act, all everyone in the world all at the same time is going to play stupid, let it just play out, and let Russia and China 6 more months? They got to prepare to worry about their side of the globe or whatever the fuck. And if he makes a move on Greenland, then the Danes having a snow day, got to figure it. Like, yeah. And that presses everything to March. That presses everything to June. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the staged sequence of logic for these events that we've endured through for the past 20 years is as such. But this ain't none of that. This ain't none of that. They've been on the edge of their seats this whole time about Venezuela and Maduro. I remember. I got hundreds of videos on my channel about it. And it finally happened. So what the fuck were they preparing for a year? You understand? You understand? Maduro is making calls to China and Russia and Wagner Group for the past 6 months in terms of like overtly, like it's coming out. The stories are coming out. The people are talking about it. They prepared for something. They prepared for the United States to go after Maduro in Venezuela, right? And they did. Did the preparation stop anything? No. Was the preparation even implemented? We don't know. So what did they spend billions of dollars in the last year in Venezuela doing? If all you got to do is knock on the door, kill some Cubans, and take Maduro and his wife home. Like, did Trump outsmart Russia in Chinese AI and military intel? Or are we going to do the thing that Americans and superstitious Netflix people do? Oh, he turned himself in. Nigga, that's an AI picture to begin with. But if he turned himself in and took the fall like Vegas, I know, I love those stories. Then why we waste all these dollars and kill all of those fishermen if it's a fucking Vegas love story? And what the fuck's that got to do with all them goddamn drones and missiles and everything Russia and China's been running to Venezuela for the past 6 months or greater? What are they going to use those on? If Maduro's the end of the story, like we got Maduro, that's just what our media is selling us. Like, we're going to figure out how to transition, take over the oil, and everyone's going, oil, gas. Oh, that was mean, but the Venezuelans don't have a dictator no more. Why the fuck would Russia and China send their best fucking weapons to South America all year long? And then for the United States to go, look, now we're in there. Hi, CIA, you can finish doing Brazil and Colombia if you want. Because they ain't hit back for Venezuela. Well, let's go ahead and knock on Colombia's door. Well, they won't hit back then? I mean, they knocking on Greenland's door. This nigga got a weird way with geography, but you know what I'm saying? Finish your breakfast. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they implied that this is a straight walk down. Meanwhile, we're sending way more Marines to Puerto Rico. Why? Why are Marines stationing in Puerto Rico? Oh, to transition, to help Chevron and fucking BP set up their new rigs? Like, where else are we going? I know the United States has an agenda. That's obviously, right? I ain't talking about that. The reason why they're in fucking Puerto Rico. They took the president of Venezuela. Why are we massing units in Puerto Rico? No one's hit back. No one's responded to it. You got it. Hey, take it. You want Venezuela? Here. So the way you said it. The way you said it, you did it. You did it. You said it. Here. Obviously. No one's done anything. No one said about anything. Not even the $1 billion oil rig that China sent over there. No fuzz from Asia about what that's going to look like. I guess we're getting on some phone calls today while I'm doing this video. I imagine they are. But my point is, there's no leak. It's quiet. There's no leak. They're absolutely on the phones today, but it's quiet. What does that normally mean? All of your adversaries on Zoom conferences all weekend, and no one's lifted a finger. They did all the press secretary shit that every country does. We don't condone this, and the West showing its active aggression is making it hard for peace. We're going to have to prepare for ourselves economically to not depend on the West for these things. My nigga, they've been saying that my whole fucking life. I've never heard a different fucking answer, but this is the first time I've seen all the threats and rumors of the war and the billions and the trillions and the soldiers, and it's all there. I played StarCraft before. It's all there. And then the thing. Nah, get this nigga in a Nike Tech real quick. We're going to take some pictures in New York real quick. Mr. Now says oil sells people descendants. Get on a boat now while it's still on discount. That's crazy. Taryn Art says people are just turning more and more into goblins. Some fallen state is something to say of the fallen state of the people or a species. Fucking burnt out, bro. A species burnout is crazy. Mr. Now says, especially since the recent social media updated with the AI translator on some Elixini juice. Mr. Now says, why get Indian translated video but no translated Venezuela or anything from Brazil? None of them go live on IG either. Shit don't make sense on any level. I know it's a blackout. So why are we blacking things out if it's just done? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm noticing a media blackout. I'm noticing that the mainstream narrative that they want the citizens to have don't really add up because no one's going to give a fuck what Trump says anyway. So you didn't even try. And then, like I said, my nigga, I've been following China sending shit to them since July at least. And they didn't use any of it. So they sent. So I need you to understand. I need you to understand what I just said. I'm going to run this shit back so it lands. Trump alleged to take the president of Venezuela in charge of their military branch. Leading up into this unfortunate event, I guess, illegal, unconstitutional, and all the other things, League of Nations, Russia and China has given all kinds of technology, probably exotic and experimental, considering Venezuela's situation and geography is a lot different than theirs. And you're telling me, plus $1 billion oil rig for heavy oil, too. You gotta understand the game they're playing. And so this is billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars that amassed into Venezuela in the form of technology. And the United States is going to walk in, take the guy, send some Marines, and then assume control of the whole thing, which implies the resources in said technology from Russia, China, and all their friends in Iran. So the United States now has access and dibs to all of this exotic technology and weapons and shit and drones and infrastructure and the AI thing and everything they had going on. Just like that, just on a Friday night, just in 3 hours, they inherited $1 trillion worth of silver. Fuck China and heavy oil. We gonna put Chevron here. Then they just leave California, and then he like, we want to set this up. And no, he doesn't really have a plan, or he doesn't have a plan that he shared with us, but maybe he shared it with Palantir and them since they're really running this, and they have a plan with all their contractors. Oh, it's cool, fucking story, bitch. And then you want me to believe Cold War, China, Russia, nuclear warfare. You just robbed they man's pots and pans and you stole all of their bricks. You ran into the plug's house and you hit his bitch. And then my briefcase of my money and then the barrel of whatever the fuck he was selling that's already on consignment to me. You gonna walk in and take all of those things and then say, hey, we're gonna stay in this house for a little while until it's time to pay rent. Yeah, and all the other shit in the basement, in the attic that y'all been doing, and the money you hitting the walls, hey, we'll get to it eventually. It's ours. And then the people who invested in all that are just like, we condone these actions. All right. Well, they're straight up lying and none of it happened. It's very weird. It's a psyop. Absolutely a psyop. Something happened, but I don't know what happened because they're too quiet for what happened. And Maduro's in exile somewhere. Maduro posted a video getting something Aki way on his own Twitter. That is just crazy. Shut the hell up. The server's free to use, but he's a prisoner. Yeah, they were on his Twitter. They saw that he was phone or his Twitter account was checked in. Like he had his cell phone on him, and he was logged into Twitter. And we have no recordings of his voice or his people talking to him, but he had a phone long enough for the API or the login of Twitter to attach to the fact of where his location is. And this is all good. This is all good intel. This is all good information that just leaks. But the leak doesn't. But the leak doesn't lead to the relief of the situation. Like all the leads and all the narratives about everything but the situation. That's why I hate people. But that's what people do. That's what the internet does, especially the first wave of the internet, the consensus, the concrete level. But this ain't that. That ain't what happened. You got the Sun cartel, you got the other cartels, you got Mexico cartels, you have China, you have Russia, you have Iran, you have fentanyl, you have opium, you have all the things. You have the cocaine being produced in Cuba, cocaine produced in Colombia. You got the things, you got all the drug horses and all the drug men. You got all the secret weapons and all of them. You have all of that right there. Right there. The United States just jumped over all of its fucking boundaries and laws, took it, put the flag up Mario Brothers, and like Monday is so beautiful, it's so calm. It's January 5th, 2026. What a pleasure to be alive, man. I'm gonna start planning my life. I'm gonna go back to college and get a good job so I can buy one of these $2.5 million 2-bedroom houses in the country. Like, let's get fucking serious. Like the pitch drop on this shit is crazy, bro. That is never a good fucking thing, and that's why I'm fucking worried about it. It's either gonna expose a bigger problem in this whole system for all humans, right? Or something bad is about to, the recursive fact of something bad in terms of quality is on the horizon, and it's just taking its sweet ass time. Either nothing else happens and life goes on, and the United States 51st state Venezuela and 52nd state Greenland happens by the end of the year, or we just enter Diablo 4 nightmare mode and it's just a little too fucking quiet for me. On no terrorism, it's crazy. On no hitbacks, on nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing has fucking happened in retaliation. Nothing. Not even rumors of sanctions. Nothing. Maduro posted a video getting something the Aki way is crazy. Trump saying on Air Force One, I don't mind the term kidnapping, I like it. Gave Venezuela fake big booms from the Rizzler and dipped. Jonathan Lee says, oh, the Aki way is hilarious. Can't forget the drink. Neva. Yep, Peru. Wow. The Chinese weapon could easily be algorithm changers and blockers. Nah, this ain't Sopranos or Wire enough for me, boy. This is a weird stage production. This shit don't make sense. Last year don't make sense. I ain't forget. I read my journal again. That shit don't make sense. Last year don't make sense. This is a continue. We ain't really hit a new year yet. That's all. This the same fucking sine wave. This the type of shit when motherfuckers inherited their father's business and they just start making up shit and doing all kind of weird things to the prices and all kind of like parties and stuff and like the shit start going bankrupt. Like that's how narrative feels in the West. It feels like whoever was in charge of the mainstream concrete level thing for the hegemony, it's almost like those characters like dead, retired, or just don't exist in the story. And I can sense that too. Like the mastermind behind it all is not masterminding. No, like we'll give it to these guys, Palantir, Trump, and BlackRock, and they're just as dry. It's like all this military power and technology and prowess for some Cuban police. Like it's what I'm saying. We played these video games that wouldn't make sense in fucking Tropico. Doesn't make sense in Age of Empires. You want to do all of that, So it's like, what does that even mean? Low key, y'all. I really want to know what the fuck this shit means. This turnaround it doesn't mean anything. Nothing changed. So what does it mean? What is it going to mean? The United States has never pivoted off of Venezuela. So you know what I'm saying, for that to be in our zeitgeist. I knew about it for a long time, for reasons, but I also knew people from there. But I don't know. Even the drug cartels are too quiet. Yes, you see someone kidnap. If someone kidnapped fucking El Chapo's son again, or El Chapo again, yeah, and El Chapo ain't got nothing to do with us or them. You know what I'm saying? He's just a bad guy on FBI wanted list. It's not like it wasn't like he was on the other side of nuclear fucking weapons, right? Like it was just what I'm saying. He was just a drug dude. Oh, he got some tunnels. Like that's where the tunnels always there. We should ask that question. But he has some tunnels. So it's like cool story, bitch. But this is like country versus country war. It's a war. That's war. Like this is a war and not a. You feel me? This ain't DARE. This ain't DEA. This is war because your president used the military. That's a whole different story right there. If they used the CIA to do it, it made all the sense in the world. We played all the Call of Duties. That's normal. They didn't do that. They used the military to do it. You understand? They backed them up with the Marines, the drones, the stealth bombers. You hear what I'm saying to you? Like, they just walked in and got Maduro with Delta Force, and that's all it took. Why the fuck do we have nuclear submarines and stealth bombers there? Like, what were we prepared for? You understand? You gotta follow me. If they walk in like that, that just happened Friday, and they walked in like that. I played football. They just ran right through the blitz. Cool. It happens. What's all the warships for? Like, who down there is threatening you at all? And if they were threatening you at all to put all your warships there, a fourth of our fleet, nothing has happened. So what are they there for? Is that not ominous? And not just ominous in the sense of like diplomacy or territory bullshit. They're staging for the future, I guess. But that's a lot of fucking money for an 8-man mission that could have been done 20 years ago. I could have fucking sworn. The way they walked in, bro. They walked in. Was it 5 attack? Like boom, 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 lights off, Delta Force, helicopters. We got time to kill all these people. What the fuck were they doing there at night? And then hey, we out here. All right, game over. What score you got? That's a S rank right there, actually. I want to play this mission on fucking Tom Clancy Rainbow Six, bitch. I want to be there. I want to see how the fuck they did this. In no video game in human history can you get away with that shit. Never. I've never, bro. I haven't seen. What I'm saying is, I've never seen the idea of a mission like that. I've never even seen the concept. I've never seen the idea of a mission like that. Never. Kidnapped the president with the military. We play those video games because you have to be special forces. Off the books. No, that's that black budget Pentagon shit. Off the record. Fully decorated soldiers. Man, I see all these out of shape, bad build, 30 dad bod soldiers with black faces sitting next to Trump smiling already. Yo, they get back and forth real fucking fast. Y'all know this? They got back real fucking fast. They didn't even take a shower or nothing. Like, they really just did this shit 3 hours ago and they already got a picture of President Trump. Like, he stayed up all night for this? I was up all night when it happened. Imagine. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why are you covering their faces for? I mean, they just ended the Sun Cartel hegemony. You know what I'm saying? Like some Taliban or Houthi shit. Like, the same stories. Like, with drugs, but I understand everything. Like, so how come we covering their faces? It's because they committed a war crime? No one's even talking about the war crime angle of it all. I'm talking about people in our military, in our politics, of military politics. Like, you don't even see that float around. That should be quantum entangled to impeachment. But it's not. I've seen individuals, I've seen a Marine get on Instagram yesterday and like take his, he's like, I'm gonna take my uniform off for the last time. He doesn't recommend no one signing up for the blah blah blah, you know. All right, well, the Marines, there's certain Marines that have a awareness about things and don't think that was right. Cool story. We're not by ourselves. We're not by ourselves. The people who do it don't think that we should have did it like that. Cool story. But we did, and it's over. Hey, hooray! How much did that cost? I know, man. Shit's gonna be creepy, bro. That shit creepy. And like I said, all those billionaires are stuck on that island, right? We gotta watch the dancing bear in this motherfucker sometimes. We ain't even talk about that yet. I called that shit out and then it happened. That's the craziest thing about life in human history. I was trying to remember the name of that island, like St. Bart's or whatever the fuck it is. I said that on New Year's Eve. I was like, yo, all the billionaires, or New Year's Day, all the billionaires don't even fucking do the New York thing no more. There's no fucking ball in here. They all went to the same island. One more time. Want some Titanic shit. I want you to do the math and science. I said, all the billionaires who celebrate New Year's Eve, United States implied, and all of the cool white people around the world, all of the billionaires, all of them, socialite level, the ones who celebrate New Year's Eve, that's a lot. It ain't that many of them in the world anyway, but out of the grand total on our side of town, that's a lot of them. So I'm just gonna say all of them. So the majority of the who's who behind corporate America, because they're billionaires. So it's billions with a plural. There's not too much competition between billionaires. Y'all know that, right? You can't just become a billionaire. Like, there's no fucking such idea because of what that means. It's hard to explain. It'll seem like you just keep adding money in a bank and you become that. That's not what they're doing. But the people who do it and understand what I'm talking about, cool fucking story. They're all on the island at the same time and they say that they can't leave. Why? Why? There's nothing wrong with airspace. It wasn't an air battle. It wasn't an airplane battle. It was no. And this is, listen, there's no fucking jets deployed. Like NORAD, like we have, they have it too. They have it too. They have it too. I need y'all to listen to me. South America has air defense too. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, at the very least, when your country is attacked by an air force, you automatically scramble jets. You think about it later. You don't send all your jets. You don't send your whole. You can't. You just got attacked. But you scramble jets to acquire targets. I mean, they're coming to your territory, so you know they got to go somewhere. So you could shoot a rocket on their way out, depending on what they did, right? But even if they didn't know it was a kidnapping thing, as soon as the lights went out and there was an airstrike, somebody in that region should have scrambled fucking jets. And I'm telling you, China and Russia's already fucking there. Nobody scrambled jets. Nobody scrambled jets. Nobody scrambled jets. The airspace is not safe. We know. Now, the billionaires, as of a day or two ago, couldn't leave that island because of this declaration of war or whatever. And then it's like, all right, cool. Can they leave now? Because there's no war, alleged, according to our president. Nigga going to court today. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we at the end of the story already. Will he be guilty? I don't know. He's going to get a fair trial. I doubt it. He didn't get a fair kidnapping. So, if that's the way the story has to be told, right? Like, all right. Who cares? Like, it doesn't fucking matter what happens to Maduro at this point. That's how serious this is. It doesn't fucking matter. The only, like, on a WWF level, the turnaround of them having some legal loophole of why they have to release him, and under a couple of weeks or months, he resumes being Venezuela's president. And what? Do we then threaten each other into an oil war still after that? Like we sorry. Yeah, we kidnapped you. We're going to put you back where you are. And now, 6 months from now, then we're going to go back and forth over this oil again. Shut up. The dumbest shit. This simulation fucking broken, dog. None of that shit groovy. None of that shit Tom Clancy enough for me. That don't make no fucking sense. And that's why I'm running out of things that make sense. So I'm gonna keep going down the line. We're gonna run out real quick. So none of this shit makes sense. None of the functions and algebra equations that you can glean from other experiences to make it make sense don't really fit for this just yet. So it must be something else. Duh. It always is. Even when it's not, it is. But why? Why complete utter military stand down from everyone in this story to allow that to allege to happen? It's almost kind of like I don't know what that's called. I really don't. It makes the whole conflict make no sense no more. If China and Russia wasn't going to defend him, and I'm talking about in an active military way, and if they weren't going to like assume power of Venezuela themselves as the treaties they signed for the military part of it versus something else. But in this type of story, because you already have the head of the snake, there is no more going back and forth for him to surrender. There is no more going back and forth hitting certain targets because their commander is captured. That's the end of the military side of the conflict. All in 3 hours. So you know what I'm saying? Like, this story didn't go out like we stormed the beaches and militias were going back and forth and airstrikes came in and then one of our boats got hit by a weak missile, but it didn't do none of that. And then, Maduro's on the run, or, we finally caught him in a cave or Starbucks with a Nike Tech fit on. Like, however it would have played out today. None of that happened. None of that. No, this is Rainbow Six first mission, Tom Clancy. Knock on the door, take out the guards, kidnap them, go back on the helicopter. I get it now. I get how they did it. I don't believe they did it, but they did something. Something was done. And too many people died too, which is bad news for anyone who's played Hitman or any of those stories. Not only should you not have minimal casualties, you shouldn't have maximum casualties. There's a lot of casualties in that. That's weird. So, they didn't care about their rating, but the mission itself was complete. You get at least 1 out of 3 stars, no Candy Crush. So they got the first star for sure. I know they did. They got the first star. And they're selling the narrative, so you have to imagine they did. So that's done already. We're going to pivot from that fact. I don't know, bro. This ain't where I grew up. This ain't the universe I grew up in. That's all I know. This shit got too many problems. They started the kidnapping with a blackout too, so they're keeping the lights off. Trump saying on Air Force One, the Chinese weapons could be algorithm blockers. The drug cartels are too quiet. A soundless weapon is still classified as a sonic weapon. Mr. Mao, correct. Bob Marie says, isn't all the crown assets? You attack the crown's drug money, offshore banking accounts, war chest. If you're fighting within the guidelines, that's advantageous to a big fish. It is. Shit, they filmed the capture of Gaddafi, Saddam, and Osama. They played the footage on CNN. There's a big move happening. I can't call it hard. Killer Shin 6, Call of Duty Ghosts, Legends Never Die. Same play. How you catch a big fish without a proper fishing license in a private pond and tell the world your story is made? Gray Johnson. Bard says, if you're attacking the issuer, what is the proper in that case? Kyorshin says, day before the League of Legends server shut down, SSL certificate expired. Can you imagine? Morales and Dogma be damned. What are the rules? Greg Johnson says, even the streets got a protocol when it comes to snatching somebody up off their block. They do. It made it look like a 2025 album drop, Mr. Now. Bro, tell me what's really going on. Someone gotta tell us what's really going on, because I don't believe nothing that just happened in the last 3 days. I don't believe none of it, dog. AI good, but it ain't that damn good. They lazy now. DOGE got them on a fucking budget for the propaganda budget. Is crazy. But that silence is deafening routine is even worse. Let's listen to some people who try to make sense of things for a few minutes here. The brother Clay from Redacted. This from a day ago, though, so I don't know how fucking... I don't even know if it fucking matters, because today is quiet.
I think we were watching the greatest game of poker ever played unfolding right before our very eyes. The first few days of 2026 couldn't be more explosive, and it's about to get a whole lot worse once we start bombing Iran again, which is coming very soon, of course. And the poker stakes couldn't be higher. On the one side, you have the United States. On the other side, you have the BRICS nations, specifically China. Every one of them raising their hand, calling the other one to fold, raising their stakes until one finally folds and collapses. And if you want to understand the hand that just got played, you need to start with Venezuela, one of China's most important trading partners by volume. Because the United States didn't just sanction Venezuela, we didn't just condemn Venezuela, we didn't just do the usual diplomatic theater. The United States actually launched devastating strikes inside of Venezuela, captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and now they're in New York City facing prosecution charges in New York. Now, just saying it out loud sounds kind of insane, but no, this actually happened yesterday morning. And just so you understand why this was a move against China, the Chinese delegation was actually in Venezuela on Saturday to meet with Maduro on Saturday afternoon. But Trump got in the way and captured him. So, like, the delegation is there. They're like, I guess we're not having a meeting today. And by the way, the Chinese delegation is still in Venezuela as of this recording on this Sunday morning. It's crazy when you think about it. So now the corporate Mockingbird media wants you locked into the shiny object, narco-terrorism, drugs, indictments, courtroom drama, fine. Like if you read Politico or the New York Times, it's all about narco-terrorism. It's not. They're lying to you, of course. Maduro is not some innocent choir boy, however, we know that. But if you think this operation was really about fentanyl, you're missing the real story by a mile. It's not about fentanyl at all. It's a much bigger story than all of that. But before we get into that, it's worth noting how little resistance there was to this United States attack. In fact, where was the resistance at all? Where were the bodyguards? Where were the loyal units to Maduro? Where were the air defenses? Where was that response that you'd expect if a foreign power is inserting helicopters into your capital? Right now, it's looking like we're seeing a stand down, something akin to what we saw on October 7th. Stand down, let them come in. U.S. officials say some operators were injured and one helicopter was hit, but there was no U.S. fatalities. And Reuters reports that when the team got inside, Maduro and his wife immediately surrendered. That's not how this goes if everyone in the Venezuelan side is fighting to the last man. That means direct CIA involvement to carry this out. That's what this clearly was, a stand-down agreement to allow this to happen. So if you accept the premise that this was all orchestrated, and it was, and it changes how you interpret everything, because then you're not watching a chaotic war unfolding. You're watching a controlled extraction inside of a larger poker game. Now let me hit something else head on before I zoom out to a 30,000-foot level, because I'm already seeing the phony outrage. Democrats suddenly, they're anti-war. Okay, spare me. Save me your crocodile tears. No one's buying it. Look, I don't want the United States invading or meddling in any country either. I'm a Constitution guy. I'm an American first guy. The idea that we can just roll into a sovereign country, snatch their leader, call it justice is absolutely maddening to me. It's dangerous. And actually, it sets a dangerous precedent that can come back on us.
That's that special word this year, precedent.
Lectured by the same people who choose
2026, year of our Lord, precedents.
Drag this deeper and deeper into a proxy war with Russia in Ukraine. Please, don't lecture us. You don't have the moral high ground to stand on, Democrats. Now, here's where the Venezuela story becomes the front page of something much bigger, because this story is not a World War III story at all. This is an economic war story, and you better understand it. We had Colonel Douglas McGregor on last night, and he cut through all of the fear porn about this. He said China and Russia are not stupid. They're not going to show up in our backyard and fight a kinetic war with the United States. It's not going to happen.
The Russians and the Chinese are not stupid as we are. They are not going to try and challenge us militarily in our backyard the way we set out to challenge and ultimately destroy Russia by using Ukraine. You know, the worst place that you would ever want to have to fight Russia is in Ukraine, because it's very easy for them to mobilize their forces, bring them to bear, and destroy the enemy. Well, the same thing is true for us. So the Chinese and the Russians aren't going to do anything deliberately, but they will take measures in other ways. You talked about the economy and the financial matter up front. I think we're going to see the Chinese liquidate most of their debt holdings, and that's going to have a hell of an impact on our bond market. I think we're going to have a number of things happen to us financially and economically which are negative. But as far as military action is concerned, not a chance. They're not fools. This is not where they're going to take us on.
So no, I don't think you're going to see Russia parachuting into Texas or a Hollywood fleet battle in the Pacific Ocean. You're not going to see that. What you are going to see is a series of economic and financial moves that will rewrite the geopolitical map while everyone else is distracted by all of this spectacle. And if you want to see those moves, you need to start watching commodities right now. Because here's what Redacted has learned from our own sources. China and Russia quietly moved nearly $2 billion worth of silver out of Venezuela right before Trump's invasion.
Wow.
That's the big tell right now. And it lines up with what China is doing right now, wide out in the open. Starting January 1st, China implemented a new export license.
Same thing happened to Hussein. They had
In
moved the
English,
gold
silver
right before he got
exports now
struck.
require government permission.
So they know
And
they're
the
going to
system is
strike.
designed to squeeze foreign buyers. So sorry, American manufacturers, you're not getting silver from China. So what happened after China did this? Silver didn't just go up, it went vertical. That's why you're seeing everyone suddenly asking, hey, well, what mineral is next? They just did this with silver. What's coming? Because once you see silver get choked, you realize the game isn't about headlines, it's about leverage. Silver is electronics.
Now they're going to turn mineral market into fucking crypto meme coins. If they don't get their ass on, boy, if he don't shut his stupid ass up, boy, oh my God, you could tell he practices selling his affiliate marketers all the time. He using the ChatGPT to be the devil with that one. That transition, boy, he almost caught me on that one. I ain't high enough for that shit. That was evil. Nah, you can't do that. You can't do that, Clay. I had to leave a comment on that video. He can't do that. He can't use that special move he got in this type of story. You don't. This ain't that. This ain't the story you try to, like. You know what I'm saying? Because the theme of it is that we're at a world war of finances. Ooh, so as gay as our generation. So yeah, it's a world war of finances. It has been. But so don't worry about the kinetic things that you've been fear-porned and groomed into believing with every blockbuster movie and TV show. That's probably never going to fucking happen. Good, life's not a TV show. But at the same time, Russia and China are not going to take any military action in our backyard as a response, like as a consequence. Like it's not just going to start targeting depots and shit because they kidnapped somebody. Kind of gay to me, but I understand logically. What's the point? You don't win anything. Especially if the whole strategic use of Venezuela for Russia and China was the marketplace. So the United States blew up the bazaar, and all the people who normally come there to trade are kind of just standing on the other side of the gate, just kind of looking like, I mean, shit, we can go home, but you know what I'm saying? The United States just sitting there like, fuck yeah, no more trade around here, bitch. Wait, if there's no more trade around here, bitch, who am I selling this to? And that's when people like him and everybody else, I just need them all to just shut the fuck up. They be skipping steps in their vertical logic, I guess. Let's do that one more time. Venezuela's advantage, despite all of the sanctions and all of its own oil refinery setbacks. They have it, but they can't produce it, right? Like, you understand how the United States has fucked them for 20 years, period? Don't miss that. So China is getting the ball rolling again. In the middle of doing that, they said $2 billion worth of silver went with Russia and China. I guess it's collateral, like they're transporting, and they're about to do infrastructure, weapons, things like that. They're doing the raw minerals, right? And in the middle of this, because this just happened, this is all last week, United States, fuck yeah, no more of this bullshit. Now we're gonna assume all of these things in action. Now they got money. You understand? These crypto bros and these NFT bros been at it too long. They missed something. They missed something totally. I can't believe they missed this. Well, let's just speculate. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I don't need them. I have the logic though. They have silver. The market of silver worldwide has a shifted vertical. We know on Cliff High we knew that would happen. But the why behind it is actually technology and not war or money. But we'll get there, I guess, in a few years. But they're scrambling for silver now. And supposing you're in debt and you need minerals for collateral for these paper debts, which the United States does, right? It has $38 trillion of debt. So all of its moves are beneficial to its debt, right? Right. But where is it going to liquidate? Where is it? What I'm saying is, where are they going to get the value from if they just cut off Russia and China in a hostile, not through diplomacy, not through agreements, not through their own sovereignty, but you understand? So if the only people Venezuela was exporting to was largely Russia and China, United States taking over, where would they have to sell that to? Let me guess, Russia and China. So it was a bully move to Venezuela, but it was a headlock to Russia and China, if you understand. Like that's what they're skipping steps. I see what they're saying now. So they have a different language model of what he's doing. If you just look at it as a world war of trade game that they're playing, it was fishermen dying for some fucking reason, and tweakers are still tweaking, and people can't afford shit for real. But if you just put those variables aside and you just look at the move he made, he made himself a paywall. He made himself a gatekeeper to basically the American continent's resources management. It's export to the, well, who gives a fuck, east or west? The United States is not playing the game of expanding the United States or anything like that. It is trying to be the middleman to the rest of the world, basically. Not about people, not about nations, not about kingdoms, not about bloodlines. No. Absolutely having to take complete control of I guess a multipolar paradigm in terms of geopolitical military mindset. But they can't win that battle. BRICS is already down there from there to Seattle. So because they can't stop that, they put the resource or the blood of that operation by wedging themselves or trying to. We don't it's not even successful yet, right? But the move was to do this. The move was to establish themselves, give them the advantage over the trade through the Panama again and all this stuff. Basically, they want to bully everybody. They want to bully everybody that's doing trade for there, over there, over there. Nah, we want your 10th. Fuck you. You give us 90. They want to play that game. They don't want to build. They don't want to innovate. They want them to do all the work and all the infrastructure, and they can be whatever race or nationality they want. But they want them to do it with their bank. Yeah. And then taking over the resources, no matter how Russia or China will buy it from you, you just whatever however you're doing it with them playing with the people who can afford to play this game, you're just giving them fuck you prices for it. It's like drugs for real. Oh yeah, in the drugs for real. So they get to put fuck you prices on all the exports to the big players, the bigger fish, right? So then the bigger fish have to have the same type of thing. They're already talking about it. All right, here goes Russia moving up, giving the Donbass in Ukraine. All right, here goes China going into goddamn Taiwan and shit. All right, damn, they're done. They talk into existence and no one shot a shot yet. They just, as a matter of fact, what's going to happen? They just give you a calendar day. Say, set your iCloud to fucking October 2027. Like they know already, right? So that creates that multipolar thing. And what'll end up happening is the game that we think politics is and how we were groomed and everything, it'll break overnight. It'll be like some red curtain shit for us. This is a complete turn of our paradigm no matter what we do. Let me say that. That's way more important about all this. That's why it's fucking with me. We are changing our worldview paradigm and thus our behaviors and our actions and our outlook and thus our futures based on a whole bunch of shit that's not really happening. Purely narrative, right? Purely stagecraft, spellcraft, and it's too many odds and too many stand downs. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a big stagecraft of how we interact about it, but it's changing our paradigm by everything else that's not being talked about, by everything else that's not being changed or emphasized. You know what I'm saying? This is what we doing. Oh, this is what we doing. We definitely going here. And I'm telling you right now, this year we're going to a whole new world paradigm. However, backtracking back to the whole Venezuela and the multipolar bullshit they got going on, then effectively what they're saying is they're approaching a season, I guess, because it's never forever, but where they're gonna how do I explain it? Because it's stupid. It's dumb. But it's geopolitical military though. I get it. Like, but just as a human, as a person that lives here, it's a stupid concept. But basically, because they keep acting like they're competing with each other, but they want to co-compete with each other for the inevitable one-day face-off. When your bitch asses are all pulled up right now, you can face off fucking right now. What you waiting for upgrades for, right? So it's not that. But financially, it kind of is. Because now if it's the bank over here, subdues this hemisphere, and the bank over there assumes all what they're doing with bricks and shit, and then both of them are fighting like the tribe of Manessa. Like one half is going to get Africa, and the other half is going to get the other Africa. They did this with Korea, so that Africa's next. But basically, that would be that borderline of how everything will conduct itself, I guess, for the rest of our generations. And that's weird, right? Your reliance on Chinese products and plastics, or I'm talking about micro products too, stuff you don't even think about. Like, this region of the world is now going to have to adapt and be able to recreate, innovate, or push these things, because once they cut off China from your hemisphere politically, financially, manufacturing wise, and this is why this conflict's important. It's a nuclear bomb to the manufacturing dynamic, right? It's not just the cost of the silver, but it's like, what are they getting at, right? It's obviously not to mass pile better weapons for war. They're right there. They can punch each other in the mouth right fucking now and just end it. So no one wants to end it apparently, but they use that energy and that mystique, and to keep the adversaries away because of all the subversion and spying and getting caught with your pants down and people just take over your shit and there's no more competition. But it seems like they're only worried about that through subversion and never force. They're not worrying about the force of missiles and weapons changing something. They're worrying about, honeypots and what we've seen in our damn compromised Epstein list people. They're more, their level of sissy warfare is like that. It's more Shakespearean. Can you fucking imagine? Because they're propping themselves up as a continuation of our people too, which is why it never lands. But going forward, they're not built like that. But financially, they're trying to flip things, and the they in question is simply white people. They're trying to move all the white people to this hemisphere, and then you can zoom out and you just start talking about you see the move. Who's making the moves? The white people with the Jewish people, and you see like what the moves really mean as a civilization, though. Like, what effect does that have on white people? It's exclusively. Understand? Because that's who's making all these decisions. It's not the rest of us. It's a very small group, and you have to code switch, so it'll make more sense than what the white people are saying. Like, because why would white people be doing this? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to really look at it, and it's like, for I guess in the grand scheme of survival of things, they don't feel like they can survive and thrive if they're not in control of the flow of trade. That right there is it. Like, you got a like anyone trying to figure out the social and that difference thing, the setback, like trying to figure these people out, like agenda wise, like their spirit. It's trade. It's control of trade. It's not in the control of ideas and talent or skill or any of these things. It's in the itemizing, it's in the storehousing, it's in the trading, it's in the prices, the values, it's the charts. Like they're in control of charts, and you can use that in every dimension, area of life. And the way the population is growing and the way the system is sold as democracy, you can tell logically that politically they should be out of most of their seats by 2050. But just by sheer numbers, like this is not racism or anything. It's not even a competition to anyone else, but it is for white people since they started at 100% of it, right? They're shrinking down to not even percents, years. And I think we lose track of that because, you know, the same people who are heavy in our political decisions for the future are the same people who talk about what I'm talking about. Like everyone on the Epstein list is talking about what I'm talking about. That's how I know this is that. And then Elon Musk talks about what I'm talking about. All of them, they're all talking about what I'm talking about. And they just can't say it like me. And it's crazy. They don't talk about it out loud. When they do, they talk in science, so most people miss it. Like, I didn't appreciate this until I was damn near 40 years old. Like, when white people like them be talking, they're not thinking about nobody but white people and their generalizations and their views. And this is normal. This is normal cognitive bias, but it's very important to know when you look at them as leaders of everyone else, or leaders or de facto in charge of everyone else that's under that concept. That's very important to know. Like, nah, they're never thinking about you though. Never. Like never. Like it's not a thing. It's part, but it's part of the code. You understand? I started, you know, you gotta stop looking at it as black and white or some kind of weird shit going on. It's just programmed. It's something else. It's another node in their brain that's leading them somewhere else that we're not led to, that causes all of that to be normal in their head. They have a different end goal. They have a different nuance to what they do. So it's never personal too. It's crazy. It's crazy when you stack it and you think about it. There's a lot of audacity behind it though. But that's also a side effect of the system and the narrative they're given too. And these are all new ones. They're not from none of these stories. So they're all new and they still inherited, you know what I'm saying, a certain air about it. So they don't think about nobody else. This military campaign ain't about nobody else but white people. Absolutely. All dimensions. It's about them staying in a, not political power, not control of black people or nothing like that. Just of something. Because technically, literally, on a nation level, they don't have anything. They don't have a nationality. They don't have a nation or a homeland in which they come from in modern human history as a story or as a de facto place to retire or to even exile to. They don't exist. For them to be mono, they don't have a mono source story. It's bizarre. Someone knows it is not down here on the fucking concrete, but for whatever reason, for better or for worse, they can only exist to capacity in a occupier state. It's very strange. It stops being conflict, it stops being war, it stops being confusing to us black people who study history and black history. You have to really understand like the zoomed out geopolitical stage that they're playing this game. We weren't playing this game. We didn't lose a game with them. These people have a whole, you understand? Like, we weren't playing Risk. When the Moors and the empires and the kingdoms, remember that's between you and your kin and some giant niggas and some other niggas and some ugly niggas. Like, y'all all playing the same game for hundreds of years. This game that we're living in is a brand new game. It's making reference to older systems as if Alexander, as if Julius Caesar, as if the Egyptians, but you gotta keep in mind the people who make that reference for you never was fucking there. So these people were never fucking there, and the reference that they're making is never fucking there. So this system that they created, the people who were never fucking there, didn't fucking make that system. So this system ain't nothing like that, I can promise you. With them, since they don't have that, no backstory, no land, no claim to fame, no origin in the realm of things for survival, they have adopted everyone else's, but this adoption has been forced. It's friendly at first, just like malignant narcissism. They come to your shores, they shake your hands, They look at the things that you, for whatever reason, don't see the value of, and they cha-ching, they start making charts as soon as they see, how many pineapples is this? Cha-ching, and all of a sudden they start, hey, I think we can take this to them over there that we just did this to. And then, like, as soon as shit don't go their way no more, or you're like, all right, man, it's enough. It was cool. This is a cool 5-year run. But yeah, my grandkids are getting grown up and we're kind of going in a new direction. So go the fuck home. Thank you. And they're like, no, we're not going to do that without burning your whole village down. You understand? That's part of the narcissism. That's the trigger in them. They become destructive when we don't need them. And it's really crazy because they don't need us in the narrative and the way they act. But when you understand this pole switch I'm talking about, you see like how it affects everything, even Trump, right? Like Trump is a malignant narcissist, and that condition is very unique to colonizers. Because their esteem, their value, their real stability, their grounding doesn't fucking exist. It only exists within the system that they described. Oh, I'm rich off of fake fiat, off of fake pride, off of a system that's not yours, and a language that's not yours, and a system that's not even backed by anything. You have the most of nothing. But if we make pretend because we can exchange these little things up to a certain limit for other things that were kind of important. No. Only if you pretend that's the story. That's what they do. That's stagecraft. That's stagecraft. Nobody, you notice that no one else in the world in civilizations or cultures do that. Just them. Because other cultures have their culture to this day. You go to Africa, you can go to South America, Central America. There's just certain smaller sets of tribes that were able to persist. And they don't have nothing, but they're happy. It's like they have everything. As long as they can eat, whatever they do, whatever their vices are, and have their kids, and have the environment and nature at bay enough, they become very healthy. Like everyone knows each other. They're generally peaceful across each other, and they just mind their fucking business. They don't need a mall. They don't need a movie. They don't need a job. They don't need a bigger house. What is all of that actually for? The idea, the concept. Oh yeah, more. I'm extravagant. You know their stories, bourgeoisie and all this, keeping up with the Joneses. Mind you, you're an Indian keeping up with Jones and them. Like you understand? We had to code switch to this completely new system. It's not our system. That's why we're incompatible with it. But it is theirs. They see life like that. They don't see no other version of living. They've never lived in another version of polarity, not like us at least. This is our first cameo. This is our first debut together. That's their way of life, bro. And has been projected on us as a consequence of their occupation, yes. And then political narrative that kind of has us just standing still in certain places and not thinking about other answers to get out of it. But I understand niggas get tired. But just as a prerogative, I'm telling you as a prerogative, they're not thinking about, they're not doing it because someone's black. They're not doing it because of that anymore. They're doing it because that is their only means of survival. If they lose access to those resources to Russia or China, guys, okay, I'll help you. You gotta read it. Benjamin Franklin's Issues of Mankind, one more time. And at the first part of that document, where he's giving you the rundown on the numbers of people, married and unmarried, and the conditions of the society at that time as it pertains to the cost of living, taxes, the rate, how slavery at the time, 1750, wasn't profitable because of insurance and travel. Like you had to send slaves by stagecoach to certain places because, you know, they're expanding their trade routes as of 1750, by the way. So, you know, there's more movement and it costs a lot. So, you know, you can see like the snapshot of time before the American Revolution. I like the Civil War story kind of don't even fucking make sense if those are the conditions 100 years prior. But I digress. But in all that document, he's setting you the stage for, but this is what happens. If you set up this type of trade route and economy, this is what happens when you bring foreigners to a certain population competing for such resources. And what happens based on solely how many kids they have. Solely on how many kids they have. Then based on following that trajectory, when these people start having kids and these kids who are born to the people who moved in and got, you know, the cool idea and saw the value and did the stocks and charts and they become rich, then those kids start despising work. And because they despise work, if they have kids and they always have less, then they don't value the things. They're just keeping up, they're socialites, Paris Hilton types. So now imagine Paris Hilton's grandkids. You think, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think it's going to still be there? I doubt it. So Benjamin Franklin already laid this shit out. In the story of the United States after that, obviously the people who moved in, who were about to do that to us, are these white people. Because he tells you at the end of this document, there's no white people here. You should read it. You should really read it. You should really read it. That's one of those. That one's one of those. That's more important than the goddamn whatever the fuck they were talking about George Washington was saying. For real. Because it gave you the landscape of what was at the time. And he's younger. Because remember, revolution is not until 20 years later. And you know what I'm saying? He's clocking shit. And he's adding up the costs and what it means on a bloodline level. It's a bloodline document too. It's about families and tribes and, sovereignty and rights to land and the dynamics of doing this trade game everyone's doing. Mind you, they're all doing it because they signed a treaty. They didn't do that because that's human. They didn't do that because that's natural. No, that is the treaty with Sidi Muhammad. They're allowed to do that with these tribes on their trade routes because of the permission slip that Sidi Muhammad gave them. And then because it's Sidi Muhammad, the tribes and their chiefs automatically locked in. It's hierarchy on our side. It's advantage for them to have done that to us. And that was just 200 years ago. Not a minute prior. It didn't go from imperial majestic to president until after. So, for us, because this is not our colony, this is not our United States, this is not our government, that's not our story. You see what I'm saying? White people ain't thinking about us. Even history, that's why it frustrates black people, because it's not from the perspective of black people. It's not first person view. It's POV, like imagine if you were white people in this story. But okay, so what the fuck's that got to do with all the niggas that was in California? We don't know. But there is this light-skinned Mongolian California tribe with this weird language. Bitch, all these niggas in Compton and Treetops that have been there for 200 years. Stop fucking playing with me, bitch. What about them? What about them? What about, their story does not account for us. It just accounts for how we're not where we're supposed to be versus them. That's new. That's not in the treaty. So that wasn't the dynamics even of slavery socially. It couldn't be. Everyone who came to this country knows it's not fucking theirs if they're in treaty. You know what I'm saying? They weren't just moving here willy-nilly and said, well, my grandfather moved here, somehow had a boat, and he saw some empty land and he built it by hand, and yeah, he fought the Indians off from their own land and he won, and then he expanded and took over their shit because he had more friends and brothers later, or his grandkids did. No, that's not the fuck happened here. On God, that never happened. As of 1775, that couldn't have fucking happened. 1775 is between kingdoms. The United States was always a kingdom. They came here as kingdoms. They turned over the powers of the kingdoms. All up to 1775, George Washington said, yo, fuck the kingdom. And then Thomas Jefferson said, fuck the barbers. And then the Civil War. The kingdom wasn't dissolved until the Civil War. There is no other paradigm in this story. Everyone, POV, was enslaved. You understand? In a land full of Indian kingdoms. Cut out. Just cut it the fuck out. Even in Africa, it's all kingdoms. Like the fuck talking about. What are we talking about? So today, with our dear white people who are here and the consequences thereof, the last 200 years for sure, they have nowhere to go. You feel me? They literally can't exist nowhere else. I don't know why. I don't know if it's radiation. I don't know if it's the sun. I don't know if it's the weather. I don't know what it is. But they're strategically here. They're not just here because they're mean. They are mean, but they're not mean because of their dumbass version of doing politics and diplomat. They don't have a history to have diplomacy. So the fact that they sold their history as diplomacy and the continuation of it is weird to me. And they're always jocking Rome or Greece, and none of them are niggas. Both of those languages are Hebrew. So, like, do the fucking science. So anyway, once you detangle those webs when you get old enough and seen enough of this content to know the difference between the narrative and you see who the characters are, and you go, why are they talking about it? Why are they acting like Niggas turn to them. That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Once you untangle those wires, you go, they just be saying shit because they still and read everything. But cool. They'll put a graph on it and a paywall on it and put it in your school. I get it. That ain't them though. That was never them. So what does that actually mean for their survival though? You know what I'm saying? They don't have a reference of surviving ever. That's not their story. That survive. So you know what I'm saying? Like when those people over there survive, and they went through all the medieval stuff and this and that, and they're with the Moors and everything. This ain't as we said Moors. That ain't white people, so they can't take. It's like my ancestors when we're in England because we speak English. Like we were knights and had steeds and the you know the big swords and stuff. No, nigga, the Moors did. Your grandparents weren't there, or your grandparents Moors. So which ones aren't? Because where were they either? Like you don't have a lot of time to turn the gradient. If Benjamin Franklin say all the places that white people assigned themselves in this country from as of 1750 are all black. Swear to God. Swear to God. Every white person in this country, when you ask them where are you from, they give you some generic ass fucking answer. But no, all the ingredients of mushrooms and all kind of plants and all kind of shit. All kind of laws and rules and tax credits, but they can't fucking tell you exactly where the fuck they come from over there. None of them. Like black people will be weird, like where we come from in Africa and this and that, just being lost, you know, and shit. Yo, you should ask white people, yo, where exactly do all of your white people who've only been here less than 200 years, where do all of them come from? Not where one granny came from. No, where do all of you come from? None of you are from here. How come you don't know where all of you come from? Like, how many other places in the world can you have come from at a time like that? Tell me, please. At peak slavery. Tell me at what time did all of you willy-nilly without slaves and shit have the money to get on a boat and end up here and then start going to war with Indians? Like, what time period were you in just before you made that decision? Let's talk about it. Talk about it, please. And where did you do this at? Because you don't push me into 1750 where there's nothing but black people. So I won't push you out of 1750. So you over here, Liberty Island, let's go to the Civil War. You fighting in a war, I guess. So after the American Revolution, so you started importing yourself after Benjamin Franklin wrote that damn document then. Okay, so there is no white people ever in fucking human history in the United Goddamn States that got some stupid ass story about some random innocent white ancestor just moved over and just built a log cabin next to some fucking Indians because they weren't doing business and trade with the fucking emperor of the whole fucking world, the Emperor del Luna. Emperor del Luna, City Muhammad. Like, what are we talking about? Like, y'all didn't come over here on some dumb niggas, on ignorant niggas. No, the whole law is ours. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, once you separate them from the truth of the stars, like, those documents are ours, dude. Like, the Constitution, all that is Moorish. It's not theirs. So it's not, you have to know this. You can't connect their history and linear to the people who created these concepts and these themes, because they didn't. So there is no history for them of ever being those type of people or decent or coming up with these ideas or knowing what to do with it. How to implement it. It wasn't their idea. They inherited it. It's called hypothecation. They hypothecated a narrative. They weren't actually there. They didn't steal it either. Like in the time it happened, they didn't steal it because they weren't there when that happened. But whatever happened when that happened, get more closer to recently, they then grafted themselves in de facto because you voted and elected and you didn't fucking murder all of them. So now they just, now everyone's cool now. Now we're going to continue to be civil. Like, y'all let them weasel into a space and create a society that could not fucking have existed before the Civil War. On facts, on God, the United States was never 50 states, bitch. Like, check out all the names of your places and look at incorporated date. You'll notice all the incorporated dates is after the goddamn Civil War. What the fucking Indian incorporating, bitch? These are our resources on our shores. So you understand? You understand that the corporation, the corporatocracy, the need for a central bank and a fiat currency is a package deal with why white people are in America at all. They don't exist nowhere else. So without the dollar, without this model of civilization of usury, they have nothing. Mind you, their debt is negative 38 trillion. So they don't have nothing, and they have a debt of negative 38 trillion as a species. I know when the majority of the world thinks of the United States, they think of white people. That's my point. You got it. I'm an American though. It's a different story. So you know what I'm saying? The United States and then white people are sold separately. They weren't here 200 years ago. So I know the law of rhythm. That means if you weren't here before, you won't be here after long either, right? This is how it goes. The water flows, man. But they're already at the tail end of that story. It takes 200 years. Benjamin Franklin lays it out. The Bible lays it out. They can only survive 200 years with that strategy, is what I'm saying. And I need you to fucking listen. We been knew it only takes 200 years for motherfuckers to come here and fuck around and find out. It's in the Bible. It's in Benjamin Franklin's document, who I suspect is Benjamin Banneker. I know how white people like to hypothecate nigga shit. But however you want to do this story. The white guy talking about there's no white people here and the country that he's from is all black people, but he's a white Benjamin Franklin. Like, imagine your head has to spin reading a white guy saying there's no white guys but him. Cut it the fuck out. Anyway, I'll let them have it. But however they land at, it starts then. 200 years tops. 200 years tops, now imagine. We know that already. If we know that already, that 200-year limit ain't for us. So if you take us back to 200 years ago, back when we remember it takes 200 years or so, that awareness, that zeitgeist, your ancestors, then you can start to understand why they played the game the way that they played it, just in pure terms of survival. White people don't play that game. They don't even know what game that is. They never had a land or anything that was theirs, that was allowed to exist without war or conflict, or they didn't have a chance to be white people long enough. They don't have their own culture, their own recipes and things, by and large. They can't claim my European culture. My grandfather's the king of Europe. So the culture would trickle through Jews. We're the kings. Like, you know how they make the jokes about us in 4chan, like we was kings and shit? You got the right nigga this time. Literally, my family was kings and shit. So you can't be with us as kings and then not recognize me as a descendant of kings as a citizen. Like, you don't have a story in which you were even like, yo, back when we were in Europe, my grandmother, and she was talking about the Black King James or Yama or whatever the fuck, or Black King Carlos, right? Because even now, I mean, the King Carlos candy bar is a black guy, a Moor. Yeah, that's my family. Those are the rulers of Europe. And I know when they're the rulers of Europe because I know why I'm here in America. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm a quantum time lock to their bullshit too. Like, you can't move before me or after me. In terms of your history of being in command or power or being on this land in authority, you couldn't be an authority if I was just an authority as of 1611. So white people weren't here before 1611. I can guarantee it. My family got here in 1611. They're not my family. If they were if the white people in 1611 came here with John Smith, my dad, all white people that have been here for 400 years would know that nothing has changed between me and my dad and his brothers and his cousins and all their kids. They'd be like, yo, these are the Americans that were here from Europe, and these are the Africans, and these are the Indians. White people would know more than anyone in this fucking story the 3 different types off rip. The Black European, the Black African, and the Black Indian. White people would know there's a difference. What do white people these days do? They act like we all the same nigga. That would be impossible if their story is how to do business with these, how to steal and trade and sell these, and how to communicate and do better business with these ones with the banks up north. Since I'm on DeyZan banks up north, like, what are we talking about? Like, you had to use our banks and use our boats. Like, you had to know my grandfathers. So how do we get to a point with all these scholars and all these well-read people and all these Christians who their kids don't remember? Grandma knew some niggas from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and everywhere else that were the same niggas that brought they ass here on their damn fucking boats. How your white ass get here on my grandfather's boat? And you don't remember that. You don't remember my grandfather in your story. My grandfather, John Smith. I'm Dwayne Smith. I'm Dwayne Smith. I'm John Smith the 13th. That means every story they start with us in social studies on this, bro. You was there, 3rd grade, 6th grade, 8th grade. They tell you again in CNC in 10th grade. Same fucking stupid story, just a paragraph or a whole chapter. When it came to the north, because you know Christopher Columbus is the Caribbean. So when it came to the north, the Virginia colonies led by John Smith was able something, and somehow they connected Christopher Portuguese half-Jew Columbus to John Smith the who? You want to make him a white boy with blonde hair and blue eyes? Get the fuck out my face. He's a royal blood, dominant blood. How the fuck would it be inverted anyway? Cut it the fuck out. Anyway, so in real history, my grandfather came to these colonies, bro. You wasn't fucking here with us. And even if you fucking were here with us, how the fuck would you be the president of us? If it's our fucking colonies and boats. Like, we could stack these reparations, reclamations real fucking clear, just off the strength of who my dad was. I ain't got to play no games. No, I ain't talking about no African slave trade, nigga. I'm talking about John Smith. John Smith's colonies, white people. Washington, D.C. is in John Smith colonies, white people. I'm Dwayne Smith, white people. Those colonies that you coexist right now, you're occupying, is literally my homeland. So you don't exist in the story at any fucking point in time before that. Northeast America, hip hop, New York, Victorian era, everything is my family literally. That's John Smith. That Victorian era shit, Newark, New Jersey, all that, Brunswick, New York, all that shit, that's the Black Europeans. Moors, that's us. It's literally our homeland though. It's New Jerusalem. One more time, in case it gets confusing in this bitch. New Jersey is New Jerusalem. That's why it's my grandfather's. My grandfather is the king of Jews. So the king of Jews, as of 1611, set up New Jerusalem in Northeast America. Read the maps, Mercer County. Read the maps, Carthage County. Read the maps, Moore, Delaware, Moore, Indian, Moore, Negro, Moore, who all speak English. So they must be European, right? They must be the European Moors, right? Like Dwayne Smith, Sir Knight. My grandfather created the whole Northeast colonies. Like the entire fucking United States starting point is mine. So white people, you can't even fathom. You can't even tell the history they taught you and taught me, and what you think you know about it. I know all of you don't know shit about nothing if you haven't gotten that fact right. That John Smith is a black guy. If all your first presidents are Moors, dickhead, how much time do you fucking have between 1611 and 1775 being the overthrow of the First Continental Congress of 8 Moors in a row? So do you want to go from 1611 to 1750? If it's 8 more presidents and 1611 is my goddamn grandfather, that they're all fucking Moors then, right? Until you start writing your fucking story in on that fucking weird fucking Masonic betrayal night of Black Tomahawk Indians. You should look their fucking statues up. They look like Blackanese people. Ain't that what the fuck I say we are? Ain't the statue there right now, bitch? Look it up. Google images for me, white people. Because I've had enough, bro. I really have, of their stupid ass shit in this educational and academic side. Because it filters everything wrong on the political side, all their decisions, all what they think is right and wrong. It's all wrong because you're starting on the wrong slide of your own presentation. You were not here before my damn family, nigga. United States, you stole that shit from me, bitch. I know it. Like, I'm a star witness. You stole this from my family, bitch. My family are kings and shit. There's no voting for privileges. Sir Knight John Smyth-EL, a Semite. It's in the name. L tells you everything. He's a Jew. He's Prester John. Look it up. He's the king of Israel. Look it up. The king of Israel found America, white people. My grandfather's the king of fucking Israel as of 1611. The Bible's not 1611. Can you fucking imagine we kept going? That's why it's our fucking Bible that we brought here in 1611 that gave you the fucking bloodline of the kings of fucking Israel. And the king of fucking Israel brought a king of fucking Israel, James Bible, to the fucking King James Virgin Maryland Jesus colonies of the fucking New Jerusalem in fucking America. That's my dad, nigga. I had it up to hear God with all of this shit. Please spare me. On that Israel, Ukraine, Russia shit, eat my dick, dog. I am the 13th direct descendant of the king of Israel. One more fucking time. I'm the direct descendant of the king of Israel. Last known in human fucking history, per all the human fucking history of that fucking time, that nigga right there at that fucking time, that's known as the fucking king of kings of Jerusalem and Israel and New Jerusalem, New Granada, all after the fall of the 1400s, we back up again by 16 fucking 11, nigga. That's my grandfather. So the reason why my grandfathers fell in the 1400s is because your ass showing up there in the 1400s. And then the reason why my grandfather's sons came over here and rebuilt it pretty fucking good for us, and then it fell again by 1775 is because your ass again. Every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the kitchen. This ain't about blacks, Africans, or slaves. Bitch, this about me. Because your whole fucking history about my family. Dismiss me with the bullshit. Am I Dwayne Smith or not? Am I born in New Jerusalem or not? Am I born in Mercury County or not, nigga? On Jesus. Like, how many times do I stack my shit up in this bitch? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, their politics don't make sense. Israel, Benjamin, I'm the king of Israel's grandson. That's not Israel. That's not their damn sons. I am. You understand who I am? Why I be blitzing like I be blitzing, how I think and how I do things? Because I'm the king of Israel, son. I'm not Israelite. I'm not Hebrew. I'm not a random nigga in nobody fucking story. All the fathers of that story are my fathers. Joshua, Jesse, all of them. Those are my dads. Carlos V is my dad. John Smith is my dad. That's Hakata Khan, Ablu Khan. We have different languages. Since we're the kings of the world, we would have all the languages that we trade our currencies in. Can you imagine? But I'm talking about me. Because that's my family that's doing that. Not random brown, light-skinned Indian Chinese people. I need America to know that story. More than anything, I need Americans to know that story. 1611, King James, Virgin Mary land colonies was put together by John Smith. This nigga you're looking at on YouTube, his father discovered America. We didn't discover shit. Our dad was just in South America with Mama Inga in 1560. So, so old Jerusalem, where they're attacking just this weekend, in New Jerusalem, when the ice started fucking melting after the last damn reset. That whole timeline is literally me. Like, literally me. Not us. Not them. Not they. Not because I'm black. Not because I'm tall. Not because I'm Indian. No. That's just, I just know all of our call signs and how they doing us dirty in history. Fuck all that bullshit that they talking about. In real fucking life, on Donald Trump and everyone else's fucking life. I'm king of King John Prester John Smith of Israel. El. Angel descendant. He's not a human. That's why he's the king of kings and not a prince or something. He's a knight. He fights. What do you think they're fighting? If one of his books is called Demonology. He's a grandson of Solomon, is he not? Yo, white people, you got the wrong story. This ain't your country. This ain't your corporation either. And I'm just saying that as the king of Israel, the real one. We're not human. It's a cool fucking story, man. Thank God I'm not a school shooter. But we play this game differently. I can tell you just about how my life goes and how my revelations go. I gotta download it, nigga. And I've been downloading some shit, nigga. And can't nobody get these sources to these things. That's impossible, my nigga. But yeah, everything I say is true. You can look it up for yourself. Carlos V is the king of Jews. Look it up. Carlos V is the king of Jews. Mama Inga passed him the baton. Gave him Solomon's staff. That's only for Jews. My grandfather got he got Solomon's staff. That means he's the most magical nigga in the Bible. That's why it says Bible. All of those people in the Bible is his dad. That's why it says. It's King James Bible. They're telling you more about King James than what the Bible is talking about. King James English. The #1 language in the world. King of Kings, can you imagine? An emperor's language that the whole world uses. What was he the emperor of again? 1611. So any one of you faggots who've ever fucking spoken English, on and prior to 1611, you were under my grandfather's kingdom. That's what I be talking about. That's why I can never be white people, y'all. They speak my father's language. And he's a Semite. He's an Afro-Asiatic. Can never be a white person. None of those stories could ever be by white people. White people are not Afro-Asiatics. All those peoples, all their names, all their cultures, even their languages. Hebrew is Afro-Asiatic. Please Google it. Please. Please. Before they destroy the whole fucking world in our name. They're not doing this for God. You're not waiting for the Bible to play out. No Christian can tell you, no Pope can tell you, no faggot that does weird shit with children can tell you this story. Because this story is my story, and it's my story because it's my Bible. It's James Smith. King James Smith, a Semite. They can scrabble the history and make it black and white and Council Nicaea these nuts, nigga. All that shit made up, my nigga. My damn grandfather's a black guy of 1611. He don't turn white further back in history. So they're all black up until 1611. And I'm black right now, as you can see. So do the science. They stole my family's history from me. That's what I found out. It's not just treating black people like slaves and out trade warring niggas. No. Yes. In doing so, they stole my family's history from me. What I'm saying to you is your government is referencing my family's history as their origin, as their story, as their claim to constitutional authority over the land of my grandmother, Mama Inga. In the name of my grandfather, Carlos V, in the station homeland of New Jerusalem, in the first colony they said that ever fucking existed in their fucking English imagination, dedicated to John Smith, my grandfather. So they say they worked for my grandfather, went to my grandmother's land, found my other grandfather's people, on my grandfather's boats and on my grandfather's trade routes, with my grandfather's Bible, with my grandfather's language. But they don't say these bitch ass niggas is white people? Swear to God where that makes sense. That's the absolute truth and nothing but the truth. So help me, God. These motherfuckers stole Jerusalem and Israel, nigga. Now think about the rumor thing that Hitler said. When the world finally finds out what they really did to the jewels of God, that would start World War III. Hi, on the eve of World War III. You know, the whole concept of jewels of God, that was my story. There's no white people in it. There's no Jewish people in it. I'm John Smith 13. I'm Carlos V 16. That about covers it. So for 16 generations in a row, we have been niggas. Ain't about me. It's about the fact here. The fact of the matter is more African American. My grandfathers ruled the world as of 1611. Not a black person, not an African American, not a random person, the guy you're looking at. My grandfather ruled the world as of 1611. The West, the world that you know. It's ours. Am I white people? Now you know white means royal. I'm white. I'm white as fuck. Hebrews 13, same story. So yeah, so we're here. We're all here. I'm here. Let you know so that you hear. That's what time it is. They went to war with God. It's a holy war. Next time y'all gotta ask them who their God is. My God is the God of Israel. Ask them. Ask a white person in this country. Ask a Christian in this country. You believe in God? Is your God the God of Israel? That's it. No more guessing. Is your God the God of Israel? And if they answer anything else but yes, you're dealing with a damn demon. That Bible is dedicated to the God of Israel. We're Jews. You cannot derive another God out of it. So if they're saying that they're using it as their passport to be here speaking English, dedicated to the God of Jews, of Israel, then it should not be argument. It shouldn't be talking about history. They shouldn't be talking about science. Because why the fuck are you in Israel and Jerusalem? The God of the Bible made this the promised land according to the people here in the Bible, in the promised land, of the God of everything that they use for their religions. It's not a mistake. It's not like we all came up with the same thing even. No, it's our shit. Black people, Israelites. It's your shit. It's your only culture and condition. You come from a kingdom, stupid. I'm King James' grandson. I'm the King of America's grandson. I'm not a random nigga or Indian. I'm telling you the truth. King James English. I'm King James. Like that close. So whenever you do all your black history and when you do all the other stories and you get stuck at the Civil War and some slavery narrative, just know if you go a little bit further back, you would have been here with me. Not white people. Impossible. King of Israel as of 1581 to New England. It's Trenton, New Jersey. Interesting enough. Assigned to have a kid with Isabella Drake, which would make her my grandmother, right? I just want you to follow this, though. So when you do the history of America and you see these names in your history book, Sir Charles and those people at that time in America, that is my family. They're all brothers and sisters. You see how many kids they have? That's how you know they're not white people. That's how you know they're not white people. Dead giveaway. Dead fucking giveaway. How many eggs the mother had? Dead fucking giveaway. So, no, we're not white people, y'all. Your American history book that starts with the early colonial America is talking about a bunch of niggas that came here. I'm one of the bunch of niggas that came here. Literally, on Sir Francis Drake. PlayStation got a whole fucking video game dedicated to our names, don't they? Drake's Uncharted, right? A whole video game dedicated to my grandfather or granduncle. Ain't that a bitch? Even their favorite video games is always about some niggas. If I'm niggas, and I'm definitely niggas. Or Mama Inga, I'm niggas. So you see, like, all the thing they made a profit of in this country for the whole time they fucking existed and played in our fucking face has been the history of my family. Copyright infringements be damned. Trademarks be damned. Your millennial 90s boom is everything from Moorish history. Remixed. The problem with that is that it's specifically my father's. We're not trying to prove if there were black people in America no more. So if you know black people doing their history and Indians doing their history, let them know. Yes. Yes. Israel is in America. Yes. Israel, America, Egypt, all of that. It's here. This is the old world. Yes. Yes. We were in the old world then. We were in the old world in the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. We're in the old world now because we haven't been to no other world. We're here. I haven't left this world, have I? I'm still here. Somehow John Smith turned into me here. I'm here. His sperm, I'm here. And they credit the beginning of their story to me. 38 trillion. They're operating and being the trustees of my colony. The United States is my colony. It's John Smith's colony. I'm Dwayne Smith. When did it stop being our colony? If we're imperial, royal, majestics of Israel. Like, who else colony could it be is what I'm saying. When the king of Israel, not their Israel history. They shouldn't have an Israel history. They're not Afro-Asiatics. They shouldn't have a record of anything that rhymes with Jews. You understand what a Judean is? A Jew is a Judean. A Judean is Judah. That is a nigga. It never turns white. It never turns light-skinned. It never gets ugly. It's never short. It always has a connected beard. It's a pedigree of my father. So they would have to contest that genetically, if they get their DNA test, that they're related to me at all. And you know they're not. So you got both of them in this country playing in my fucking face. And by proxy, all black people and or Indians. Everybody else just visiting. It's an Indian territory. I'm Indian. Judean. Same story. This is Jerusalem, New Jerusalem. That's our story. 13 colonies? Hi. 13 tribes of Israel. What else would the fucking number mean? 13 colonies, dividing up our territories into 13 tribes. And I just read you that in Joshua when it was just 10. Now it's 13. Can you imagine? 400 years later. And we've been 400 years after that. So we've been here for at least 800 years in a row as Israel. This is the promised land where Israel is. And at 1611, hi, Israel's kid is still here. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine? It never changed. The only difference is the Hebrews went that way. 7-Eleven. Where did they come from in 7-Eleven? What do you want to tell me? A bunch of Afro-Asiatics came from sub-Saharan Africa? Stop fucking playing with us. 7-Eleven from the Americas. So that means we were going back and forth since 7-Eleven. If we came from here, 7-Eleven to go over there. The Moors that ruled Europe are Jews. Judeans, 10 tribes of Israel, them types. Those are all Afro-Asiatics. Those are my fathers, by the way. I can tell you as a matter of fucking fact. Nobody else's version of history or stories or Da Vinci Code don't mean nothing. They all eat a dick and die somewhere. Why are they telling us this shit in English and Indian territory? Just to make a profit? It never add up or mean nothing. And it's never their story. Over and over and over my whole fucking life. I haven't seen them tell their own fucking story once. And it's getting tired. Look at your timeline. Same story. They don't even tell their own stories no more. It's the same fucking jokes with 3 different accounts. That's how it is to be in this fucking country for real. What products? What comeback story? What they going to build? What they going to sell? What ideas they have? How to flip the chart to make more money off of someone else's idea before they buy it all? Like, shut the fuck up. For real, yo. Y'all gotta stop buying fucking books and putting your name in them. This ain't a library, bitch. It's our fucking family's history. Who the fuck cares if you believe in a fucking Bible, nigga? It's my family's Bible, nigga. It wasn't made for you. You think we were converting niggas and building churches? Bitch, I'm the king of Israel, son. What the fuck else would be near us? Options? Options in Jerusalem. Options in Israel. Shut the fuck up. And read that damn book. That's our damn book. That's what's here. The book came here. We're here with the book here. Speaking King James English here. With King James kids here. Hi, Dwayne Smith. One of King James kids here. In America. Can you imagine? Where Afro-Asiatics come from. You know, Indians. Indians colonized the world. Can you fucking imagine? Everything around this world is ours. I wonder where they got the cocaine from. Wake your dumb ass up when mine got in. The Mayans ruled the world. Mama Inga is a Mayan. They just keep telling our stories and selling it to different white people to flip it for a profit. They're talking about the same fucking family, dog. Not a whole bunch of time and space and all these other random people. They ain't related to the only people after a flood. You know what I'm saying? It's not like a whole bunch of billion people and billion kingdoms at once either. This ain't a population dense world, bitch. Do the science. How the population was just 2 billion in the world. What, at the 1900s? So now go back 400, 800 years, bitch. Hi. We're like the main fucking characters. Of the world, bitch. Of the world, Craig. There ain't nobody else here with us. That's what I'm trying to tell you niggas. There was no one else here. Besides who the fuck we came across and who the fuck we mentioned. And if there's anything else growing or happening somewhere else, it's not in the fucking story. And they're not in that story because they don't tell it. They tell our story. So hence, there's no one else there. They ain't got no other story but ours. They ain't got no fucking other story but my father's story, bro. They ain't got nobody fucking history but my damn family history, bro. That's fucking weird until you realize, well, emperor of the world's history would be pretty fucking rich. So how the fuck they gonna have a history that's parallel with him? You let me know if you find it. Hence, so everything they have is stolen. That's probably what their mental health issue is. I don't know how that affects them in psychosis or genetics or how they experience the subconscious tone of things, knowing that they're in Indian territory and they're not Indians, at the very least. But I suffice it to say a lot of the white guilt or the Karens and the purple hairs and their turnabout thing is not genuine towards any niggas, but it seems like they're changing the idea. They're changing their minds about something. I hope it's not World Star Hip Hop on Twitter. I hope it's that you're realizing as the time moves on that you are in Indian territory and we are Indians. And Indians wrote your Bible. You Christians. I'm telling you as the Indian that wrote the Bible. We wrote the Bible. Who the fuck are these other people? Pope Innocent is where they start their lying-ass story about the Vatican over there, which is recent. But Pope Innocent, the fifth, is Sakata Khan's brother. That would qualify him as a nigger. Sakata Khan is John Smith. Tartarian history. You know, the one they removed from your books recently. It's just a code switch. It's the same fucking time and the same fucking kingdoms, though. Hi. Same kings and shit. So, yeah. Pope Innocent and Akata and their 5 other brothers. At that date, when that happens, they're all this. That goes for Russia and China today. They might have Chinese history. That's weird. When your emperor, Genghis Khan, is a nigger. So how did your history before him turn white? Are y'all Afro-Asiatic descendants or not? Because last time I fucking checked, Afro-Asiatics are the oldest humanoids on this fucking planet. On Egypt. Out of everyone alive today, we're the oldest. We're Egyptians. Everyone here ain't Egyptian. Hence the mystery. Well, where did they come from? Fuck where they come from. When did they come from if my father is the emperor of the world? What do you mean where do they come from? They come from my father's empire, wherever it is. Why would they have their own story then? In our language. Don't miss this shit. In their own map, in their own land, in their own language. Where is that shit? Give them from 1611 forward. Because we know it ain't before that date. You got a Bible, bitch. That means you ran into niggas. You don't get no Bible without niggas. On Geneva, Switzerland, Swarthyland as of 1750. But Geneva's before King James. Yeah, the king of kings of everything, bitch. It's all the same family. What version? Who's in charge of that kingdom? Moors, right? You do know those Moorish kings are all brothers and cousins. You do realize it, right? They tell you that shit in the tutors too. But they make it white people and weird mixed people. But just make them all niggas next time. All of them niggas are related. Now go back further. Charles the First. That's why all those niggas over there are related, because of Charles the First. I am Charles the 21st. All those HBO stories about medieval any bullshit over there with fucking kings and knights and swords. Down to their favorite, Game of Thrones. That all starts with Charles, Charlemagne, Char the First. That's Otto. I'm Otto the 21st. We're niggas. 21 centuries in a row. 21 gene iterations in a row. I'm Charles the 21st. King of kings for real. Like king of their whole story. Fuck the king of kings of Israel and New Jerusalem, America story, John Smith. But their story is, they lived in Europe and the United Kingdoms and all this Glasgow, Scotland, the Picts and Dubs, what happened to the leprechauns and all the little niggas with dreads and blah, 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 Jamaica, Ireland and all these things. Oh, Risha, Irish, I get it, African or something. No. That's all Israel with all your fringes on your kilts, bitch. On buffalo plaid, nigga. Blood, like cut it out. So anyway, my grandfather is the king of kings over here because his grandfather was the king of kings over there in their whole story. Can you fucking imagine? King John, the immigrant, coming back here is a descendant of the royals of their whole English, British, European history. The Moors. From 711 until 1611. That whole bloodline of Moors is my family. So what time between 711 and 1745 is anything in this fucking King James, English, Spanish, Moorish, Latin, or anything in the goddamn Vedic Khan become white people? Was it World War I or World War II? Because I know it wasn't a fucking minute prior. I haven't turned into a white person yet. I haven't turned into a white person yet, y'all. I got bad fucking news. I got bad fucking news. We don't turn white. Everybody in the founding of America, actually. All of them. From Phyllis Leftwich and all the royals of the Leftwich kingdom. That you're supposed to be, you white people, y'all throw yourselves in this immigration story. That's fucking crazy. These are Israelite kingdoms. She's a Cherokee, Chalique, Algonquin, Moors. So there's Moorish kingdoms from the fall of Granada coming to America, marrying Algonquin Cherokee people. Can you fucking imagine? Same. The Moors of Europe coming over with the Chalique Cherokee of America and having new kids, making the European Moors coming back home mixed with the American Moors, Chalique, Arabic Moor, Mohammedan. Come on, nigga. Sidi Muhammad's empire on both sides of the globe reuniting in the Americas. What year is that? Okay, white people. That's leading to your American Revolution, but the Moorish Empire, my ancestors, and the Cherokees, my ancestors, are already here. The empire, the kings, not the workers, not the slaves. The empire is here with Cherokee maidens, with Cherokee. No. Understand everything. The royals and the nobles. No. Not the African, not the Nigerian in your story, not Elon Musk. No. The royals of your fucking story of what it means to be fucking white took fucking black, Algonquin, Cherokee, Arabic-speaking people as of that date, and you don't fucking know they speak fucking Arabic, and Arabic is their fucking name, Chalique, Cherokee. Yeah, more. You thought you killed us all in Europe. No, we came here and blended in with the same niggas. In your book, you say we can't tell the difference between these niggas and those niggas. So can you imagine to your folly when those niggas came back home and had babies with those niggas, and you're like, what happened to those, nigga? You been looking for me? You been looking for the Mayans? Hi. You trying to figure out what happened to the Moors at 7-Eleven? Hi. Trying to figure out what happened to King James? Hi. John Smith? Hi. Pressure John? Hi. Hakata Khan? Hi. Genghis Khan? Hi. Jesus? Hi. Isn't Jesus our story? Hi. We created Jesus, correct? Correct. Everyone's salvation in this bitch. On Sidi Muhammad. That goes for Muhammad too, bitch. That's my family. Not someone's fucking interpretation of history. I say that to say, there's no room for anyone else. That's it. That means tough shit. These liars only have 200 years to lie and act like they belong in power and they're doing something righteous and their intentions was to build a country and they're doing it for God and Revelations and the devil and the Antichrist. They could waste your time if they fucking went to. But I need you to understand that that book was written by Jews. And those are niggas. I'm the king of Jews' grandson. I'm a Jew for real. I mean all of it. The thick ass eyebrows, the silken eyelashes, all that shit. On Jesus for real. Oh, for real, like for real. We created the idea of our God. Is it not written that ye are gods? Like when they were talking, the people that were writing, yeah, that was our family. Fair? I mean, it's my grandfather's language and my grandfather's colony and my grandfather's Bible. I think it would be fair. The story inside of it is ours too. Why everyone's debating on which one's the truth? Fuck the debate, bitch. Who wrote it? And who the fuck are you? Thus, thus, thus. Every character in their story is me. That's what happens when you be fucking and you're not a racist. Right? When you're not a fucking xenophobe, you can unite your kingdoms. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine the common sense of just fucking normally? What's their problem today? They can't fuck normally? On Epstein's list, right? So we want to shut this shit down, right? One more time, same story, King of Jews. That's my claim. So you tell Israel, Mossad, and all of them, eat a dick. I'm the king of Israel. Watch. Who is that? Who is that? Where? No, more importantly, where is he? A land full of black people in Germany, right? Heinz 57, right? As of before Benjamin Franklin, 200 years prior to Benjamin Franklin telling you it's an all-black land, here's a black man 200 years prior to it being all black. So no, it didn't just become black for white people. Because this is a black guy who's the king of Jews. And he's my 16th grandfather. So in y'all story, in Holy Roman, Hitler, Germany, Poland history, you fucking white people of the world, you keep telling the world that this is your ancestor heritage and all these wars you've been fighting for no fucking reason. You wanna fucking tell me you're fighting over my family's territory in Niggerland, Germany, but none of you on this board is niggas or my goddamn family. And that's my 15th, 16th great grandfather direct, bitch. Not twice removed, thrice removed through marriage, nothing in this motherfucker. We're the king of Jews, nigga. You understand? I'm talking about for real. Like, all of Jesus' last names, them guys. The bloodline of Jesus. Hi, 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 hi. Holy Roman Empire seat. Hi, 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 hi. Germany. Hi, 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 hi. That's my grandfather. How much of that oil do I get? And Germany wondering why they're having fucking cold winter right now. Because it's my fucking homeland. We're the most terrible niggas in this world. Because we'll take the most terrible niggas from all around the world and have children. On Solomon and Sheba, you know, my ancestors. On Aladdin and Jasmine, you know, my grandparents. That's who my grandparents are. All these stories they sold you. They only tell my story. Do you understand? On some Matrix shit. Can you imagine how I feel? I wake up in this Matrix, bitch, and they talk about, hey, Neo, get you some oatmeal. I'm like, hold on. Nebuchadnezzar's my uncle. Zion, my city. Fuck the Matrix, bitch. This is my kingdom? No, 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 no. We need you to stop the agents. No, 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 no. Who the fuck are the chiefs of this goddamn Zion if I'm the king of Zion, bitch? You done skipped a step on this Neo shit. You get it? It's like Neo if they were being fucking serious. That's Mount Zion, is it not? The king of Israel and the seat of the Holy Roman Empire at the timeline of the medieval Dark Ages. It's my grandfather. It's Carlos V. Same dates and everything. So my dear white people in America, where you come from again? Hey, NATO, UK. You defending my family's territories? Don't get me started on all the Mainers. I love one of my family's houses using a gentleman on Netflix. I don't remember getting paid for that. But thank God you grow weed under it. I wonder why that's the part. All of them people are my family. And I'm only saying that to tell you that they're black. Fuck me. This world has said fuck me for 400 years. I've noticed something. They said fuck my grandfathers too. All of them. I've noticed something. So I don't expect no pity and no empathy and no chivalry and nothing coming to save me. I can just see a few cherubim and UAPs if I'm careful. But I'm still in this world. Not of it. Same story. But everything in this world comes from us. They chose to play the game that way for 200 years in a row. If they took over and it's their stuff, they could have made something new by now. Look how short we did it. From the fall of Granada to the King of English. Was that in less than 200 years? The Moors ruled Granada, the Jews. That's me. I ruled Granada. I ruled Europe. I ruled Germany. I ruled the Vatican. I ruled the Holy Roman Empire. I ruled America. I ruled South America. You get it? That's my ancestors. Not me. But the story is, like, I'm quantum entangled to history, like, to their lie. Like, so by me correcting it, you understand? They corrupted it on their side, fucked me up. I'm correcting it on my side, it's fucking them up. Just by telling the truth. And I already know the database of this goes to a quantum computer, so Mandela effect be damned. They're stupid. You'll see. Don't wait for me to die. And be like, yo, don't do that. Like Drake said, don't you play all that fake shit at my funeral. So, oh man, what if God was one of us ass niggas? Y'all better get the fuck out my face. Don't wait till them come up. Have to hang another nigga for you to realize what time it is. It's Age of Aquarius, he said. The water pitchers pulling out, the water bearers pouring out his pitcher. That's when I'll return, ass niggas. In the Age of Aquarius. Here I am talking the Age of Aquarius after the Mayan calendar of my Mayan ancestor, Genghis Khan. Cut out. It's the end of the world. Nigga, please. It's the end of the lie. So that means they had a prediction on when we will recover our memories of who we are. Or something like that. Firstborn Pharaoh hidden in the desert on Moses. Like, oh my God, same story. I'm in the same fucking Red Sea. So it's like, all right. They want to quantum entangle to me for real. Then fuck them. Like, you know how weird that is? Your whole, everything, every time you go on TV, you read a book, you go to history, you listen to some niggas debate about something, the subject of everyone's delusion is your damn family. And then you try to explain to people, at least the degree of, what's the concern with an Israelite God if you're not an Israelite God? And they're like, the church and the slaves, okay, all right, that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of over with now, isn't it? All right, so now what? They circle right back to my family again. I've only been paying attention to my family my whole life. It's the only subject I've ever paid attention to, actually, now that I think about it. I didn't know that when I was doing it. But I was like, it's kind of funny when you mind your own business and follow your own impulse, it leads you right to who you are. That's how it works. Like, you don't even have a choice in that, actually. Your life don't work until you find it, if you're one of us. Like, because we came here blinded, bro. And we came here in a world where everyone's like, fuck us specifically, and then deny they're saying fuck us specifically. But when we speak up and say, hey, yo, you saying fuck me specifically because this is who I am, they go, you're not that nigga. We're not saying fuck you guys. You just said fuck you and me explaining to you that I'm those guys you're saying fuck you to. Like, it's I can see it in these NPCs. It's built into them. We cannot do nothing through using their metrics of democracy and galvanization on demonology. It's just a whole different technology they got dealing on with these niggas. I don't know where they put their PCB chip at, but the ones who are not like part of our empire or kingdoms or in our bloodlines, you can tell. You can fucking tell. I can fucking tell. I should be able to since Jacob is my grandfather. So, we've herded sheep and mixed sheep for, I don't know, thousands of fucking years in this bitch. And if their epigenetics works for fucking piracy, then I imagine my fucking epigenetics works for this fucking common sense, obviously bullshit they on their melanin conference. Like, they can't even play stupid. I wish these niggas would reach out to me. Just say something. Let me know you could fucking think at least. And tell me why I'm wrong at. That those ain't my goddamn parents. And where the fuck I get all these names from? What African you know naming their damn kid in Japanese? Shut your ass up. There wasn't no anime out when I was born. Fuck out of here. On my mama, who loved Japanese wicker culture. You know, little outfit she bought me when she died. Same story. My mother died for that artifact, as a matter of fact. So imagine, these motherfuckers. So yeah. I have a vested interest in the outcome of what happens to Trump in America. I'm a quantum entangled to CNN or whatever the fuck category of politics this is, no matter what. Because I'm watching the Olympics of bullshit ass motherfuckers lying, running across the world after a natural disaster in the 1800s, claiming shit, using faggot militaries to squat on shit, don't like bitches, don't like the bitches they're creating either, and don't know what to do when they pretend to go to outer space and digitize technology so they can fuck on robots instead of children. Now, that's the best they've come up with since the Civil War. So, you feel me? I've had a vested interest in seeing how they fucking die. Since I already know they're in a death spell. They use our names in vain. That's blasphemy. It's unforgivable by the God of Israel, at least. And everything they've done that's an atrocity is an abomination. They did that and they spit in our face. But here, guys, here's the most boiling point of why people say, why does it matter the Bible and the Christianity and all that shit? Because your stupid ass is in Israel. That Bible matters because it reflects where the fuck you are. That's the only reason why it matters, you goofball. So the rules of that book is the rules of this land. That is a spiritual book made by us, not them. So let me tell you something. You speak that shit into existence where it came from. That's why it goes our way over here. You were to fucking understand where we came from and where we're damn standing. You're standing in the promised land. I'm literally in Las Vegas at the bottom of the Red Sea. This was where Moses was. God sent me to the desert before I was 40. Archangel Gabriel pulled up on Muhammad before he was 40. Red Sea shit. I'm in the Red Sea, bitch. Las Vegas is the Sin City. It's at the bottom of the Red Sea. Look it up. On Geneva Bible, look it up. They gonna tell your goofy ass there's Egyptian artifacts around the Grand Canyon. Can you fucking imagine the common sense of that statement? Yeah. There should be some Egyptian artifacts next to the Red Sea. How you doing? It seemed like God flooded this whole thing out. So the reason why the water isn't here anymore is because of what again? The Ark of the Covenant. Okay. I know there ain't no water here, but there's a whole bunch of lines on that damn mountain like there used to be. That's recently, bitch. What year we come here again? All right, then. There ain't no fucking mystery. Not to us. It's our Bible, thus it's our map, and it's our story. Once you correct these variables, you can't get it wrong ever again. The map was by the niggas in this land. The land is of the niggas of the land, and the Bible takes place in the land. So when the niggas of the land use a language that they came up with about the language, about the Bible, about the land, about their damn selves, when they make the map, maybe they would fucking know where the fuck they were. And it's not a conspiracy about stolen maps and white people and colonial secret families. Eat a dick. Is it or is it not Afro-Asiatic, bitch? The end. If a Jew is an Afro-Asiatic, then Israelites cannot be nothing else. The end. The end. The end. You're in my promised land. The end. You're a demon. You're a devil, just like we said you were. The end. You're a damn devil. You lie. You will lie to God, nigga. You will lie to God. Like an abomination, bro. Unforgivable. By our standards, since they live their life by our standards. We didn't ask them to do this. We didn't ask them to be here. They decided to fucking play this fucking game with us. Now telling the truth confounds them. It curses them. They can't fucking speak up. They were frozen a year ago. They're more frozen now every time I tell the damn truth about us. And that's the crazy shit about this story. Why am I talking about this? Because it's me, bitch. What the fuck I'm gonna talk about? What the fuck the King of Kings grandson gonna talk about besides how the fuck you got the King of Kings of Israel fucked up? Like, what would you talk about if you found out you was like Pocahontas' grandson? What the fuck would you do if you found out you was King James' grandson? What the fuck would you do when you found out that building that these motherfuckers squatting on, taking all your resources out, actually belongs to you, but you need to hunt down a auntie to get some paperwork so you can go to their court and get just due? Fuck you. I would rather see them utterly fucking destroyed if they refuse to have leave my land as they were supposed to by the Civil War. The American contract with this land was over by the Civil War. That's why they betrayed us. To the lands of the Moorish people and the Indian associates under the dominion of Sidi Muhammad, which is all the old Mexico as of 1868. That's everything but the original 13 colonies. By the way, it's the old world, hence. Who do you think was fucking living there? The same motherfuckers in them tribes like they told you in Joshua. Same story. We're still here. So these motherfuckers came from over there and infringed on over here. How did the war over a little slave in Virginia and South Carolina ended up with niggas killing people in Colorado? That's a lot of energy to be fighting back and forth with some white people north and south, allegedly, in some Jewish territories. But that's a lot more energy for these broke-ass, famine-ass, goofy-ass niggas who went bankrupt on slavery to then have the resources and trains and the buggies for an Oregon Trail and to subdue the Saracens who built every fucking major city in California. Word to Muhammad, right? And I'm saying word to Muhammad because that's my Quran, right? So you can't imagine a different race or pedigree of half mixed, Persian mix. None of that bullshit they put in them damn pictures in nobody's fucking country on this world today. Unless they want to fucking tell me they're related to the King of Kings and they're my damn brother. So that shit, they got other stories for other pedigrees of people. That's a cool story. But this story here, this promised land, who we are, this language here, this is our story. So I can just omit all of that on some Amazon filter. I don't give a fuck about nobody else's dynasty or kingdom. This ain't what the fucking story is, bitch. And their dynasty and kingdom adopted my grandfather's language. So eat a dick for real. I don't know theirs. Hence. So, my dear white people, I'm telling you the absolute truth. They've been wasting your time more than us. Because you actually think you fucking know what happened. And it's crazy that you don't. And you still don't know where the fuck you got names in goddamn King James English. But you're not black people. You're not the kings. You're not the royals of that kingdom. So why do you have our names? Are you slaves or did you steal them? Y'all are not English. English is for angels. English means angels. You know that, right? You know the whole story of our Bible is about the angel hybrids? You were too busy removing the books from my grandfather book. You remove books from King James' version of the Bible and then called it King James again, faggot. So you don't remember the part where, like, the whole story about the kings of the Bible right here in the Promised Land. What's unique about this Promised Land is that it's the land of giants, and you're definitely seeing a bunch of giant mounds. And I know you found giant bones. You found giant bones when your bitch ass showed up at the end of the 1800s. I have your newspapers. So I know when you started looking for shit, you only looking for your shit because your ass hasn't always been here. So I say again, Smithsonians, Dwayne Smith, Sonia son, like, y'all can't even make that fucking word without invoking an Afro-Semite. You don't even have the name of your museum without our name. You understand what they've done? They just took all the shit that we build, stole it, killed God knows how many people. Then we had the fucking decoy families, and I guess they're just playing soft politics after Jim Crow with them. Just for everyone to figure out what the damn story is after my other grandfather died, Noble Drew Ali. I guess they thought it was over with these goofy ass sellout niggas. But no, it was never over. They were smart enough 100 years ago to make sure they raised their kid completely separately from where they were. You met Drew Ali where in New Jersey, where I'm from. Can you imagine the prophet going to New Jerusalem and then going to Chicago for his Mecca? Shut the fuck up. And then can you fucking imagine this traveling Hindu magician Hindu magician with beads with my grandmother. Can you imagine? That their kid was just where my grandmother, the Saponi Indian, is in South Carolina. After the white people showed up, yes. We moved from New Jerusalem down to South Carolina, where they put Columbius. Petey region, Hartville, Darlington. That's all Indians. My entire family, actually. So white people, you weren't there either. I'm the Indian from the Indian territory of slavery in South Carolina. And for some reason, you said that my people were slaves. Weird fucking story. I'm the Indian in that story, and we're just as black as you. You look at me and think of African American as a slave. So you didn't know what Indians were. Your ancestors were here since Indians. You think you got this land because you were killing Indians, and you motherfuckers don't even have the fucking decency of remembering what the fuck an Indian looks like, but yet you said you spilled our blood for your punk pig ass to be here. Am I correct? Look up a Tomahawk Indian. That's who they betrayed during the fucking Boston Tea Party. That look like any of you? So you forgot who you betrayed here. You forget all these copper-colored American Indians that you killed, alleged, for you to be here, correct? You forget that I am the product of all the niggas in your history that you came here to murder, hang, and kill, correct? You see how personal this whole history is? Because everyone you killed was my damn family member. Since this is our territory. The King of Kings of the new Israel Empire. So if you took anything from the kings of Israel, you have to dispose of the kingdoms of Israel and their children. I'm the product of all of them. That's how they solved that fucking problem, dickhead. We ain't no Saddam Hussein, no pygmy ass bitch ass nigga. We have plenty of kids. Duck, duck, goose, that's all. It's still the firstborn. That Bible didn't miss. So anyway, yeah, man. That's all that. These motherfuckers, bro, they better do something. Cause fundamentally, if I could do something about it. Ark of the Covenant, where? Take me to your leader. But because this ain't that, and this is just an idea war between these faggots who forgot where the fuck they come from and don't know what the fucking Indian is to this day, but they killed all my Indian ancestors. You guys, I don't know, y'all gonna have to start doing the healing of realizing how fucked up your existence is. Like, that shit didn't happen in the past, nigga. I'm here as a witness to it. You still on the same bullshit your ancestors on. I'm still on the same bullshit my ancestors are on. It's not long enough. It's not long enough a time ago for me. You're still here. I'll start healing once you leave. I think that's how that works. I can't heal if my trigger is always here, right? If every time I turn on the goddamn thing is some fucking Trump or something, how do I begin the healing process? All these fake Jewish Israeli people watching the whole world fall apart and everyone else kids get killed in the name of some shit that don't belong to them. I'm suffering the fucking psychic attacks for that shit because I'm trying to explain to niggas we're Israel. They don't have nuance enough to understand this shit. Bitch, I ain't saying that's me. I'm saying them niggas ain't Israel, bitch. The world is going to hell over people who are not Israel, bitch. Let's get it together. Just keep in mind that the reference point is me, Israel. I'm quantum entangled to this story like a motherfucker. I can't wait for them to get the fuck up out of here. So that's why when I'm talking about the reason why it's so silent and that where there's no responses and there's no violence and like the hammer or nothing has dropped yet. And what I'm saying is that it's so odd that it's this way because the only thing that can account for such a weird variable is the supernatural. Nothing is working as functioned or as expected for these lots. I noticed something. So I would say if I'm talking this crazy shit now, I prayed to God and asked about it. I got all the confirmations, all the stupid shit. That'll show me nothing to me because I understand what the fuck happened. The whole world said fuck me. I'm cool with that. Like, I don't need nothing from this world, then. They can go fuck themselves. All right? If the whole history of dumb diverses is them hunting to kill me, they can go fuck themselves. I don't contribute nothing to their society, actually. You feel me? Like, that shit's heartbreaking. Like, every story I uncover is their justification for killing me. And me specifically. Like, all the people they killed are the genetics that are in me. Like me. Like, it's my story. Like, they killed a piece of me. You understand? Like, I've been murdered before I got here type shit. Let's not even dabble in reincarnation theory. But just imagine my composition of what it is. This world is faggotry, gay, and mid, and uninspiring because these niggas dedicated the last 200 plus years, 400 or more planning it, of hunting me specifically. On Vlad the Impaler. Like, this shit is very fucking weird. That's a very fucking awakening to have. It's not theoretical no more that they're trying to poison us or do this to us. Nigga, that's exactly what they did already. Where's the justice for that? Let's ask Venezuela. Like, where's the justice for what they did to us? Where's the justice? And wait, before we get to justice, where's the justification for it? I notice a loop right now. What was the justification for betraying us and assuming power over our shit after making us sick and poisoning us? What was the justification for that? Do I need to find a Mason? Like, I just want to know in your own fucking psychotic ass ancestral head, where did you justify that? Who asked you to be a Christian? Who asked you to come here? You came here to Jerusalem with a book about Jews. Who told you to be Christian? Why are you here? You never got the answer to that question. It's not a random fact. It's not a given. A Bible in America is not a given variable in a continent full of niggers, according to you. So, like, come on now. Let's be fucking reasonable. These niggas pray more than you, but they couldn't read no English because of you. Do the science, bitch. Y'all lied about that shit horribly and didn't land it very well either. I noticed something in your kids currently. Your curse lines up with 200 years, like my grandfather said. He wrote that curse as soon as you appeared. So around 1950 to 1960, your problems began, correct? Boomers, the most toxic, narcissistic group of humans across the planet in human fucking history. That's when shit went up. That's when shit went left, right? On Donald Trump, it did. Because y'all's fucking with genetics. I know you did. Boys of Brazil be damned. And we know you can clone humans. You want to block it if you couldn't do it. We ain't stupid. You done fucked around with the genetics and try to make your own mock ritual Israel and Judas because you faggots are uninspiring. I get it. And you failed. You're experimenting with us and our organs and trying to remake our calf muscles. I get it. You fucking Nazis. You fucking pig face ass idiots. You ugly, non-underwear changing, nose picking ass, bad built fuck a boy cousin dresser like a bitch ass niggas on Einstein, Picard, and all your favorite scholars. You bitch ass niggas, you. From Germany, you know, my homeland. I'm sorry, I'm ancient German. You know, the one that fucking matters in your stolen story. Get it? They don't get it yet. It's called Germany because we named it that. Like, I'm them niggas. Not the niggas that live next to you on a map. You're using my language and my letters to name your maps. I want to be very clear with this stack right here. This doesn't work the other way around, Chief. Nah. Those places are named after me, bro. Nah, family. They got this fucked up. Super fucked up. They have no idea what a United Kingdom is. A United Kingdom. United What is a kingdom? It's a bloodline. How do you unite several kingdoms? You unite several bloodlines. And what happens when you unite several bloodlines? The progeny becomes all of them. So African Americans are very different than anyone else in the world because they're an intentional admixture of all the royal and noble peoples, plantations. It's iRobot with fucking. "13 tribe captains, 13 Israelite kings. My grandfather's just the captain in the Northeast." Then you have the Mohammedan. Don't forget we have a half-brother Ishmaelite tribes. They're just not in the Bible. Now switch to your Quran. The other side of the family. Sabian, Sabbatean, Sabado, Domingo, Sabbath, Saturday, Afro-Asiatic. We all just came out of Tartaria after being mixed in for however many years in captivity there. Then you bring those ugly niggas, and then those ugly niggas, and you bring them to the middle of grandma's land, and you mix it again for 400 years. Hi. I'm everyone in the fucking stories, kid. Like, let's get past it. That's how the time, that's why they tell my family story, because they must have robbed my family's manors and houses and museums and stole their story, and then have had the fucking World Fair faggots come over here and itemize it and then repackage it after they fucking brainwashed everybody from 1909 to 1950. And then when 1950 came, the fucking German Nazi says, we should try this Prussian version of shit. And these faggots start doing drugs and getting AIDS by the 80s. And all of a sudden they want to give a fuck about immigrants. So you kind of forgot like the linear break of how you go from slaves to integration to, let's worry about Mexicans real fast. Like, nah, y'all passed the ball too much. I noticed it. I clocked all that shit, didn't I? I know. Fuck out my face, though, on King James. So, yeah. Like, we're not angry enough when you know it's us. But by the grace of God, though, right? We're living proof that we're nothing like them. I have every justification to annihilate them if this game was a game of force. They have violated my territory and my ancestors and our treaties and all of our decency, at least since the betrayal of Sidi Muhammad. So that's the Civil War. So from the Civil War until now, all of them that have been here, they're not Indian or us. They have been hostiles. They are enemies to Israel and Jerusalem, for sure. And their best friends that fund everything are claiming to be Israel and Jerusalem, but it's a Rothschild, pig-neck faggot try to get them Madagascar in Africa. Like, I can't keep up with this shit. We have a greater Zionist plan. Bitch, this is the promised land. What's greater than that? And what the fuck do you know about Zion anyway? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this the gay shit their ancestors committed to justify their evil back then. And now they're trying to twist out of it with AI and data centers and virtual reality until they get the fucking landing right. But unfortunately, 200 years has went by. Their genes is up. Their narcissism dispensation is up. And they can't fucking heal that. You understand what a reprobate mind is? It's genetic, meaning there's nothing you can do to heal it. There's no vitamin, there's nothing they can fucking do about it. The best thing they can do is drugs and be high for a little while. That's probably the most they're ever sane or stable. But this is genetic dispensation from the corruption and the sins of their fathers. Almost certain. That's everyone else's story. It's the reason why I'm in fucking captivity, I can fucking imagine. So imagine then. Imagine what's going to happen to them and their kids. The only difference is, in order for you to be taken captive and brought somewhere else, it would defer or intimate that you have a homeland here. They don't have a homeland here. So there's nowhere for them to be captured or freed to. Because you're not going to tell me some Russians and Chinese are going to scoop in and white people are going to run away and then leave the niggas and Mexicans behind. And then once the smoke clears, white people get to immigrate back to the United States and go, hey, you mind if I run the FBI? Fuck out my face. Either you're going to stay here and die here, or you're going to leave and be exiled here. Swear to God, part 3. Either you're going to stay here and stand on the business that you are the niggas that y'all said y'all were, and you're going to die here honorably so we can bury you in a little mound, or you're going to leave and you're never fucking coming back as anything other than a hostile. You understand that spiritually? That's not my decree. That's what's going to happen. It's not because of me. I'm telling you what's going to happen. I can already see it in the sky. You're not going to be welcome back here. Ever, for the rest of your life at least. So, like, y'all are running out of time. We're running out of time to wake up and do things and adjust and be ready for the bullshit that we're going to have to suffer because of this. You guys are running out of time to exist here. That's what I need y'all to understand. Yo nigga is bankrupt. It don't matter what they steal from Venezuela. None of that adds up to 38 trillion. And they're making it worse and they're breaking rules. They're going rogue. China probably just sold all their bonds off just now in this damn fucking stream. And then you're going to see it unfold and unfold. And mind you, we're dealing with multipliers. So it's not waiting for the summer. If they say to you by the summer, know that that's by next week because they don't understand their time deception is off because they're doom scrolling. No, I'm telling you, they don't have as much time as they used to. This ain't that timeline no more. It's happening faster. They're running out of time way faster. Just like the women. They said, well, by 2030, you better get ready to be single. They were single last year and it hasn't been fixed since. So they're going to be single until at least 2030, and that's when single begins. They got a 4-year head start. So I'm telling you something. The time is distorted. Their expectation of time, whether it's the side effect of quantum computers and AI affecting the field as well, which I bet you it is, but they're too stupid to think about that. But I understand everything. These people, y'all running out of time for a totally different reason. And it's not because I'm your adversary. You came here to my house and disrespected the vibes. What would you have done in that situation? Because we see what you did outside that situation to us. So imagine. So yeah, we should have been cut your throat. What court? What justice? You betrayed the treaty, committed blasphemy, and your behavior's been atrocious, and now you're gaslighting us and blaming it on the fucking narcissist as if y'all don't benefit from the same narcissistic bullshit for the last 100 years. You voted for your favorite flavor of fucking over niggers and Indians for at least 100 years. We have it on TV news videos. I have the newspaper headlines, right? And y'all are fine with that. Y'all are vibing with that. It's like, as long as it's not us, while you're here in Indian land known as Israel and New Jerusalem. You feel me? Y'all understand like how much of a fucked up position that military put y'all in by breeding you here and planting you here with no fucking narrative. You've been cursing yourself faster. God don't play. It says don't use my name in vain. You don't, so you understand? It's a degree of math and science though. It's not cute and clamors. Y'all put all this on our credit card. Y'all put the whole United States and the whole last 200 years of history on us. For sure. For sure. For sure. And you sacrificed us to your gods to do it. On your vaccines you did. And you let the Jewish rabbi magical weird shit to kids and human sacrifice people lead those operations, don't you? On Farchi you do. And then you play fucking stupid and wait for an update when TikTok comes with some breaking news about a conspiracy I knew as a kid over 20 years ago. But if that was 20 years ago and you just fucking started, you think we got fucking 20 years to go with you, nigga? You're 20 years behind what you should be aware of, in fact. That's why that shit irritating to me. Like, oh yeah, I remember that. They'll be at Jade Helm by 2030. So, that's scary to me. Because even the timeline of the conspiracy or the red, where Alex Jones and them were tippy-toeing around in Project Camelot, they were going full speed ahead. Then all of a sudden 2012 happened and Drake happened and all their channels dropped dead. I'm talking about all the secret agents, all the sauce, all the writings, all the Edgar Casey, all that David Wilcox, all that shit dropped dead at the same fucking time, kid. That's why they ain't got no new narratives. That's why you ain't got no new Ancient Aliens. Ancient Aliens is all that shit from GeoCities to Tripod and fucking rapmusic.com, nigga. On David Wilcox advertising forum creeping ass it is. On Cliff High, whom the reason why I knew Cliff High is because we're talking in the forums of them sharing Cliff High and Alter reports, nigga. Like on God they stole from niggas every chance they get. Just to find out I'm actually the nigga they pretending to be's kid. Like it's the weirdest story. Oh, in my past life, I was Nefertiti. You were my grandmother, bitch? You reincarnated from ancient Egypt right here in America and you took a flight to East Africa, you stupid son of a bitch. They even rely on God and spirituality, bro. That shit don't make no fucking sense. But they get away with that. They make millions of dollars off of saying stupid shit like that. And we be forgetting it's entertainment, and then we use their entertainment as a narrative to tell history about who we are. It's like, no. They're just following the plot line of Babylon 5, Stargate, and some shit they saw on Discovery Channel. Again, they're never talking about niggas. Again, if they never talk about niggas, then they don't have none of the real history. This is math. You ain't gotta wreck your mind no more. They don't ever talk about us, so nothing they have talks about us. Unfortunately, the names that they're using in their little Dolls Roll story is all the names of my people and my family. So I don't understand nothing about these people, bro. I don't want them here no more. I don't want the United States government or the Pentagon or any of that here anymore. We're going in a new direction. We don't need it. We have God. I've noticed something. The one thing they're trying to steal and be like. They're not trying to grow better food than us. They're not growing better weed than us. They're not getting better bitches than us. They've been trying to, provoke the God-like realm of powers and dimensions. It's a waste of fucking time. Like my grandfather told their stupid ass. And like my other grandfather told their stupid ass. And like my other grandfather told their stupid ass, I'm sure. You're wasting your fucking time to exist. Not like you would never figure it out. Y'all don't understand nuance. Two things can be true. Yeah, it's going to take you hundreds of years to catch up. You don't have that many. That's why they're rushing data centers. They don't have any time. They're dying. Donald Trump is dying already. You understand? When you say something like that, what that means? Like, our problems or the tension isn't a matter of if. Our variables, like in the age of Pisces, was belief. Like if we're not in the age of belief no more for these niggas. We ain't gotta believe nothing, none of the history, no stories no more. No. We have the information. We got the people. We all right. Anyone from Israel still alive claiming to be Israel? Hi. You waiting for somebody? Me. Yeah. The King of Kings of Israel recently, John Smith. Yeah. Sir Smyth-EL. And I know he's a Jew because they put L in his name. That is no one else's tradition. Don't fucking play with me more. All right. Yeah, him. Yeah, that's my grandfather. We're still here. We're still accounted for. Those treaties are still active with us. Even if for 100 years you've been racist as fuck while we were in the Underground Railroad, pretending like we're not here. So what? Jigs up, time's up on Mayan calendar or something, right? Dramatic as fuck. And I noticed no one responded to that shit, but the government did. I noticed no one responded to me, but I noticed the policies did. I noticed no one responded to me or any of our claims, but the fucking reality did. And that's when I started taking law of attraction very fucking serious. It wasn't about my house, my bad bitch, or my Lambo no more. It's about every time I get pissed off because these niggas got Israel fucked up, the United States loses something else. Elon Musk lost something else. Crypto bros lost something else. PC gaming bros, RAM, graphics cards lost something else. Every time I speak up. And that's why I be telling my brothers, some of my brothers in the chat recognize what's going on. Because they know. But when I speak it out loud, bro, you understand? Like, I'm keeping track of it. That's why I'm making these videos, to keep track of what's going on in my feelings. Because I'll say it again, it'll rattle something else. And I'll be like, did anyone notice that? Anyone notice that? I just said that and that just happened. That's what happened. This got fucked up and they thought that this was going this way. And I fucking told them, fuck you, I'm on a curse. It was going to go the other way. And then it fucking went the other way. And there's no way that it could have went the other way when I could barely figure out what the fuck I got going on. I don't know how many more years of those training modules I'll need, but you know what I'm saying? They're running out of time if it's me. If it's not me, they're still running out of time. But if it's me, because of me, they're running out of time. Quantum entanglement. The thing that they killed is raised from the dead. Me. I'm the living heir of the kingdom of Jerusalem and Israel. They can't convert to that. They can't believe that. They can't rabbi that. They ain't got a church for that. I'm a living heir to the throne of Jerusalem and Israel. I'm both of their kids. I'm all of their kids. Whatever kingdom, Israel and Jerusalem, any kingdom in that Bible, actually. The heir, the living heirs. Like, what happened to them? I am one of the living heirs through the Semite bloodline of Afro-Asiatics of Genghis Khan Conquista. My grandfather, for real, Genghis Khan. I'm one of the living heirs of Genghis Khan, the emperor of their world on hashtag Tartaria. They're familiar because they're not from this side. So yeah. So if that's correct, if the Dragonborns have a certain gift, if Temujin had a certain gift that they've been jocking, if Jesus got a certain gift that they be jocking, then I need to figure it out soon what the fuck that is. And I was like, oh, cartoons. They gotta learn how to mind their business. Can't even be mad no more. These niggas always robbing us. They even robbed us of revenge once you find out the truth. Can't have nothing with these niggas. But it's done already. He'll die soon. That's why it's gonna be sad. That he's the end. So you saw what happened. Well, I'll try to explain the context of what I mean. Certain people, stars, what our society refers as stars at least. That's a copy and paste of Hebrews 13, by the way. The degrees are borrowing, but you know how they steal everything from us. Beyond that, though, the stars they do have, when they die, it impacts not just the fan, but the actual industry they're part of. So, you know, what Bernie Mac is to the Bernie Mac show, what R. Kelly is to R&B, what Harvey Weinstein was to Hollywood and studios. And you notice how all the studios are being sold. You notice how all the R&B catalogs are getting stolen or sold. Like, so a lot of people don't understand, like, being a star really means, especially if ritual sacrifice is part of their degrees. They're invoking spirits. They're invoking spirits to their success. So I hope you walk through this metaphysical mess. It's very easy to see, and it's undebatable, actually, if you understand universal law. That must mean if people take the risk to make a blood sacrifice in order to be rich, then the blessing that appears to make them rich is the infrastructure that supported them with your natural eyes. So when their contract is up, or when they die, or when they're sacrificed, then everything else that was the arms of their manifestation dies with them. So it's like a Christmas tree being unplugged altogether once they fall off of Mount Olympus. Enter Exhibit Diddy. Remember, he had millions of dollars allegedly. They're talking about he was jealous of Jay-Z and Kanye and on the race to $1 billion. And then all of a sudden his empire's collapsing because he got ripped off by Diego Music Group or alcohol group. And it's like, I mean, that two things can be true, but you still have millions up to $1 billion, right? Like, you got enough money to make your own baby oil factory. $1 billion? Like, you haven't thought about investing in your own baby oil at least? Or skincare products? They don't make no damn sense. That nigga ain't got that much money then. So why the fuck they lie about it? But then you unplug them. And then you'll see what they mean. Oh, $1 billion network. His net worth of his network. Yeah, the industry around him. Now how much is in his bank account? So see how they remove these modules? Same thing happened in hip hop. The actual spirit of the thing, of the industry, of the label, once that's dead, on MF Doom. That whole subgenre of Mac Miller, MF Doom ass kids, Tumblr kids, what happened when they died? Unplugged. You haven't heard nothing even in that vein or even trying to do the same thing at the same size. It's generational. So they're unplugging them, they're unplugging them, they're unplugging them, they're unplugging them. They unplugged Elon Musk, right? He's not on good terms with Trump or the Pentagon, at least. You see, like, how they didn't emphasize him this year like they did last year. At the beginning of last year, it was Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk, Elon Musk. And that same thing, talking about how rich he is and how his moves are, all of a sudden they don't care about that no more. Like, look how fast they spit him out. And what happened to him? His 5-year-old or his 2-year-old gave him a black eye? Like, that's what caused all of that favor to be lost? that caused all of those rockets to explode that were supposed to go off so you'd be at Mars next year? I ain't forget. How many times he going to Mars? This nigga worse than Dr. Umar for real. Dr. Umar never built a school, and Elon Musk never send your ass to Mars. Like, so what's the difference? They both African grifters. So, sorry, unplugging it. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. The devil deals with shame different than you. That's why the punishment is shame the devil. Something that's vain, vanity, shame it. Medusa, shame the devil. Show her the truth. Let her look at her own reflection. Shame the devil, not shame your neighbor. Shame the devil. Because the truth is between humans. So why is the maxim about the devil? You gotta understand everything, right? We're multi-dimensional. So the dimension in which they cannot add or they don't have a calculator for, this is where they're dying at. They haven't realized yet that if you stop to exist in thought space or in the mind space, your body dies automatically. So let me explain it to you. The same way you heal yourself with imagination, you kill yourself with your imagination too. That's why most people, men who retire, if they don't know what to think about or don't have no way out, they lose sense of purpose and meaning in their mind, then their body fails. If people are in despair and they grief, they feel in their lungs fail. People die because of their thoughts. You know, outside of murder or some type of disaster. I'm just saying, like, if you just sitting still and a person's dead, it's because they thought their way into death. And all you gotta do is visit old people before they die. Even my Aunt Crystal, she ain't saying nothing, she couldn't say nothing. But I could feel it in her vibe that she's just walking around dead. They check out before they die when they die like that. So imagine the science of that. Now reverse it. They're not the only ones that can reverse our spells. We should reverse our spells. So if you die in the imagination before you die in real life, then, you know, all we got to do is change our vain imaginations. And that's what the king, warrior David said. And then God said, fear not. So all that shit that they're trying to make people scared and all that shit they're saying, the devil is a liar, shame the devil, and fear not. You know, don't even be afraid to speak up and curse that nigga anyway. Like, fuck you. You're not going to make me afraid to go to the heaven and hell that you never even heard of or visited your damn self since you're stealing it from our book. Nah, fuck you. I'll meet you there. Since you follow me everywhere anyway. So yeah, like, and all their systems and all that bullshit and all their oppression. And what I'm speaking to is the psychic attack of the narrative on our people. And it's similar, and everyone else too. Everyone else, literally everyone else in this world who has been a victim of the last 200 years of bullshit-ass, predatory, central bank usury imperialism. All different tribes and categories of men. It just so happens that these faggots in America are in the promised land of the book they claim that is theirs. That's why this is very unique. But the rest of the world has the same type of grief by these niggas. I know. I notice the rest of the world don't say that about me. Law of correspondence. So obviously, those people might not have been there, man. This is a very weird story genetically. They don't remember the emperor. But they live in the place where the paintings are. Brainwashing only takes 3 generations. So anyway. Brainwashing only takes 3 generations. So anyway. When did you start forgetting who you were? Anyway. So yeah. 3 generations of the Board of Education. Yeah, same story. They did that shit to brainwash you. Not to teach you anything. And then all of a sudden they defunded it. That's one of the first things they defunded last year. Because it's not working. It's not because of AI. There's nothing to teach you. Based on what they teach. In those categories, there's nothing to teach you. You can learn all that math in high school in 3 weeks. Their history is made up. Their biology is sus. They emphasize homosexuality. their awareness of the America and the lands and the plains and all the Indians and herbivore and all the things we contributed. In the America's book, you should look into it. That's written already, but they don't talk about it. There's no home economic. There's no repairing engines or motors or carburetors. There's nothing. Literally, they haven't been teaching people shit. And then they get accepted to colleges. Like, what the fuck did you learn for 12 years? Why am I excited for you? Because you're at Harvard, bitch. You ain't learned shit for 12 years. Now you about to get a degree in some dumb shit that ain't going to exist in two? Ain't that what the problem is with the economy? They're removing the degree requirements. So what does college mean? I know it's evil. It only changed your bracket of payment because that's another way to say fuck you to black people. By making a requirement to have a degree, by also filtering out all of who can be applied and get to those colleges to get the degree. And even if they could do that nigga Olympics, can they even get the job? Like, white people, y'all gotta hold that. Y'all made up that system. Y'all segregated and integrated that system. And then y'all made it seem like, now you guys go do it. But ignore the fact that we're setting all these boundaries on you. And action. Like, all right. And then wonder why 3 generations, those boundaries on their own damn grandkids. That's what happened. Nothing else. Nothing else magical. Nothing else divine. You don't even need to put God in this story. That is common fucking sense. This is the side effect of how evil these people are. The United States karma currently is the slowdown of how fucked up it's been since World War I. Like, with this batch of people that run everything, it's been a downward climb for 100 years in a row. None of this is new. It is true. The trend of the United States for the past 100 years has been downward because of them. So they've been killing and stealing and doing all this shit for no reason. And then you find out your government sells drugs. And then you just shrug that off and be like, but justice for Venezuela. Your CIA brought all the cocaine here. You forgot Iran-Contra? Like, y'all confused? And then they killed the reporter that proved it. Y'all confused? Y'all wonder if they're going to admit it. Then what? So they can be brought to justice like Trump, the war criminal? Or Benjamin Netanyahu, the other war criminal. They're going to bring them to justice once you realize that you've been burying your head in the fucking sand about how corrupt this nation is of corporations. Like, we don't have excuses either, right? Well, if you're here, you Indian, you couldn't go nowhere anyway, right? So you're kind of like looking at it like, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Let me just survive. That is the correct answer. That is always the correct answer. The only thing I can present to you is the truth of who the fuck you are, and hopefully inspire you to pray differently. For everybody else that's here, don't know what the fuck going on, I'm just telling you who the bad guys are. Because the premise of you being here is based on what the bad guy said. I'm just telling you the people who invited you to this land are full of shit. They're never going to care about you, no more than they care about me, the Indian, the Jew, King James, English, all the shit that they claim to be. It's just strange that I see you here, and you don't know who I am either. So I know you don't know who they are. So this is a very willy-nilly immigration story. But they did say it was a slave colony. We just made a mistake of who the slaves are. And everything suddenly makes sense. That white people don't expand until slaves are freed. Investing in white slaves wasn't a good business as of 1750. I'm not an African. If I do the etymology on African, let's see what happens. These are the white slaves that took over. We didn't bring no white slaves here, what the fuck? But they would have been working on our land for whoever hired them. Slavery is an evil business. Let me just make sure I'm not tripping. They freed the slaves and then white people expanded through the West. They didn't expand a day forward. But then they claim everything is theirs. Like, what take you so long? Yeah. African. Old English. So that's ours. So we made up the word Africa, so it can never be white people named it. Native or inhabitant of Africa is from Latin, derisco, Africanus. So Africanus is not a pedigree, it's an adjective of a people. Can you fucking imagine? And then used of white residents of Africa as of the Barbary Wars. So if there's white slaves coming from Africa during the Civil War, then the slaves from Africa right before the Civil War would have to be white people. On Monroe Doctrine 2.0, ain't that right, Venezuela? Who else gonna fucking be there? Yo, white people, y'all come from Africa? Then why is the oldest nigga reference of you about you in Africa? We didn't call that Africa. Athiops. So when did white people come to Africa? 1812? Y'all got that story? White people ain't even got that story. How come white people don't have a little Ghana museum for them when they go to West Africa? As of 1812 and 1815, the residents of Africa are white people. Which country? I beg. Yo, Nigerians and Ugandans, y'all got white people over there right now? And we talking about Africa, as of 1812. Where'd they getting the slaves from, right? The African slave from Africa. The Africa, where the African slaves are. They said of the white residents of 1815, right before the Civil War, where somebody's slaves were freed. And all of a sudden, we got a white people problem. But that white people problem started in Africa. So Africans, you had white slaves. Well, I'm trying to figure out where them Circassian bitches come from. They half African and half you, ain't they? They have to be. We're Indians. So Africa's behind all of this. Because it's one thing for the Israeli Jewish person to be fucking lying about being me, but it's another thing for the whole world to accept that we are African American and we are not. And no one knows that more than a fucking African that's African. I ain't playing musical chairs with them niggas either, because they got a strange fucking story on the slave coast of Judah Kingdom. But you got white people there. 1815 in the etymon of the fucking word. So once you understand that degree, you go, oh. They're not Caucasian either. Exactly. They even say in their propaganda, everybody comes from Africa. And that's a white man's concept. Because I'm Afro-Asiatic. So I'm going to do the science. It's like, where would I come from? Asia? They're so, man. All this discovering American bullshit there. You ain't discover shit. That is a damn poppable. Jesse Jackson coined African American back in the 80s. Yes. They sure did. But they would be talking about white people. The etymon of black means pale. So the black slave codes. Y'all understand mind control and projection zone when you're dealing with malignant narcissists projecting on you, Indians. The slaves that came to America are white. The white businesses today are white businesses today because they had white slaves. We are Indians. African, as of the Civil War, means white residents. Because the person that created the word is referring to that part of Africa or African, the people that he's interacting with, and they're white at that time. Not saying that there's no black people in Africa at that time. No, the English-speaking person dealing with Africans at that time, in Africa at that time, as of 1815. Remember what the definition of an American was as of 1828. 13 years later, they're still all black, the European and the American. But so far, the only time white shows up is in the definition of the same time period associated with Africa. Ain't that the whole story of the Civil War? That some African slaves revolted and fought the North. I'm from the North. Fought the Indians of the North and the Jews of the North, and somehow business changed and betrayed a king again, and Reconstruction, World Fair, Tartaria. Where did these white slaves learn how to build Tartarian buildings, ass niggas? Like, you know what I'm saying? Real quick. They went straight from the South, where the Indians are, where I was the whole time, and went straight to New Jersey and built all these Victorian era buildings that they never lived in that city a day fucking prior between 70 75 in that damn time period. So they never built that shit. It was already there, and they were never there. So you can just cut them up 1,000 fucking pieces. In their mass psychosis, they're okay with all of those plot holes because that means their operating system does not give a fuck about heritage and pedigree. They cannot then be coming from any royal or noble kingdoms. It's not even in them to get this right. It's like, so what? Let's get to the benefits. It's malignant narcissism. What's that got to do with me? What can we do tomorrow? Malignant narcissism. I wonder. Ooh, nothing. Because even if I gave you the fucking answer, you wouldn't do it. It's concrete thinking. You don't have a second order of thought about this issue. That's how you know this issue ain't got shit to do with you. We dealing with universal law here, buddy. Not the shit your president don't follow. That's why he's dying. You can't keep taking the innocence of boys or girls and displace the curse onto someone else, hence the sacrifice. But when you run out of sacrifices, boy, or if that little witch you know run out of chickens, boy, that shit catch up to you. That's the one thing about black magic they don't warn you about. It's a contract to the unseen. Like, before these stupid ass bitches in our community dabble with that shit, I need y'all to watch Death Note real quick. That's what the fuck you're dealing with, you dumb bitch. And I have to call him a dumb bitch so they know I'm serious. If you understand Ryuk and Death Note, the whole thing, he did not want to be there and serve that idiot. In the end, he set him up to die. And it's the same thing when you're going to everything but God. You think you cashing in. You think you did it at the right time. You think that ritual and the moon is aligned. You're on a moon. So all your moon rituals that you dedicate are off. Especially the stupid bitches in America who do blood moon rituals. That thing in the sky is not the moon, bitch. The ground you standing on is, which is why you call it Mother Earth, womb, woman, moon man, you, your womb, matrix. This is like a simulation of Matrix, because you're on a moon, bitch. It's simulated because we terraformed it, hence. Moo! So y'all have been listening to these idiots. I'm talking to Israelite girls who have inverted your degrees, and instead of using the moon ritual in the right context of variables, you have been cursing yourself. Which is why their progress is probably thwarted as a collective, because they act like they're not a coven of bitches and witches. But I know who you come from, so it's like, it's not even a mystery to me. And all other orders of magic spells that they use align to the wrong everything. Wrong constellations and everything. They just told you that's what that is. That ain't what that is, bitch. We created it. You should find our version of it, since the first version of it is ours. On the Mayan calendar, nigga. So, we have cursed ourselves and their folly more than it seemed to have hurt them. But now it's their turn to cash in. That demon, that Molech, I guess they're dedicating their bohemian shit to. Whoever goofy African put them onto that shit. Now that's cashing in. Hence the whole talk of a mass sacrifice, aka war. The mass sacrifice is for the spirit or the deity, not for the conflict or the kinetic warfare. They remind you that all the time. Theater of war, theater of war. Well, they need to sacrifice X amount of your sons, right? So, for whatever reason, they do activate the draft, and Gen Z all of a sudden gets to experience Vietnam, then I already know as a spiritualist, like, oh, they're signing up their firstborn sacrifices. So this is definitely trying to channel something magical from happening, since they're fucking incompetent with quantum computers. If they still have to do ritual blood sacrifice with a quantum computer, then you already know that this ain't about Star Trek and Jetsons. This is all the same old bullshit ass Baal worship, Babylonian faggot shit that gives them a little bump of energy and power. But it has seemed to have backfired recently. Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna figure out how it did it for them either, but I know it did. So, your witches are getting old. The people used to say, oh man, they must be vampires. They look young forever. All of a sudden, they start turning gray and looking old. You notice that all happened in the same year? Niggas gonna tell you this is the first time someone over 40 years old experienced stress. You gonna find it weird? That everybody know that COVID and the lockdown's a sham, but they don't want to talk about it. It was a long time ago. There's nothing we could do about it. Nothing you can do about someone attempting to murder you. That's a weird stance. They must be putting something in your food to make you a bitch ass nigga. Because all of our responses in our general society is just bitch ass nigga responses, really. Low energy, not very enthused, not very serious about a solution. And I'm just talking about the energy. It's not like anyone knows. I'm just saying the energy behind it all is like, oh, it's a spell. It's like a spell. There we go. It's like what they describe a spell as. It's like a spell was broke. That also explained the mass expiration of like people being tired or drained because they had you plugged into something. They had you. They were feeding off of your energy quite literally, like in a psychic degree, and they're probably channeling it with technology too, like not just using it like, ooh, I'm scary spirits. Like no, using that actual physical, unseen frequency and then using it to fund or power something else. Because don't forget, these Nazis started with wireless batteries with Tesla. And then don't let Sabrina Wallace tell you, you are a walking antenna and Wi-Fi uses your field, nigga. Right? So, imagine. So they have been abusing your body. I don't think HARP was for the weather. I think the HARP was for the human mind, and thus controlling the human mind controls the weather. They lied my whole life about chemtrails. Now it's a matter of fact. I had mad people want to fucking fist fight and argue and call me all kind of names because of the chemtrail rumor. And now it's just as normal as apple pie. Like, oh yeah, Saudi Arabia can make it snow and rain. Like, y'all said that chemtrails weren't real, like for 20 years in a row. Yeah, we did, but you see like 30 at a time with your iPhones now, so I guess we'll just ignore it and never give you resolution for why we lied to you about it then for 20 years in a row. That's what I want the answer to. I don't want to give... I know they're fucking real, you dumb bitch. I knew they're fucking real as soon as I walked outside and seen something that's not a fucking contrail. But yo bitch ass that you're paid with our tax dollars and our energy and attention, you acted like you couldn't fucking see the shit, which means that you weaponize your fucking ignorance, you piece of shit narcissistic bitch, and you crying about you being bankrupt. Fuck you. Right? That's how you curse the spirits out. And then everything that's connected to that spirit of thought will fill it. Like, you understand? A hit dog will holler. What if it's a hit dog pound? Your voice is like that. It's not just to the ears that hear it. For energy is not created or destroyed. It goes on forever. You're encoding your matrix. Quite literally. They know this. That's why they spent all their budgets in propaganda. So, oh, that's what happened. We can't see nothing. Israel said they will spend the next 7 days, blah, 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 monitoring TikTok. What they mean was stopping certain stories from reaching your eyes that's coming out of that other country. And they probably already had Mark Zuckerberg on a payroll, so they didn't need to say that. That's why everything's dry. Israel's fucking purifying the algorithm. Fucking faggots. They're not Israel, I'm sorry. Israelis. Well, our ISP bill, our phone bill, our internet bill, our Gmail storage bills, oh yeah. We pay all of that just to participate in their fucking ass network, but for no fucking accountability and no reason and no gain of agreement on our behalf, the users, we get to have a third-party foreign government regulate the content on our fucking timeline. And you niggas just skate with that shit. Like, it's cool that's a conspiracy, but do you realize how illegal and stupid and one-sided and evil that is? Nah, but if you post every day, consistently, and you talk to ChatGPT, you too can run a faceless channel and make about $333 a week. Every narrative they have where you're about to get on their ass and you really figure out who the devil is and curse it, you turn around and go, but things, you know, the things that you're on a treadmill for that you never get from the same people you refuse to speak about. I know. And it doesn't change because you haven't changed. Your mind hasn't changed. Things are changing now in certain dimensions because certain minds are changing. Hive mind shit. There's several hive minds though. It's not one hive mind. It's tribes, it's pedigrees, it's bloodlines. In case you didn't know, white people don't have a hive mind with Indians. Indians of the same bloodline have a hive mind with each other. What the fuck are they talking about? Y'all not sense 8 enough for me. You're telepathic with who you're related to. Are you telepathic with a fucking frog? So, like, do the motherfuckers act like we all the same frog or something. No, we're not the same amphibian. So it's like, nah, bro. They were never talking about us. So it's implied that if they're only talking about white people, then, you know, the rules apply. But no, white people, y'all not quantum entangled to me and I. But I don't have a problem with you being white. Not even your skin color. You have a weird fucking habit and backstory. And if y'all don't want to fix it by fixing them, then the God of Israel will have to fix it for us. And the God of Israel is the God of war. For he's a jealous God. I believe it. Do you? So think about, regardless of what me and you are doing, if that story is true and there's a jealous God out there that comes here to destroy other gods every once in a while, you know, it's just a matter of when. The cool thing about our fucked up loop is that if we're the same people, the same story out in our environment, our freedom is always a matter of when. No one else can say that. No one else has that pattern in their story. Our awakening is always around our freedom, meaning the only thing putting us to sleep is anything else. So, I don't know about anything else though. I don't know if they lived parallel with a different story or way of life, but it wouldn't have interacted with us, especially if they didn't use our language or have our technology. We're not worrying about stuff. We're going back and forth to space. Yep. There's 4 of these. I just posted a picture of my story of Callisto, right behind our moon. It is. And that's very weird, guys. This time last year, Serene-IO floated past. NASA did a composite just to animate it. But some guy, you know how these Nikon people are, they zoomed in on the edge of the moon and they saw something that looked like there was an abstraction on the moon. But behind it was another moon or another planet, and the planet that it was, and it was clear too, it was beautiful. It was a stack behind the moon, but it was a different moon, and it was Callisto. Mr. Now, did you see that? Did you see the Callisto moon in my story real quick? And I'm going to tell y'all why this is important. I just want to make sure someone else gets their eyes on it. All right, Mr. Now. You understand where I'm going with this, because this is a continuation of this time last year when it first appeared. The caravan of planets that appeared January 22nd. and then the fuck shit that happened at the end of February, then March 15th, and then so on. And then the 6 planets is swapped. Mars for Mercury, but the rest of the planets were the same story. And then that resolved around August or so. In betwixt that, Smyth-EL and Callisto were running parallel, I think, with Europa or something. And I was like, oh, they think they slick. They're projecting a map about us. And people, you take it as a grain of salt. If people think this is Earth or a variation of Mars, so be it. I mean, we've been indoctrinated for school system years with these niggas with that dumb shit. But I want to bring your attention to this. Callisto is a Galilean moon. Smyth-EL is a Galilean moon. Ganymede is a Galilean moon. We, Europa, Jesus, Genghis, Galilee, Azareth is a Galilean moon, right? But if you do the science on it, like, well, how do you prove that? My nigga, somebody just zoomed in on our local moon, which isn't a moon. This is a moon, asteroid or rock, or it's actually technology. But whatever, that apparition there, behind it, zoomed in and saw Callisto in color. Mr. Now, do you understand what the problem is in this math equation? If this is Earth, far away from Jupiter, far away from Saturn, how the fuck is Callisto next to our moon? Unless we are one of the 4 Galilean planets going around the ring of Saturn. I talk about that shit. Somebody who don't know who I am went outside this week, looked at the full moon, and saw Callisto. That means Callisto and wherever we are is in the same orbit. Callisto's a Galilean moon. How is Earth in orbit with a Galilean moon? For you to see it behind your local moon. You can't unless you're in Europa. And we are. And Callisto is right behind our moon this week. It's an identical planet to ours, meaning there's identical people like us on it. And they were behind our moon recently. Take it with a grain of salt. I don't think they have the same limits we have. We're on quarantine, not them. So imagine, Callisto pulls up and the war goes off. Nibiru be damned. How come NASA didn't detect Callisto is zoomable from Earth? Well, let's stack this shit up. With your bare eyes, you could see it behind the moon, but it looks like, a UFO or a tower or something. You can't tell what it is until you zoom on that bitch. Now imagine you standing on Earth under our atmosphere and that picture got fucking clear. That bitch right there. It's important to note that the bitch that's right there, Callisto, if the story's correct, Callisto and this moon are twins. They're quadruplets. 2 boys and 2 girls type shit. On some Noah's Ark type shit. Like 4 gardens. This is 4. IV. It's upside down for angels. So understand everything. So this is that. The question is, how did I know? I knew before they showed it. Noel been on it. Noel's like, maybe it's Herschel. I was like, nah, that's Europa. I'm the European. Europa's an angel. The king of the book that has angels. Like, it's Earth ain't, is the name of the ground, I guess. Like, the moon is Europa. That means Earth, Mars, whatever the fuck they got out there, is way bigger than this shit. This is a little fucking outpost. No wonder why our enemies are so weird. Don't need weapons for this. This is more like a psychological war than it is a fucking kinetic one. Invasion, I mean. Psychological invasion in the E-ring of Saturn. That's crazy. At least we know we're really close to Set. And that's crazy. That's the thumbnail of this video. Same story. Sabbath, Set, Saturn. Where are we? The god of war. Like, they're so goofy, dog. Shout out to Robert Brown Jr. I seen you sneak in here, man. Folks thought I was crazy when I talked about chemtrails. Peace and freedom. You remember that shit. And putting weird videos in place of it. One click away for no apparent reason. Yup, zoom into it. I dreamed last year of Kevin MC Callisto landing on obsidian thing over here to help hunt the foxes, but not wolves. Yep, the whole squad bus. Who in the E-League under Hades is a 6-point star hexagon 3. Hence why NASA's burning their library as we speak. And in case you don't know, Callisto pulled up, you know, as part of the federal budget, they're defunding the NASA thing, blah, blah, blah. But for some fucking reason, defunding a NASA library means burning books. The first time NASA has ever existed, Project Paperclip. The only time that NASA has existed. Meaning that library is at the very least a proof of concept, right? So instead of, I don't know, out of the billions of tax dollars they got and all the millionaires that worked for them coming up with their own, you know, private library or warehouse for all their books or museum for all the books, they're going to burn it. Just like they burnt the telemetry data on how to get to the moon again. They're going to burn it. They're going to burn the library of NASA after burning the telemetry to the moon. Like, these motherfuckers ain't shit, dog. Like, they consistently ain't shit. And it's the same niggas in all the wars and all the stories. It's them. Them specifically. They're not shit, bro. How the fuck you gonna burn down a library because... How the fucking run out of funding? Ain't none of them niggas broke. They ain't ready for that. We know Saturn's E-ring is confirmed. Callisto, the oldest girl, or the one at the very least, she's bigger. Is that where we're sleeping at? M. Diesel. I have to say yes. We are sleeping on a moon that was terraformed by so-called ancestors. Absolutely. And the thing that terraformed it is still here. Absolutely. We are a product thereof. Our tribe, our book. Absolutely. I don't know anything else. If this was Avatar and they're using us as like sleeping giants and then they wake us up in the simulation, it's baby brain brother panic for real. I don't know anything. But that doesn't mean my source code or my light doesn't. So, you know, you live life and follow your signals and your notifications and it'll lead you to what your mission is. Other people call it purpose. Well, yeah, I'm sure other people would have purpose, but whatever that purpose is for our tribe, or I'll just speak for myself, the sole purpose for manifesting as a King of Kings grandson, I don't think is about starting my own website. So, purpose. So I think in my purpose, I've retained 20 plus years of memories about certain things that I researched that stood out to me. And where we are, because I knew NASA was lying since I was a kid. Like, I'm talking about the documentaries and all the shit. I already accepted that they're full of shit. I just didn't know why yet. Or how they were lying. Like, are they lying because they never went? Or are they lying because they did win, but they didn't want to show you? You know what I'm saying? Either or. Or both. But I knew because the fact that they had to lie for the first time ever, and it starts as a lie, is weird. So it's like, oh, they're covering up something else. They're looking for something ancient. And, you know, they throw you on the damn dummy mission of searching for aliens and all these other things that seemingly can't exist according to the same science that works at NASA, but must exist according to all the religions that also go to Orthodox church and gives them boat rides to Antarctica. But you know, once you get through their fucking lies and secrecy and collusions, you go, oh, these motherfuckers don't even know where we are if they're looking for it. If they try to get to the end of the ice wall, and for the first time ever in their fucking human history, they notice there's a dome around this bitch, yet they're the same people that printed English Bibles that says Psalms 19:1, there's a dome around this bitch, that speaks to how, like, recent they were given access or clearance to even explore. But in their explorations, they hit a brick wall, Admiral Byrd. And that changed the whole worldwide West world, their world narrative and priorities and resources. Mind you, all of this is about kidnapping, killing, and drugs and resources. But as of Admiral Byrd, they all made a treaty that the place with the most resources is untouchable. So what rules are we breaking? If you're gonna break all your international rules to do dumb shit in Venezuela, why don't you just break the same fucking rules and take Antarctica? If it's about resources, oil, right? And ain't nothing on Antarctica. Ain't nothing got nothing on Antarctica. It got so much shit in it that they made a treaty not to count it. Dead ass. Admiral Byrd already spilled the beans on that shit. He said there's another landmass here the size of the United States. And it's a warm climate. And they said, chill, you can't go no further than that. And you need to make up all the lores and the white people start writing science fiction books about it. But fuck what it was. What did he fucking say? There's a whole nother landmass the size of the United States. Have you seen that in your map? Or is everything white and frozen? Exactly. They're full of shit. So, don't they got that new news that like some giant ice glacier just broke in half this week? And there's like 10,000 life forms in there. They have like one of those, we were just talking about this with the color of the manta ray in the ships. The deep sea underwater creatures have that sonoluminescent skin. They found a worm like that in that ice. The only problem is it's the size of this house. So that they just unlocked all kind of bacteria and evil shit. Scientists are scared and excited. That just happened. That just fucking happened. You know, global warming or some stupid shit. Nigga, our God froze it to begin with. And you're on Europa, a frozen moon, hurling around Saturn, a frozen planet. Different gods for different planets. It intonates that everyone's not created at the same way, the same place, or the same thing. Yes, that's my point. I think the people that we're making this point to already know that. It makes it evil. Because then it's like, everything you're doing is not for us. But not because you're mean, but because it cannot be. We're not the same thing genetically. Similar as a mouse, similar as a banana. But not the same thing. We just from another planet, alleged. It grows here just fine. It's a nightshade like other nightshades here, just fine. But it's not from here. Same story. You saw how weed seed came off an asteroid and blew up the American fields, and you know what I'm saying? Now we got like all kind of crossbreeds of the shit right here. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the first strand of OG sour diesel landed on Earth, and we're up to however many crossbreed, half-breed, hydroponic grown, underground grown, and naturally grown in the sun. You understand algebra? Right. The people who are doing that are not these people, and that's why it's confusing to them. They think everything's about them and thus they did it. No, if you were created by something else, you are not the creator. We tell you in our book, we are not the creator. That's another class of beings. They created us. So all of our philosophy and, trying to figure out the things, it's going to stop at the same door. What's on the other side of God? Because you're created by a God. So everything you're doing fundamentally is by your design, whatever that is. Humans have a value system on why humans do what they're doing. But humans did not create themselves in nobody's story. So you never really know that solid answer unless you go through a priest or the rabbi or the gifted people and they pull down some what's that damn movie with most stuff, the secrets of the galaxy, travels of the galaxy bullshit. Like the answer is 40, whatever the fuck. This ain't that. This ain't the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. No, this ain't that. No, quite literally. Our God came here, terraformed, put us here, told us to replenish a place that was destroyed. Straight out of Genesis, the command is to replenish the earth. To replenish the earth. Not your bank accounts, not your happiness, not your house, and not your kids. And mind you, it started with Adam by himself, so, the whole family idea wasn't built in. So, go forth and multiply here. I put you here to replenish it. Put who here? Something new? Maybe, Adam. Maybe it's new. Maybe it's a new model. Maybe. No one said that was the only model. What they said was that Adam in that story is their grandfather. They didn't say that there was no other Adams or no other grandfathers. They're just saying this book right here is following the story of Adam in the garden that ended up becoming Abraham and Sarah out of it. Like the bloodline, like the Adam of the garden story to the Abraham of the desert. They're giving you a linear history of them that doesn't speak to the horizontal nature of all the other planets and all the other stories, which gives you a bigger box to look at what a human is. And then once you understand that a human is a technology, the same way a droid is, the same way a drone, a droid, a PlayStation, or your phone is, then we'll stop having the conversation as iPhone editions. Like, what's the difference between an iPhone 4 and an iPhone 6? What about a Samsung Android? What about a Nokia? Are all of them made at Foxconn? Do they all have to be? If white people today can clone people, do you think the actual advanced big head scientists with spacecraft could clone people? And if they can clone people, it means it's a science already older than them. Now, if it's been a science already, and we sure it is, since Eve is a clone of Adam as old as that book is, correct? Correct. Elohim sky people cloned their first creation. They didn't tell you how they created the first human. This is what the white people want to figure out. But once they had one, Adam, they're able to take his rib and make another one, Eve. And then once they had those two genders inverted to match their degrees, they're able to have 3. All right, and then from those 3, you get us 12, right? So far, that's the only thing the Bible is about. But it starts with Elohim, meaning it does not start here. Heaven is a box. It's the heavens above, and then you notice how heaven, the word is being used as sky even. But then that's the heavens that split, but the sky is not heaven that you go to when you die, because there's a firmament above those heavens, separating the waters of those, and then you think you're going in the north in this story, and then you go farther up Jack and the Beanstalk, you get to the heaven kingdom where the angels come up and down from, almost like a Zion or Mount Olympus story. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of like that moon right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting if that's exactly what that is. But anyway, however that is, that's a story kept by the people who are here on this moon telling that story about themselves, with no awareness of what's going on Mars right now, with no awareness of what happened to Jupiter or Venus, with no awareness. This is the normal creation to do whatever the fuck it was created to do. And I could have fucking sworn the only command was replenish, meaning need to know basis. Then you have the other degrees that play out through the story, because the other degrees are writing it. It wasn't being written in real time. It's a callback. So the degrees of the story that tell you the other stories, like, all right, so that's how that is. That's the math on that. Let's keep it simple. Now let's move on to this about why it's important to you and your people. All right, and you have a contract with them, not them and those people. And if you keep this up over here, then this over here will stay under your dominion. Got it? Don't fuck up now. And it's almost said as if God almost always knows that they're going to fuck up, because every book in a row is them fucking up eventually. So we're at the other side of another fuck up loop. But what's at the end of it when it's our story? That these other craft appear, and they have, and it seems like some type of space opera, some space battle, where the powers of the world here and their greatest secret technology goes toe to toe with the shape-shifting invisible ones. And then once that's all said and done, the people that remain, who are not destroyed, who stayed faithful to the cause, they're granted the reset world. And then action. Whereas the book that they took as Revelations and translated and assigned to our collection, they insist that once that happens yet again, there's this grace period, an age, if you will, a Sabbath, if you will, like an age that the age itself is a Sabbath, a golden era, in which all of the things that we've lived through as a human collective in each epoch before, all the drama, all the scarcity, all the bullshit, and all the uncertainty is gone. And it's curious that is on the other side of information where that begins. And it's alleged that that's where, for us, that's where this story ought to begin soon, or did, or is. Like, we're somewhere in the part of the story after Revelation, since we're after Revelation, that is like, okay, so we're supposed to enter into a period in which is not all of this back and forth about silly nigga human shit, and us to get serious. But that ain't for everybody. The promise and the peace and the prosperity is for everybody. The assignment for the kings and the royals of Israel is then what? It's like, this is like a God school for you. Well, think about that, angel descendant. If it's like an angel school for you, what do angels do if you're the descendant of the angels who are the army of heaven? You end up terraforming somewhere else. Right. Ultimately, you're being bred not just to rule this little moon, you're being bred to rule all of your Galilean moons. And then once you rule all of your Galilean moons, you will be able to rule that other new moon they just told us that was nearby on Saturn's ring. That'll be your moon too. And when you figure that out, maybe you'll get enough EXP points to try to take Saturn on. You understand? That is the implied of everything. One more time, the Bible starts with, if these humans, when they work together, and they're talking about us, when these things come together, they can do anything. It's almost like they can build this tower to heaven. And then one of the sons of God, Elohim, say, nah, we can't have that. Anyway, go on the Lot's house. We got to blow them up too, them tall faggots. You know what I'm saying? The only reason why we didn't get to heaven is because one of the sons of gods gave us an artificial reset of, no, that wasn't a punishment from the creator. That was a boss decision for whatever reason. That was the son of God that did that. That's like saying God did that. A son of God is a God. So like, I know it gets confusing. It'd be better if they didn't steal their names. But that's why they say it was only one God. This monotheism throws you off. But I thought we were the original Egyptians. Were Egyptians originally monotheistic? Would we even call it monotheism? We talking about our damn parents, aren't we? Do we all have the same damn parent? All right then. Okay then, I could have sworn this is 12 tribes of Israel. That's 12 patriarchs. All right, so that's 12 angels. Well, if there's 12 angels, that's 12 sons of God. That's 12 L's. John Smyth-EL. That's 12 L's. And that's not, I mean, fucking Enoch started with 200 or so. So, like, they're following those, right, on this planet. They're following those on this planet. Shit, fucking Enoch. Where did Enoch go? Where Moses go? Where Elisha go? They already perfected the science down here, and that's why God took them up, right? Well, if the whole point of the book is to perfect the same science that our grandfathers perfected, and the result was them getting taken up, what do you think the point is? Now, Levite enough for me. But everyone don't want that, right? Everybody is not trying to, everyone doesn't give a fuck, actually. Most people don't give a fuck how things work. They just want what works for them to work. And I get that. That's very natural. Purpose. But Our story is so much more bigger than personal destiny of how we're gonna die in our retirement. No, 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 no. It's about how the fuck we gonna rebuild this tower and get out of here again. White people wanted to do that shit by themselves. Fuck them. Let them figure out how to do it by themselves. Anyway, we still on the same shit. Let the white people figure it out. Let them skip the line again. They gonna miss all kind of degrees trying to do that stupid shit they've been doing with the little aluminum rockets. That's not how we did it. We have a god already. Why would we need to build a ship? Why do they think that we built the technology? We're the human version. We didn't know. We're their clones. There we go. That'll help you. We are the clones of a larger species. We're Avatar. But we're not white people colonizing a planet of blue people. We're big blue people colonizing a planet that's empty or previously destroyed and planting little blue people. Mama Inga to Carlos V. It's the same story. Meaning they keep coming back and forth. It's not one and done. I just don't know how many years it takes for you to see that happen. I have a feeling it's in our lifetime, something similar. Like how I see the craft, and it's like, as a matter of fact, and we're waiting for the official narrative. I think in our lifetime we'll get to the other side of that dilemma, and everyone will be like, obviously, you know, and then maybe the white people will finally share their notes before they go. But our contact, our point of contact, should be interesting too. We should have a point of contact just amongst our own groups. We should start hearing stories of our people being visited soon too. I'm almost certain of it because of what time it is. We all see. Let's start dreaming different. Let's start talking about UFOs and aliens way more again. That's the elephant in our room, period. Last year started with UAPs in New Jersey. They never gave us an answer for any of that. So know that that force has not left. I seen them as recently as 2 days ago, when the sky was almost clear. It's gonna be clear now. Well, the fucking clouds just came back out. Look how fast their spray turns into a fucking blanket, bro. I hate them. But anyway, if I catch a break in a few hours, I'll probably see them again tonight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like that. Like, they on us like white on rice. But they're not, you know what I'm saying? We're their clones. We're a copy of we're the old wineskin type metaphor. We're the optimized wineskin for this environment. We are not from this environment. We did not create this environment. That is the premise of our humility. We already know what's up. We have a creator that's greater than us. It don't get into belief. It don't get into church. It don't go no further than that. No one in this world understands that degree, though, which is why it's a struggle of picking something or believing something. You're a human created by something more intelligent than you. You ain't got the answers. I don't think that you're supposed to, given the fact that something way more intelligent than you created you. It knows why it created you and what your purpose is. I'd be more concerned about what happened to the thing that created me. Ain't that the whole premise of Prometheus? White people want to find out whatever created them didn't create us. Cool fucking story. Have fun with them niggas. But we over here mind our business for about thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So, you know, we terraformed this a long time ago, with the implication that they come back and forth anytime they want. They didn't go nowhere. They're not us. They're not coming down here to get a job and be famous and to make R&B music. They're not the same thing. You understand? It'd be no different than your Sims. Does your Sims walk out the screen? You know what I'm saying? Do you like sign into the Sims as yourself and like eat some food down there with the Sims? Like, or are you angel view? Are you bird eye view? You're bird eye view of the Sims. They're bird eye view of you too. Those UFOs are bird eye view of you, quite literally, right? So they're even interacting with us abstract in the physical vessel from a bird's eye view. For his eyes are on the sparrow. So they're watching you from the sky. That does not mean that they don't come down in these vessels. They do already. That book is about, because they were doing that, they end up getting the people down here pregnant, and then they had kids. They weren't supposed to do that. They did. And then the result and the madness and the chaos that caused here flooded it out. Then raised up whatever was left on Noah and them. And then whatever else was straggling in mountains and other kingdoms of other species, seraphim, giants. And then the God of Israel goes, all right, that's what's left. Now I'm going to use you and get you strong to go ahead and clean them all up. One part, he could have just did the whole thing himself because he's the reason for the flood. But the other part was the training exercise, the VR training for the Israelites themselves, since they are new vessels, who are being commandeered to wield arcane hidden technology against anything else that may appear in this dimension, at the very least, right? On a military level, like they've been entrusted a nuclear weapon and they're being taught how to use it. And they're using it in real time and subduing giant kingdoms, correct? Right? Like they love Harry Potter and all kind of weird space movies, but do they really read the Bible? Like the God of Israel is not anyone else's God. The God of Israel drops down technology on this lot and say, hey, you're like after my own heart. I'm going to teach you how to operate this. And I'm going to teach you not how to operate just the weapon I gave you. Operate the damn dominion I gave you. Since we're not just dealing with animals and squirrels no more. Remember, Adam was a longer time ago. He's not in the garden anymore. He named all that shit in the garden. He did all that shit in the garden. Then he was released. And then in the release, he gave birth to our crazy asses. And then our crazy ass is smaller, but probably even more dangerous because of everything else that we mixed with and learned and acquired, both in the physical fucking and then also in the unseen when we go to the strange God and do the other soul contracts or whatever the degrees are, where you inherit a different sensibility or tradition and you pass that around, you operate that way. And then you have the culmination, remix it, you filter it through the law again, and then you have whatever you have. But eventually it goes somewhere else. It's the thresher. Once we pass this level, we'll go somewhere else. This ain't the only planet or moon, or this ain't the only world. According to that Bible. It doesn't spare you the gory details of wondering all about that, because you gotta remember, the people writing it are trying to teach or keep in history, keep in stone for the people who were just formerly slaves. But by slaves, I don't mean weak or working or none of that goofy shit you have in your mind. Slaves as in like their lifestyle. Like they're not of the type of pedigree, they're not of the type of people, they're not the level of civilization where they're worrying about the stars. They're just trying to survive. Like they're still in gold and silver to stand out still. They're not past vanity yet. They're not past their slave indoctrination, which we're seeing on social media. Like they're not outside of Balenciaga and trying to get Ferraris yet. They're still stuck on nigger rich concepts. But then that book is still put in place through their priesthood anyway, in case they're ready for it. Now, mind you, their priesthood who put the book together is also the priesthood that learned how to use the technology. That does not imply that everyone in the timeline did. It used to be sacred. It used to be hidden. It's the descendants of Joseph, right? So it's like, that's not everybody. So whatever happened to that and them and that sect and that order of our family, Lord knows. But all the imitations make it clear to see where they're borrowing it from. But even still, when we deal with these elements, we are not dealing with strangers. The jinn or whatever it is, or the seraphim, those are not strangers to us. So like when they disclose what it is to us today, we'll have our ancestor memory as old as our Bible where we already know these things. The only reason why we forgot any of those connections modernly is because there's a modern other type of thing interfacing with us that's filtering out the data and the variables, right? They changed our language model in our data center. Cool fucking story, bitch. Still the same brain, same genetics, same patterns. We'll still figure it out. It's math, it's triangulation. So if it implies that we come from another moon, and Callisto just went by, so we were grouped with 4 other moons, and it insists that we can elevate to heavens, then we already know then if we could do that, then we have done that already. So when you see the UAPs and the back and forth, it's kind of like, is that local? That's Antarctica? That's at the bottom of the ocean on Faro for real. That's crazy. Where the seraphim live? That's crazy. That's creepy. Or is it the moon that's tripping out as a hologram? I saw it move backwards last year. Or is it Callisto, little space force coming back and forth, trying to pick up the silver from the United States in exchange for some Wi-Fi passwords? I don't fucking know. But if it's something horizontal to us, and it's been going back and forth working with white people and doing secret shit behind our backs, cool. That's just one level, though. Maybe that's the silver disc people. The level that I see, the shape-shifting, turn into anything people, is not them then. So you even when we interface with UAPs and space people who look like people, they're not going to know the answers to mysteries in ancient history no more than you are. Because the technology they're wielding, we created here already years ago. So the only thing that's different between us and them with our technology is that they don't have the same reset or the same invasion. So when we reconnect to Mama, Inga, and Mayans and get our flying carpets back or Vermanas back, and we go to other destinations, they'll see you and be like, oh, damn, I thought you was him. You understand? That means there's plenty of us already out there if no one has come back to look for us. Unless these people finally got curious and say, hey, let's go back to, let's see, oh, this is interesting. This is different. Nah, we can't just run on in there. Let's scout. Let's watch. We're watchers after all, right? So yeah, we know the watchers are out here. We can see them with our own eyes, right? And we know people come down here, weird messengers and all kind of people. Do you realize that they don't come from here? If they're from heaven or anything celestial destination, they're from outside your firmament. So they can come in, but you can't come out. And obviously, your captors can't get out either. So the in and out thing happening is what I'm talking about. There is in and out. It just ain't it's not horizontal with us. In our story, that in and out thing happening is what we call angels. In our story, the in and out thing, quite literally, is a lot of our fathers. If that's true for one and everyone else ain't us, then maybe they got a similar setup. The problem is they're on the wrong fucking moon with their bullshit. This is Europa. Confirmation. Hmm? So if it's Q on Star Trek, boy, or anything like that, these people invaded our planet in the last epoch, played horizontally, played stupid fucking games, crashed our technology, or we sabotaged it, or something else above us reset everything, and then watched it played out. I don't know if I like that no more than I like God watching slavery play out the way other black people tell that story. But who do we think we are? And it's weirder, right? Because if you stay in NAACP land, you'll feel powerless in that dynamic. Like, well, God let it happen. I can't do nothing until God does. No. What did God tell you? If he gave the dominion to you and you're currently not in dominion, what did you do? If you're following God and the idea of God comes from the idea of God, also has the ideas of the rules of the same God you have an idea of, right? If you just trusted your ancestors a little bit, what would you have to do? You have to get back in the covenant, back in alignment, and all these things that you're trying to do. Correct. But not for the world, not for your success, but with God. And then you understand that God is a real phenomenon that you experience here as well as when you die and go to heaven. Then it becomes more interesting and more exciting. And then you realize why God can't be around certain types of people in those expressions of hyperdimensionality. You'll start to experience it. It'll be like the veil is lifted. It'll be like your third eye is open, yes. That's what the enlightened ones are. And they say those are the ones that are able to communicate with angels and divine math. Those who have their third eye open. Ain't that all the Neville Goddard and visualization shit? Yes. Part of your design, by the way. However, there's so many other dimensions of that thing. Hence, the after effects of what drugs and chemicals and food and stress does to it. Now, imagine if you got it in alignment the way that our ancestors said, what you would have access to. If it's just nothing more than a tuner. You don't have it. Just because it's a tuner doesn't mean you get all frequencies. Just like on Metal Gear Solid. Just because you have a codec don't mean that all those stations is someone you can call. Same story. So, we are a walking, talking antenna that's connected to heavens, if you will, because of our design. It's not a privilege. It's not like, oh, you know, no. That's the whole story. The whole story is in the design of the story too. Like, it's implied. If you are a people created by heaven, dot, 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 you shouldn't be like the giraffe or anybody else. Hence, why we have the type of arrogance that we have, like by default. Like, no matter what our socioeconomic strata is, we feel something that I guess other people don't. We didn't ask though. We're in our home, like shit. The fuck? Enjoy your vacation. Like the fuck you psychoanalyzing us for, right? But they're psychoanalyzing us as of the 1900s, meaning they didn't know us before. They're psychoanalyzing the descendants of the kings of the world. When did we go off course? Like when did you not understand us? If you were with us, right? So I think they're from another planet. I don't think white people just imperialize and colonize on boats. I think you guys literally invaded our planet. Which is why the only thing you have done is try to go. As a whole. Where all your money goes. All your money goes to secret technology to leave here. Why is the priority to leave here? And more so, why are they using your living tax dollars to fund it like they're trying to go now? If they just discovered the how and the wow, why are they keeping it secret from you now? Right? The same NASA library they just burned down, they dedicated the last 60 plus years to getting you out of here. They never got out of here, so they lied. And that fucked up probably their own game with their other whites, where they're like, yeah, we can get out of here, and we're the first ones out of here, so we're going to take the lead on getting out of here. But in the meantime, we'll just fuck around and fuck little kids and fuck with the economy and shit, because it's kind of fun. TV made it a lot of fun. You know, being seen made it a lot of fun. Their priority when they came to this country in Project Paperclip, my niggas, was the Foo Fighter reverse engineer the UFOs and to go to the moon. Is it not written? So how the fuck did they get off of Admiral Byrd, Antarctica, Nazis going to space with Foo Fighters, all the way up to touching children on an island, messing with black people genetics? Why did it go from going to the moon to fucking with our melanin? They ain't got the access codes. That's why. Melanin is a passport to get outside. I've noticed something. So when they talk about they can't get out of here, I don't think they talking about us, Israelites or Jerusalem, because they're studying our blood to figure out the technology to get out of here. Meaning, if they left us the fuck alone, we would get up out of here just fine. We don't have to discover or study something that we already have. They're reverse engineering UFOs they can't drive. That does not imply that we can't. It's ours. You understand how much eviler their reparations is? Those UFOs they reverse engineer is ours. If they found them here. They found UFOs in Jerusalem and Israel. They belong to the Israelites. No one else had them. On King Solomon and Queen Sheba, they had them. On Genghis Khan, right behind his back, he has one. They all have it. They all have flying craft. Now imagine all the different versions, how many years they had it, right? Whatever. That doesn't matter. Because we tell you that technology comes from angels. Meaning someone else already also has it. It doesn't come from here. So that technology and that magic is somewhere else. 2. And that's just 1 and 2. Now imagine if the people who put us here do it as many times as they want. And then when we get leveled up enough, we can do it again on Callisto or whatever else is next, right? That's exactly what white people have been trying to do for 100 years. So I don't know why the fuck they playing with us. Like, they went from industrial revolution, take care of their families and farms and agriculture and nice Victorian houses to fuck all that shit. Let's type a bunch of code and see if we can automate our way to quantum portals in space. Bitch, you haven't perfected a nation yet. Bitch, you haven't perfected banking yet. Bitch, you haven't perfected agriculture yet. Bitch, you haven't perfected being good humans yet. Why the fuck would you put all your secret money into going somewhere else? You're gonna die there the same fucking way. Yet you're gonna waste our resources and leave this shit to us once it's damn near depleted. Fuck you. Fuck you completely. You polluted this whole fucking planet nonstop for 100 years just to collude a way to leave it. Is it not what their agenda's been? They saying fuck everybody's resources, fuck everybody's water. We're going to secretly work on quantum computing, AI, and hypersonic, whatever the fuck technology, so we can leave privately and secretly while you get to stay a slave with a robot farm that we're going to pillage for energy in case we need it later. With the Terminator Matrix, did you not see in this shit? That they're trying to do that. They're not worried about this place. They're worried about the resources they need to get to space. How many times do we have to fucking say it? Ain't no goddamn nuclear weapons. They're not trying to go blow up each other. Nigga, if they're trying to go blow up each other, Friday was the perfect time for them to go blow up each other and get it out the way. So we can go as a human race to somewhere else, maybe space. But no, by June, Greenland and NATO and the bitches ain't fucking, the kids are turning gay, and pretty soon people will take out their pitchforks against us because they ain't getting enough money and they ain't got enough food and we ain't doing our job, but they paid us. Yeah, that's a little fucking, their government's their cannon fodder for that shit. You know that. There's no Project Paperclip with NASA, nigga, unless the whole reason of them being mean to black and Jewish people is so that they ask a race to space. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Tell me I'm fucking lying, because these bitch-ass Jewish German people that came here who created all the damn space television TV shows at the same damn time. Like, cut it the fuck out. On Buzz Aldrin's ass. Cut it the fuck out. And then they thought they could do it, and then God thought they fucking can't, and they can't. And now they stupid ass stuck here. Now they trying to try all more exotic ways. They're trying to portal and time leap out this bitch, just fucking up the damn time counter on how much damn time they have left. Trust me, when they say they're running out of time and there's a threat in human species, since I know they ain't talking about us, they talking about they ain't got no damn time left. God ain't say that shit to us. The Bible ain't saying nothing like, look, if you wake up in a time period on a book of one of these niggas that, yo, if you notice, blah, 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 get your life right because no, it didn't say none of that shit. It said that anytime someone crossed us and they got us fucked up and we finally bring our damn senses together, that God's really fucking close to destroying their ass. That's what our book said. I trust that. So I don't even understand nothing. Like, not only you running out of time genetically, you're running out of time before our God shows up on your ass. You don't want to see Michael or Gabriel, so what are we talking about? I know you ain't stocking all that silver bullets for them niggas. You think you're going to touch them? You think you're going to see them? The niggas inside of Gomorrah couldn't fucking see them. Did you read it yet? The first thing they do is blind you. Oh, I wonder why you made everything go dark. They swear to God they live in that Bible, boy. These little Jewish Khazarian Palantir people. Always on our dick, boy. Is it not written? That they were blinded before the bombs fell. Sodom and Gomorrah. Same story. I could have sworn Friday night in Venezuela. So I get it. I get it. They on our dick hard, boy. Pause. There's not enough honey packs for all this generational dick writing. So I think they should get inspired into science, because if they wasted 100 years of our resources to get the fuck up out of here and they still not out of here yet, man, they're going to run out of time. They don't have to live with their consequence. Elon Musk, you're never getting out of here. Or me. They can lie to themselves for funding in, crypto stocks, but they ain't going nowhere. Don't need AI to sell that lie. Burning the fucking NASA library at the same damn time. They can go fuck themselves. Think about all your cost of living and all your fucking benefits now. They gave these faggots billions of dollars a year just to burn their library down. Fuck out my face. They stole all these resources and look at how they wasted it. That's how you know it's stolen. The thieves don't know how to manage anything. So they mismanaged their $38 trillion plus 200 worldwide. They squandered 100 years of colonialism. And it's like, did you colonize anything? How many tribes of people you have now? How many kingdoms did you recreate? How many men of renown have you generated? Elon Musk? I thought he's a South African experiment. Which one is this? You don't have an Elon Musk in America, do you? You don't have one white boy from America, from the white people who made America great, that's on par with Elon Musk, do you? Nick Fuentes? Oh, that was Charlie Kirk? Oh, these Iranian descendants? You sure? You don't got one white boy that's Elon Musk in your story. But this was the home of NASA, rocket scientists and programmers. They don't have a kid that's smart yet. So they didn't understand colonialization then. There's no reason why your kids should be worse than you. It's the difference between mating and breeding. I mean, I hope you know how to breed. You put your key in the hole and you turn it, you dumb bitch. Mating is on purpose. Traits. Because what are you mating? Genetics. Not because they're a boy or a girl. Not because they're cute. Not because they come from a good, rich family. Where's that in the Bible? They mastered incest, though. Keeping it in the family, the royal blood. Shut the fuck up. If the royals are multiple tribes and families, how is it narrowed down to one white couple? Why would you ever need to have incest with your sister if you're one of 12 different hybrids? Judah and the other 12 or 11 tribes. So us keeping it in the family is literally the tribes, not your sister. They converted that to this day, they'll tell you. Rothschilds and all of them alleged, you know? They fucking on their own sister out here. On Sam Altman, the guy that made ChatGPT, y'all love that shit. He fucked his sister growing up. Like, they do that naturally. Like, it never crosses their mind that it's a fucked up thing. Like, even genetically, it's not passed down to not do that. Like, their rites of passage is fucking their sister. And then they grow up as gay men. Everybody running this military operation is a homosexual male that has a weird case of abusing little girls. Palantir, all of them. Sam Altman, all of them. Trump, all of them. They're the same cohort. They're the same team. Now just imagine, you're running out of time to get into outer space, you're running out of NASA, you're running out of this, you're running out of resources, you need some silver, you need some tungsten, you need all this other shit they ain't gonna tell you on television. So the enemies don't know. Okay, cool. Ooh, well, man, can you imagine if their intelligence was actually trying? On top of that problem with the genetics dwindling, on top of that problem of the economics dwindling, right? It's not because y'all ain't working hard enough or y'all don't have enough real estate. It's because your corporation's dying. So the corporation's dying, the gene's dying, the space program publicly is dying, the morale's dying, your rule of law authority is dying, your access to trade routes and control of them is dying, your bond, your T-bond is dying. I'm pretty sure that's one of the consequences. But in all of your deathing, your president is dying. He's dying. In all of the death that's going on, Somehow in their mind, they think there's always going to be another tomorrow where we just get back up, get the education, go back to work, and use our money to invest in rebuilding stuff from where? China? You gonna go to school and teach your kids to go to school, learn how to buy everything you need to rebuild this country from China? Like, let's be fucking serious. The resources you need to rebuild anything in this goddamn country is everywhere but in this goddamn country. Have you noticed something? So all the things that are dying leaves the remaining people in the position of how do we get access to the things? Right. You see the folly in this whole story. It's a lose-lose. White people, you have entered a lose-lose campaign. Only because of the series of actions you continuously make. You never make a step the other way. You double down. You're going faster, and even on your content creator side. And I don't mean no harm by this, right? I just noticed I'm a niggaologist. I tell you all about niggas too, but niggas are not in control of the end of view. You are. We're in control of hopefully whatever happens, whatever war you start in our country with other people, that we survive it enough to start fucking again. We got a long way to go before we start talking about building castles. Either way we do this. You, on the other hand, already destroyed all the castles and built all these corporate cities. When you lose, you start at ground zero. We're already at ground zero. When you lose, we start going up. Because of your habit of decisions of why we went down. If you were bringing us up, then we would be mutual. Your survival and our survival is quantum entangled. We're going up together like a seesaw. But what has been is been a fat ass on the seesaw. And we're way in the fucking sky and we can't pull you down. That's where the rest of this story starts. So for my own heart and for my own mind, I have to make sure when I talk about Trump and all that shit, I ain't really talking about me or my people. We have no say no matter what happens. Like natural space, like in the space between horizontal humans, we have no say or dictation about none of this. We only have our prayers, our hopes, and our manifestations. Those are powerful, but we don't know, we don't know what our power is, so we don't even know what to ask for to see it happen. I do about a little bit of stuff, but I'm only a dude. You guys, no matter what we do, no matter what China do, no matter what Russia do, y'all got to look at your board right now and go, what is your next best move? Not for prosperity, for simply existing in a world that's turning on you. You're at two different shot clocks. It's not about the nukes. They just told you they're not emphasizing kinetic warfare. You saw what COVID did. You saw what these assholes, Elon, how many people died with ventilators. You saw how many old people they sent to die in the retirement homes. You know there's a mass exodus of souls of white people out of the Americas. We know this. Meaning you don't have no replacements coming in. This ain't Pac-Man. All of a sudden, ain't going to be a bunch of new, rich, old white men showing up to save you, right? Because your girls already canceled your own patriarchy, so that ain't going to happen. And we know women are selfish and warlike, so ain't no boss bitch coming around to galvanize her resources to take care of your children either, especially if she's white. So you understand, like, you're running out of time. That's what I mean by running out of time. By time, I mean time to make a good choice. You're running out of time. Like, all your options are being taken off the board by Trump. All of your political prowess, all of your financial, all the things you have a chart of right now, those charts are paper. We're not using Microsoft Office no more. You feel me? You feel me? That's why I need to get across. I need to make sure that the world understands that no matter what the boat is, no matter what the oil field is, you're still running out of time to fucking exist. They stopped focusing on the civilization already, guys. We're asking a bunch of nuanced rhetoric questions about why didn't they just spend the money on this? But they get to send all the money to Israel. I know. Let's get past that real quick. They've been doing that for 100 years. You just found out about it. They didn't just start doing that. It wasn't because of Trump. He's a Zionist, and it wasn't because of the other guy. He's a Zionist. Alex Jones is a Jewish person too. So they're all Jewish people this whole time. I thought y'all knew. I thought y'all knew that. I thought y'all knew they're all Zionists and they're all Jewish people who run your media and politics. I thought y'all knew that for real. I thought y'all knew what World War II was about. Like Project Paperclip brought them here. Like no one made that up. It's classified because they brought it here and they classified it. Do you understand? They're hiding their real names. They're hiding their origin story. They're hiding the fact that they're Nazis. The United States was taken over by the Nazis. I'm talking about in the degrees that it matters: space, military, banking. So yeah, I don't give a fuck who your president is. Just tell me who's in control of your money. 1933 Bank Emergency Act. We're Jewish people, right? So since your Federal Reserve came from Jewish people, Project Paperclip with the Jewish people and the Nazis is very confusing. And the concentration camps that no one in Germany believed existed because they weren't in Germany, they were in Poland. But when you go to the one in Poland, all you see there is a backyard for ice hockey and some other shit and a decontamination center, not a fucking gas chamber with a wooden door. Cut it out. Stupid bitch. Like, but they could sell that story back then. There's no pictures, there's no TV, you know what I'm saying? It's word of mouth. If you understand everything about human history here. So they can't do that right now. Like, as soon as they said they attacked Venezuela, I found a Venezuelan whose lights went out and I saw bombs. I was like, oh, that really happened. You couldn't do that for Pearl Harbor. You had to wait for the newspaper, ran by the Jewish person, to tell you what the Jewish people did with your warships. You had to wait for the Jewish television show to tell you what the Jewish people did. You understand? You've been running a Jewish propaganda filter on American history for at least a good 100 years, since you let them take over your school system. You dumb bitch. You weren't there for all the times you allegedly kicked them out your country? You dumb bitch. You're descendants of the people that kicked them out of the country that you come from, right? Or y'all don't know each other. Y'all just met each other in 1930 in the bread line. Shut the fuck up talking to me. The real Jews are black people. So you weren't in kingdoms of Jews if you thought these people were Jewish. And they fucked you over way more than they fucked over anybody else. Because they treat you as goy. They don't care if you genetically exist. They care that you're willing to do the narcissistic shit to keep them innocent. And you did. At least since 1933. You put your own families on mortgages. You put your own families on fucking social security numbers. On IBM you did. You gotta turn the United States of white people into a concentration camp. I guess you do whatever you want with your slaves. They're not from here. So I get it. I get why the United States white people would do everything the United States tells us to do. It's nothing else is here but the United States for them. And that's what I'm saying. I look at it objectively. I'm not part of y'all. So I'm looking at how it treated you. And they treated you disgusting. They made your kids retarded and gay too. There's way more of you, I heard. Per capita's, right? Like, so per capita, all of the Jewish bullshit that's hurting the real Jews, you're stuck in the middle and you're getting cut down too. So we know it's not white people doing it. That breaks all the rules of self-preservation. White people aren't. White people always act surprised when the Jewish agenda fucks them too. I really think they mean that. I really think they don't understand why secret societies exist. Like, they don't think it's serious. They think it's all rumors and cool movies to go to a theater later. No, it's I know black secret societies, so I know there's Jewish and white ones. Like, they're the ones really pulling the strings. There is no government. It's just a group of people. The people who determine who gets to do the experiment and who dies and who lives, that's what I'm talking about. You don't vote for those niggas. You don't vote for Epstein, nigga. You know damn well he ain't dead. You don't vote for Epstein, nigga. You don't vote for Rothschilds or Rockefellers either. I know something. But you think that's completely we the people, republic, constitutional, and legal to allow all these foreign families and corporations to have a stake here, but you damn near betrayed your kingdom and killed your brothers and cousins in battle to have your own sovereignty. Shut the fuck up. Now they got their kids saying it's the United States of Israel. Oh my God, stop cursing us. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say though. Yeah, Question, real quick question. In what year was it ever anything else? If this is Israel. See how they'll miss it again. It's like this is the United States of Israel. You dumb bitch. This is the United States of Israel. The problem is you're white and they're not Israel. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're chasing a ghost. So, I mean, cognitively, they're chasing this ghost with us. Just like what I'm trying to figure out, they're trying to figure it out too. They make way more videos than I do. I want to help you figure it out. You are the first two people we met in this damn closed amusement park looking for the ghosts. And at the end of the goddamn show, you gonna be standing next to us and you gonna pull the damn hood off of this nigga and it's gonna be you. The killer, the call is coming from inside your mansion, nigga. White people, y'all signed a 360 deal to fake Jewish Israeli people. That's you, baby. All of y'all did it. No. Y'all voted for the people that did it for you. Y'all chose. Y'all did. Democracy is your idea. We're a constitutional republic of Moors. You guys are democracy. Y'all do it different. Y'all mob rule. Chemo sabi, big ball is your hobby. I get it. Slaves and mob rule. I get it. Yeah, that's you. That's your story. That was an African American story. I'm not African American in the story. I'm an Indian in the story. You let me know if you find African American though. I want to ask them if their grandmother's Indian. But whatever the case is, well, for you though, specifically since you're not African alleged and you're definitely not Indian, for sure. Your best friend, the Jewish guy, who's just as white as you. I mean, Alex Jones looks just as white as you. Like, you couldn't tell me Alex Jones was anything but a white boy. But he's self-proclaimed Jewish. And you wonder why he has all the inside scoop on the Jewish agenda. Like, wake your dumb ass up. It don't take this much common sense to figure this mystery out. Pull the hood off, and you'll see a white boy who calls himself Jewish. And you're gonna go, oh, he's not quite Ashkenazi or Khazarian because he doesn't look like the curly hair, hook-nosed ones. And none of them look like the Polish Benjamin Netanyahu. And none of them look like the stupid bitch that be talking about us from Tel Aviv on her Zoom conferences. None of them look like each other, but the one thing they all look like is white people. Yes. The world is being destroyed by white people. Israel, Mossad, all of that, Poland, Germany, Warsaw, all of that, all those versions of white people, since none of them are Israelites and none of them are Judeans. So who stole the identity of Israel? White people. A book about niggas. So one more time. So they're never Israel. So when I'm saying as an outsider that's not white or Jewish, I can tell you, like, they're not Jews and they're not Israelites, so they're white people. Those are the versions of white people who claim my ancestry. You are white people who claim to hate my ancestry, but you're best friends with the white people who claim to be me. You don't see that you're in the middle of some retarded nigga shit? I need y'all to see colors for 2026. Jews are not white. Say it with me. Jews can never be white. Jews were never white. There's no white Jesus. There's no white Mary. Jews are specifically, work this out, white people. Get an Edamon dictionary. Judeans, Judean, no J in Hebrew, Yuda people, Utica people, none of those things rhyme with Caucasian or Slavic. None of them. Not one. So in 2026, you should not be wasting your goddamn time politically thinking about white people who are white people who are Jewish, white people who are in Israel, white people who have a Rothschild Central Bank. All of you do. The Rothschild Central Bank of everything funds white people. So this is how you do good math, and you can narrow it down to what's happening to white people. White people, your bank is the Rothschild Bank. It's ran by white people. Everything else is Asian or African or niggas. All your banks are white people. All your Jewish friends are white people. Everyone in Israel is white, and everyone in Ukraine is white. Now, there's other ethnic admixtures to the white, absolutely. But we remember this whole planet was black by 1750 in those same locations specifically. That's our whole world, by the way. We're not talking about the remote areas where no one's there. So in all the remote areas that you squatted on as white people that used to belong to Moors and Saracens, we know for a fact if you take the names you squatted on, you took it from niggas. So what I'm trying to help you understand is there's no version in your Jewish cousin's story where he was ever a nigger. Thus, it's never been them. Never in human history. It can never be. They're not Afro-Asiatic, my nigga. It's not about their skin color. Do you know what an Afro-Asiatic is? Do these motherfuckers look Afro-Asiatic to you? All right then. Because if they were Afro-Asiatic pale skins, then why the fuck they don't look Chinese, Japanese, or Korean? Meanwhile, I'll pull a fucking picture of my niece and my cousins, and you'll be like, yo, them girls look like Amory. I'll be like, cool fucking story. Their mothers are not Korean. I look more Asian than the niggas who say their name is Afro-Asiatic Jews. Are you serious, bitch? Like white people, what school you go to? Do it real simple. Do it real slow. Don't tell me, nah, the rules are changing, the story's different because you're white and you said so. Like, take something serious, please, before you fucking die. How the fuck does an Afro-Asiatic turn into anything else but niggers? How does Hebrew turn into anything else? All right. So enough is a fucking enough with y'all bullshit. You know these motherfuckers are not Israel. You won't do shit because it implies that we are. You're stuck. You're going to have to choose the side. The niggas you've been colonizing or the niggas that have been using you to colonize. You are running out of time. You understand? You don't understand? I'm talking about in world politics, in trade politics, in religion, and everything. You're specifically running out of time. You're dying. You have no ground, no claims, no nothing. You have nothing that's yours. And you gotta understand how important that is in a creator economy. So we're not going back to Industrial Revolution and building things with our hands. AI and technology. So when they throw you out into the wolves like they did the niggas, I've noticed, you're gonna have to figure out how to establish something for yourselves that is not part of the hegemony of everyone that's been lying to you. The haves and have-nots. The upper class, the 1%, the 1%. Meaning 99% of you niggas are not calculated for their agenda. Is it not written? You told us it was the 1%, and you told us how much of the stock market you think the 1% has. And then you know what the rest of the damn economy is in your grandfather boomer hands. They ain't talking about our boomer grandparents fucking up the economy and holding all the damn money. I know there's a couple of lit niggas, but they talking about yo ass. Per capita. So if all the rich white people are the old wicked white people voting to fuck you over, and then the 1% of whoever Saudi Arabians and Africans or whatever else is kind of hiding around there playing in our fucking face, probably Russians and Chinese too, cool story, bitch, but 1% of them versus 99% of you. None of their agendas that they drop, 2025, 2026, 2023, 2030 is ever about you. They're saying this is what we about to do to these fucking cattle. Not if they're going to ask you, not if you're going to have an election and vote about it, not if you're going to like it. They're telling you, Hegelian dialectic, they have to tell you what they're going to do. Every agenda, they tell you the agenda, and every agenda ends with the American people being fucked over. No, white people, step up. You are the real Americans in the United States story. Every damn agenda comes out is fucking up white people most. Correct me if I'm wrong. Them jobs that didn't want to hire niggas, well, when they fired off everybody, it implies that they're mainly white. All the schools that they're closing down, and all those nice Broward counties. All right, I thought the niggas was in Dade, but it sounds like they shutting down all the school systems in areas predominantly once was white. 1996 ain't that long ago. You understand what I'm saying, white people? Like, you can't see it that way because you're a white people having an American citizen experience, and you think that everybody else is tethered as player 2 and player 3 playing your game with you and seeing the same thing on the screen as you. No. We know we weren't playing the game with you in that way. Socially, person to person, individual, yes. But I'm talking about, like, the grand scheme of why you're here colonizing Israel. Like, we are Gaza to you. You understand? Like, just like Israel did recently, again, to them niggas. Like they just squatted there, then they started having little conflicts, French Indian wars here and there. And then all of a sudden they cross the border and say, hey, we're gonna do some humanitarian aid as long as you turn on your own people who want to fight us away. And then they give them an inch, they give them a mile, here's a hospital for you. And then all of a sudden we're gonna work with the Americans and create some fake hostile takeover groups from Iran from some reason. And then we're gonna put them and mix them with you. And then when it's all said and done, we're gonna blow up all the things that we built for you. After we got rid of all your leaders. Yeah, fuck out my face, nigga. Remember the Alamo or something. White people, the way you colonize Indians is the same way your white cousin Israel colonized Palestinians. This all happened since the 1800s. It's the same playbook. Look at Ben Shapiro's ugly ass. Look at Alex Jones' ugly ass. Look at Soros' ugly ass. Look at Trump's ugly ass. Look at Jared Kushner's ugly ass. As a pedigree of people, why all those white people look like a different kind of white person? Yet, I'm supposed to believe that of all those flavors of white people, blonde, dark hair, thick eyebrows, little nose, cup chin nigga, that you guys all come from my grandfather Abraham. And that you all come from the kingdom of my grandfather John 400 years ago. But I'm looking at 5 different pedigrees of white people who associate themselves with Zionism and Israel, and you niggas ain't cousins, but you all come from the same homeland. But if you do a fucking DNA test, none of your shit overlaps either. I noticed something. Yet every nigga in America ends up in Ghana and Nigeria. Shut the fuck up talking to us. Your damn science is racist first. Because that don't make no damn sense. And you know it. How the fuck y'all from the smallest landmass of villages and towns and people, you know, Europe, and then you end up with 30,000 different genetic expressions unrelated to each other, but all funneled to Indian territory at the same 300 years. Shut the fuck up. You understand what I mean? Like, how does that make sense? This is your science you taught us. You don't have enough time to shake and bake and not be related, baby. Not using the same damn language. Representing the same damn banks and kingdoms and the same secret families. Where they find a white person over there, a white person over there, all the weird random white people. And like, we don't know each other. We all got to America around the same time. Where the fuck were you prior? How the fuck y'all don't know each other by now? For you not to know that white people were never Jews. Like, guys, they talk about English, their language. English comes from Jews. You speak a Jew language and you don't know. And you don't know. You speak English and you don't know. King James Jew Bible English. You speak a Jew Afro-Asiatic language, a Hebrew phonetic derivative. You've been speaking that shit for 1,000 years. And you come across Jewish white people and go, you're the guys that taught us this language. Yeah. The first thing y'all wanted to do is go to Indians. But you guys chosen people and cousins and stuff. Why don't you just go straight to Jerusalem? Y'all didn't come up with Israel until after 1940. Y'all full of shit, ain't you? Both of you. The Jewish person got away with it because the white media and white politics lied for him. Is it not written? You white people taught me in school that those are Jews. You white people in your TV shows, your debates, on your forums, on Twitter, on Threads, on Facebook, is always calling them Jews and Jewish and Israel and all that stuff. And you read that Bible one more time, my nigga. What one of those characters said, I'm a white man? It's anti-Semitic if I use my fucking brain. You sound stupid, you sound? That they hit you with the catchphrase, conspiracy theorists are anti-Semitic, and you never said, well, let me find out what this word Semitic means. Right? The language in English, my English that they use, for you not to investigate the obvious that your white cousins cannot be from my Bible, was anti-Semitic. So let me do myself a racist, black ranting favor and find out what the word Semitic means. So as of 1797, you Jewish people never existed if the word came up as an adjective to describe niggas as of the 1700s. This is after the American Revolution, so Jewish people, that kind of lines up with the bullshit ass boats that you had, right? a major language group that includes Hebrew. Are Hebrew people white people? Are Arabic, I'm talking about as of this timeline, are those white? Are those white? Is Aramaic Jesus white? Copper, copper, copper. More, more, more. Afro-Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic. German, my grandparents. Semite, Smiths, In recent use, often with the specific, in quotes, Jewish, because that's not a real word. Right? So the language itself belongs to niggas. So how did the people named after the language that belongs to niggas, in your eyes, your brain doesn't click off. Your sense of fear and flight or flight doesn't kick off that you're staring at a white person telling you they're niggas kinda. And just trust me, bro. That's what y'all have high IQs. Y'all want me to believe y'all that damn dumb though. I want y'all to pick it up. What does Semitic mean? Relating or constituting a subfamily of the Afro-Asiatic language family. Is an Afro-Asiatic a Nigerian? Is an Afro-Asiatic Benjamin Netanyahu? Is an Afro-Asiatic Donald Trump? Is an Afro-Asiatic Charlie Kirk? Is an Afro-Asiatic Alex Jones? Is an Afro-Asiatic any of the United States presidents you've ever seen? Is an Afro-Asiatic, because Afro-Asiatic means more. The Moors of Arabic, Aramaic, Hebrew. Afro-Asiatic is what the Moors are, Orientals, Orientalis. And that's their languages, and that's their pedigree. So to be anti-Semitic would have to mean you're anti-niggas in America. So how the fuck are y'all defending a bunch of fucking pedophile, genocidal, World War II war crime faggots who have convinced your stupid ass that they're Afro-Asiatic? While your ass was here in the land of Afro-Asiatics being fucking racist. You see how y'all both stupid together? That's my point. Y'all quantum entangled. They're trying to be us, and you're trying to tell us what to do on their behalf. None of you are Jews. If you're not fucking Afro-Asiatic. Are you fucking kidding me? As of 1797. As of 1797, dog. As of 1828, all the Americans are copper colored. Y'all show up eventually, and I seen what you did to the place. But why did y'all do that to Afro-Asiatics? We're not Africans. Now, I need white people to re-justify the mistreatment of black people who are not African slaves. What's your excuse? What is your historical excuse to have a problem with Indians? We're Afro-Asiatics. You colonized Afro-Asiatics, Semites. That's anti-Semitic. The United States is anti-Semitic. It's a Semitic land. It's named in our Afro-Asiatic languages as such as well. America. Ooh, Moors are Semites. Ooh. Saracens. Ooh, yeah. That's how that works. By blood, not book. Afro-Asiatics are pedigree. White people are not Afro-Asiatic anything. Jewish people are not Afro-Asiatic anything. So why do y'all all have Afro-Asiatic land, Afro-Asiatic laws, Afro-Asiatic languages, Afro-Asiatic religions, and Afro-Asiatic crowns and Afro-Asiatic museums? Don't it seem like y'all just kind of came from a whole different planet and started causing a bunch of shit for no reason since you're not in none of the continual stories? What would you want me to think, an Afro-Asiatic? That I wake up one day as an Afro-Asiatic. Can you fucking imagine? I look around and everyone who's not Afro-Asiatic is talking about their me. And this is your fucking dictionary, I thought. But niggas don't read. Let's keep that. Let's keep that in mind, man. I'm just trying to do the science. I want to make sure I ain't bugging. I could have sworn all the Indians are black, man. It would have to make sense because Afro-Asiatics are black and Indians are Afro-Asiatics. So you know, it's not even about the color no more. It's like, what else would you find here? Tell me, what else did you find in America besides niggas? The niggas that are not Africans, since you found them here, are not Africa. Do the science. The copper-colored races, not the black ones. So there is no Native American that's not copper-colored. So who are those people? Well, before we find out who the fake Native American is that's not copper-colored, you had to figure out who the fake white guy is, who's not from my other country. You had to figure out who the fake Jewish person is, who's not from fucking Israel. You notice that everyone here that's not copper-colored is on some bullshit in the Americas. That's the story of the shit. And I'm the descendants of the Europeans born in this bitch. John Smith. I'm Dwayne Smith. This little caveat on 1828. The Americans are now applied to me. But me, I was fucking them. Same. So an American is the Aboriginals in the European admixtures as of 1828. That's before the Civil War, baby. That's Webster's dictionary, my nigga. Come on, white people. So all the niggas that you would have come across in your Civil War would have been what? Americans. So we, the people of America, are what, nigga? So now you understand why you have an Arabic Moorish constitution reference that you framed? Because it's ours. We are the Native Americans. I'm Dwayne Smith. You know, a European born in America, which you would call a Native American. The only problem is my grandmother's a Saponian Cherokee. So when you take a Moor and you mix it with another Moor Indian, what do you get? Whatever you want to call it, it's an Afro-Asiatic. Afro-Asiatics out of Europe came to America and mixed with Afro-Asiatics of the Americas. What changed? Just culture and traditions, religions and names. We're the same fucking people. But for this story, just know I'm both. And I think that's the most evilest thing that the institution of our country has done. Is not just subjugating black people and treating us bad because that seemed like your intention, but it's the fact that you erased world history at our expense, and now we got to watch you die. Like we watched the giants die. Similar story. You are our giants of this time. You are our tech giants. You are our robber barons. You are our giants of industry. Since we're playing warfare in the financial sector with you. So you're the giants of our time when it comes to this fake paper money shit. Right? It's like 7 horns and 7 bowls, revelations and shit, right? Right before your Wall Street falls down. Then what? You can snooze the rest of these niggas for the next 4 years about all this Israel bullshit and hidden Khazarian agenda. It still ends on the same fucking heads or tails for me. Why the fuck are any of you bitch ass niggas bothering me in the homeland of the real Jews and Israelites? You think we named every other country but this one and just had a placeholder called United States? We got New Granada, New Spain, Barada. We got everything over here, but we just kind of left out Israel and Jerusalem, right? And it's just this perfect empty land. Like, we'll call it the United States of America. The whole thing's America. That means every nigga on this continent, American, ought to be NF copper colored. Ain't that right, Navo? We didn't say you couldn't move here. We were just saying, bitch, how you forget who the fuck you moved with? I didn't change colors since 1828. But you got all these light-skinned Native Americans acting like it's a secret that some of the niggas were Indians. Bitch, the only niggas were Indians in America. The fuck y'all talking about? Some of the slaves escaped. I don't care if you got an African Cherokee, bitch. That's a fucking oxymoron, stupid. Chalike, Arabic Moor, is implied. You want to tell me some white Cherokee took on some African Moor Jew inside of a Chalike demonstration of fringes and culture and a universal God? Dumbass. Wasting niggas' time going to powwows and museums and shit, reading all this beautiful shit they did since the color picture. Bitch, I thought y'all came here in 1493. Where that picture at? Show your white ass next to me. Show your white ass next to Carlos. Show your white ass next to Mama Inga. Show your white ass next to John. Why not? So that means your whole civilization has been on bullshit the whole time. You running out of time. The people of the world aren't going to take that type of stupid shit. That's not force. That's not strength. That's reprobate faggot shit that you have normalized at the other side of the barrel of a gun. And now the barrel of your gun don't work. Do the math. Do unto others as others would do unto you. They didn't say the people you did it to. Y'all need to learn to fucking read. So anyway, it's very clear that Americans, Jews, and Afro-Asiatics and Semites are all the same thing. Did I at least get that point across for everyone who's going to come across this video later? You let me know in the comments in the future. Like, so you can't pivot away from that from the 1800s and become a long history of how these white people became Israelites. It's a waste of fucking time. This is what it's not. We are. You guys betrayed the premise of your existence by coming here and lying about us. You lied on God. Then you killed God's children. Then you helped the people pretending to be God's children. I don't know, the synagogue of Satan in your story. And then you rely on your survival, quantum entangled to the people who are on the wrong side of God. And you're waiting for another vote or a protest while you're sitting there dying. They're not coming to save you. All the money they could make is going to war, isn't it? You check on all your strong friends yet who just lost their health care? You find out if they got their prescriptions filled yet? You're on a timer. 60, 90 days, right? You think motherfuckers are weird now? Wait how weird it really get for real. And don't let them start drafting niggas and actually blowing up shit in the island. You see how weird it is. And all those people who go away and don't come back and die and don't come back, your society is exactly whatever you see around you left. It don't increase. So the idiots you have left will be decreased to a little bit of idiots left, period, correct? I'm still talking to white people. Y'all don't have no homeland either. Where they gonna deport you to? So the United States is the target of a world war, guys. They're targeting white people. That shit ain't cute. World War II and all this shit is about Jewish people who ain't Jews. This one about you. Donald Trump is the sigil for you. Him ain't the same American. I noticed something. White people, y'all said y'all came from Europe and Germany, and I'm German. Imagine. All of history is a lie. Yep. Now you gotta think, your whole identity is based on an entire history that's a lie. Who did that lie benefit besides you? Do you understand why your best white people can't fix it for you? Your history will always be corrupt. You're only here justifiably because people believe it enough. Now they're getting tired. That's a different issue. That's a different bluff. You can't bluff no more. We got cell phones and wiki and internet and thank God Edamon and dictionaries from a long time ago. You can't play that game. Oh, that book is burnt. It's not in the library no more. Chismes. That he's crazy. He misunderstood. You can't do that no more. That's your go-to. Gaslighting and projection. You can't gaslight the meanings of words from a nigga language. You speak a nigga language. We were the slaves, and you taught us our language? I think about that again, logically. From 1800 until now. How much time do you have to make a different story about it? We've been speaking English since 1611. We were here in 1611 where they're speaking English at. And everyone's still black until 1800. So black people have been speaking English longer than your dumb ass here. Do the science. My grandfather, the king of English, brought English to the Americas in 1611. I speak English. 400 plus years in a row. You been here for 400 years? You were in the north where your Washington is? Cool. You grew up next to me then. Do you remember who I am? I look just like all my fathers. I look like my dad. My dad looks like his dad. We'll just keep going. Dominant genetics. Kings and shit. Can you imagine? So I hope y'all ready for the tidal wave of what this means. Ain't talking about no one blowing up your house or nothing. We're not lifting swords. We don't have any. Jesus told us to move without swords, remember? He is the Prince of Peace, after all. Word to Muhammad. You understand the difference in the two stories? That the children of Israel and all the humans and the admixtures thereof, God was forming their society. But the story of Jesus or the conqueror is God manifested as one of them. Is it not written? Jesus is our He's the God of us because he put us here. The thing that's driving him, that created man, that's what's driving him. And there's much speculation on which one it is. I vote Archangel Michael. It's the only one that makes sense over here, considering our degrees of war. So the God of war is also a God of peace. You know, we have universal law of polarity. That's why you can do the God and the devil thing. You're like, ooh, the God is the devil. Ooh, the devil is the same. Ooh, oh, it's a secret. No, it's universal law, unique Kabbalion. It's only a secret because our General Board of Education is fucking stupid. The God of war is the God of peace. He brings peace by war. Now read the Old Testament one more time. When Joshua was all said and done, and they divided all the land to 7 territories, Hakata, there was this era of peace, and then the story stops. And then the next story, Kings and Judges, when they bullshit again. Yes. That's why we wrote another book. Like, let's do this shit again. But they wrote another book. Yeah, that's just human. That's a human experience, dog. That's our human experience. We were working it out. Then you showed up. You're not in our book, so this is a new one for us, man. And we doing this without notes. And we doing this one without our advantages and without our armor, without our Ark of the Covenant, without our money, without our castles, without our swords. Like, we had to do this shit just by working. We're tired. We're tired. We're tired. We're tired. We're tired of the age of belief. I want to know. And the only thing stopping me from knowing is what you did. You got to go. Unless. I don't want to believe anymore. I want to know. I want to know your justification for being here and why you killed us. It's not in our book. And you're pretending it's not us. So you're hiding it. You're hiding your justification by lying and saying you didn't do it to us. And you did. You absolutely did. We are the children of Israel of the Bible. Absolutely. We're Asiatics. Here we go. I'll refresh it one more time, see if they got anything new. So I know how they do. Try search to get started. No, bitch. Trump is about to flood the market. Most people are not ready. Oh, they still want to approach it from the angle of getting more fiat. Drawings of Federo in court. He says he's been kidnapped and he pleads not guilty. What is he pleading to? What authority does that court have over a sovereign president of another nation? This is O.J. Simpson bullshit. I need them to tell me, like, why would he even answer them? They're not, their jurisprudence. None of that's in their jurisdiction. Unless he's an actor. No China, no Russia, nobody else. It's just that he pleads not guilty to an illegitimate court case. Cool. Let's drag it out until summer if we have that much, right? Ass niggas. Gunfire erupts in Venezuela near presidential palace. Ooh, people shoot. They do whatever the fuck they want over there. I thought the United States already got it. The clock is ticking on Donald Trump 3 days ago. Everyone's wishing death on him, actually. So his time is up. When his own people are speaking it to existence. It's a vote. My YouTube channel crashed 80% and it changed my mindset. Shut your ass up. Nothing. They're scrubbing it. They're what's that called? Sanitizing the story. Everyone else is just following their GPT script of making regular ass content that's out of pitch and tone deaf. Beloved chosen one, at the perfect time, you will become a millionaire, and you'll be the first one in your family, and you and your partner will have a good life. In the middle of this dumb shit, that's what you channeled? Poor little white dude, Matthew. His video's called, It Feels Like I'm Waiting to Die. I'd listen to those messages because they're channeling.
It feels like I'm just waiting to die. Some days I'll just sit inside my bedroom and I'll just stare at the ceiling. Nights like tonight, where it's 2 a.m. and I'm just sitting here, wondering what to do with myself. That's part of the reason why YouTube is actually so good for me. You know, because literally all I need is just a phone, which I've always had, and I guess some kind of lighting, which people told me to get. So I guess that's cool now that I have lighting. And I've had lighting for a while now, but obviously you don't need lighting. I didn't use lighting for a while because in my earlier videos I never used any light at all, but now I have a ring light. No, that's pretty cool. And you know, it's upgradey-ish, but that's not really the point of this video. It's not about ring lights. It's not about phones. It's not about me. Even well, it's kind of about me. It's kind of about everybody, maybe. You know, sometimes it feels like you're kind of just existing. You know, smoking your cigarettes, smoking your bong.
Same story.
Drinking your alcohol. You know, letting time pass right by. You know, it kind of feels like it's like sand, like falling through your fingertips. You know, you don't know how much is left. And then eventually at some point, there's a little bit of rain. And then, well, eventually, well, there's nothing. You know, and then you'll get distractions inside of your life. You know, you'll have things pop up. And then it kind of feels like your soul is kind of like buffering.
You sound like
lagging,
David.
doing something that it shouldn't be doing in the first place. So when you finally take a step back and realize what you're doing inside of life, things get different. You know, I mean, I don't like the daytime. I don't like the nighttime because I can't sleep. I don't like the daytime because I don't know what to do with myself. I don't like the afternoon because I don't know what to do with myself. I don't have any hobbies. I don't like to do anything.
That's crazy. It's
You
the
know,
same
I mean,
exact
what will I do? I mean, I'll sit down in my bed. I'll try my absolute best to get stuff done. I mean, what do I even do? I mean, seriously, what do I really do besides sit down, make a video, which is the simplest thing in the world because I don't even edit. And then sometimes it feels like I don't have a purpose at all.
And he hasn't been doing this for 30 years.
You guys, you guys that watch my videos, you guys that actually care about what I have to say, care about my life, and, well, the fact that it actually matters to you. Because unfortunately, my life never mattered to me. It feels like every single day I'm kind of just waiting for my own demise. It feels like every day I just get one step closer to the death's door. Even though Matthew, you're so young. You're 20 years old, man. You have your entire life ahead of you. What on earth do you have to be afraid of? What on earth? You shouldn't be afraid of dying anytime soon. I'm not going to get hit by a bus. I'm not going to take a plane. It's not going to crash, right? Sometimes inside of my life, I feel like whatever's going to happen is going to happen anyway.
He's He's going through neurosis. Yep. Survival. What is that called? Survivor's remorse or something. That he can make enough money to do whatever the fuck he want to do with his YouTube channel, but it's not enough. And he did it all before he was 20. He has 100,000 subscribers. My last channel took me 10 years. I was only at 50. So imagine he did the thing, and then it was enough for him because he didn't want anything anyway. It's very interesting how God rewards people who don't want it. I don't want to be rich, Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like they really nail that one in. They really drive that one home. But he don't feel different than nobody else I've talked to one degree or another. Just their amount of experience and wisdom changes the color of that conversation. But it's the same chasing the wind being expressed. System-wide. It's all the same. Everyone's just telling you the different ways that they chase the wind. And you look at them and you go, that way of chasing it looks fun. Let me try it. Damn it, I scraped my knee. That's not fun. Chasing the wind is dangerous. Danica Marie, the great male shutdown. Oh, the young boys don't want the bitches. If they would have subscribed to me, I would have told you that was coming. I told them. This is math. Check this guy out. He says they plan to break blacks, but they are wise. What's going on, white people? Why y'all always throw us in the middle of the shit? You want to get us galvanized? Let's galvanize. What do white people
think? Talking to the average American, because I get these comments. I get comments and I get messages from people in the U.S. And, they're not in a position to leave. They're not in a position to leave America. Because let's be realistic. For the overwhelming majority of people in that country, they're not going to be able to, immigrate out of that country. They can't afford to move across town, much less across the world, much less to a foreign country. Even paying for a passport for most Americans is going to set them back in their budget. So this isn't realistic. But they can see what's happening. They can see what's happening in their country. They can see everything that I've talked about in my content. They can see that the domestic war is underway. And see, we're not talking about a civil war. Because in a civil war, at least there's two sides. There's two sides to it. This is a civil siege. You're under siege. This is a war to occupy and to enslave you. That's what this is. And there's no real way to prevent you from seeing what's happening. If you're in America, if you're an average American person, you can see what's happening. All they can do is try to confuse you about why it's happening so that you won't understand that what you think you're seeing is actually what you think you're seeing. In other words, they're besieging you. They are besieging you. But they might be able to make you think that they're doing something else.
Yes. Like
it looks like a siege, but maybe they're actually up to something else. Like they're saving you from an immigrant invasion.
Yes.
Or they're saving you from radical, woke, neo-Marxist feminists or something like this, right? They'll come up with all different explanations for what they're doing. They're saving you from Antifa terrorists, or they're saving you from China, or they're saving you from Russia. We have to destroy the farmers because that's the only way that we can defeat China. We have to shut down that Hyundai plant, factory, so that we can make sure that Americans won't get trained, won't get jobs, won't get skills, all so that we can weaken Russia. We have to make it too expensive to drill for oil because of Hamas. We need to attack Portland, Oregon. I don't know, because of the cartels. You know this is nonsense. And they know that most of you know this is nonsense, but it doesn't matter because the more they have you in a chokehold, the less important it is for them to try to convince you that they're giving you the Heimlich maneuver, because they've already got you in a chokehold. So they don't need to get your consent. So it can be outlandish. It doesn't matter. Their reasons can be outlandish. They can even tell you it's because of UFOs at this point, and you'll go along with it. But they can't make you not feel what's happening. You will feel what's happening. You are feeling what's happening. So they can't confuse you about what you're feeling, but they can confuse you about why it's happening.
Yes.
And as long as they can confuse you about why it's happening, then you won't do anything about it.
Come on, dog.
Because you know that you're under siege. You can feel it every time you walk into a store. The prices are climbing like a fever. Your whole life in that country is measured in swipes, measured in fees. It's measured in an endless succession of small humiliations. And this is never addressed, never seriously talked about at all. You're told this is just the way it is. This is just the market. It's not the market. This is management. This is deliberate. None of this is arbitrary. This isn't, down to natural forces. The invisible hand of the market isn't the wind. This is a hand that's controlling distribution, it's controlling purchasing, it's controlling pricing, it's controlling wages. It controls who gets what and who goes without. And it's not invisible either. Fact of the matter, you just don't see it. The only reason you don't see it is because you're always looking somewhere else. They've got you looking over here, and that hand is over there, but it's not invisible.
What did Jesus say?
It's not invisible at all. Just because you're not looking at it doesn't mean it's invisible. It's not mysterious. The Walton family, ADM, Cargill, Kroger, Costco, Amazon, Cisco, and of course BlackRock. Everybody knows about these. They're far from invisible. These are the ones who are making the decisions. They're making the decisions about whether or not you can buy your groceries, whether or not you can have anything in your cupboard. Do you know that the median salary for the CEOs of those companies that I just named, the companies that decide how much a can of beans is going to cost you, the CEOs of the companies that decide whether or not you can buy a dozen eggs or some bread, their median annual salary is $16 million. $16 million to decide how much your child's breakfast is going to cost. Astronomical wealth for them, austerity for you. They'll tell you that the cost went up. They'll say it's because of the tariffs. They admit that the costs go up because of the tariffs, they'll say. But somehow their profits also went up. How does that work exactly? I mean, did you ever make money in your life as a result of your costs going up? Did your last rent hike make you richer? When you pay more at the gas pump, does that somehow also pump more money into your bank account? How does that work? Well, that's how it works for them. The costs go up and their profits go up. They raise prices when the inputs rise, but when the inputs fall, they don't change the prices back.
Nope.
That's not market forces. That's deliberate exploitation and price gouging. It's extraction. Money from your pocket. You think this is dozens and dozens of separate companies? You think it's a bunch of different companies making all independent, unrelated choices? No, it's the same handful of boardrooms, the same handful of managers, trade associations, the same handful of consultants. And those consultants and those managers and those executives go through a revolving door between Wall Street and Washington and the corporate headquarters. They've got dashboards for your appetite. They've got forecasts for your paycheck, for your pantry, and for your panic.
Charts.
And then they'll script a market response.
The charts, people.
And when you panic, when your cupboards are empty, when your checks bounce, and you have return check fees, then and you get banned from stores because of your rejected payments, your return checks. I remember that, by the way. I remember that. There was a point when I was a teenager, and my single mother, divorced mother, was working 3 jobs, no child support coming, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to deliver, of all things, the Wall Street Journal, the bourgeoisie neighborhoods, and we got banned from like 3 different grocery stores. All of the grocery stores that were within walking distance. We got banned because of return checks from 3 different grocery stores. We had to buy food from the gas station. That was like 35, 40 years ago. It's worse now, for more people now than it was then. And what do you get from your leaders? What do you get from your politicians? You get a lecture about personal responsibility. You need to work harder. You need to budget better. Social media tells you you need to hustle more, as if you can out-hustle consolidated purchasing power. As if clipping coupons is a serious countermeasure to corporate collusion that's dressed up as the free market. I mean, it's in the name. It's in the name. Capitalism. You should read that as capital schism, because it's all about who has capital and who doesn't. It's feudalism with a new logo. That's all it is. It's just feudalism with a new logo. And it is the dumbest and the most unsustainable economic system in the world, truly. It truly is. And I know Westerners, because you imagine that everyone has to be and only ever can be an advocate of or a believer in one of your theories, one of your Western theories, one of your Western systems. So you'll say that anyone who says that about capitalism, who's critical of capitalism, well, then they must be a Marxist. They must be a communist. They must be a socialist or what have you. But no, I'm telling you objectively. I'm telling you unbiased, impartially. You have the most dysfunctional, unnatural, stupid system that you could ever imagine. And you can literally only maintain belief in that by stigmatizing and demonizing any critique of it, by Like I said, you saying, well, if you're not in favor of capitalism, if you're not in favor of this, then you can only be in favor of that, because these two things are the only ideas that exist.
The two that we created.
No, just because I don't believe in your idea doesn't mean that now you can tell me what I believe in. Because you imagine that only two ideas exist, only the ideas that exist in your Western paradigm. No, you need to get out of that mental cage. You need to get out of that ideological cage. And you have to start taking your life more seriously, taking yourself more seriously. I mean, look what they do to you. Look what they do to you.
About being serious. You're not serious.
You're no different in reality from someone who's working on someone else's land, a serf.
You're no different than a goddamn slave. He just said everything I fucking just said with a suit on. But hopefully you heard it because he's white. Same story. So yeah, that's a random video, by the way. It's a random video, man. Whether we opening up the Bible or we going on YouTube, we want to spin it, man. Law of correspondence be damned. Our word does not come back to us void. And he took all my words and just said the same fucking story. And he's aiming at white people as a white person. A video titled "Message to Black People," blah, 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 blah. Then you got the white kid living the content creator dream, 20 years old, 100,000 subscribers. And he like, I don't even know which way to dribble this ball. I don't even know how the fuck I do this shit. In absence of doing anything else. That was his problem. His problem wasn't doing it. His problem was he's not motivated to do nothing. And that is that's the psychic attack. That's the node I tell you, once you unplug it, it loses its source. Most people's sources were prosperity, right? But you got a code switch for boys. Most of the boys pursued prosperity for bitches. And now these boys, especially the young ones, they don't want these bitches. So it causes a broken loop. Like, what do I need $1 million for if I'm not trying to be the guy with the $1 million bitch? And some of them probably don't even want kids. Some of them, like at their age, like that's the phase they're in. A new phase, a phase that's a side effect of this sick society. So it's not permanent. I mean, they might change their mind closer to 40, but they're 20 right now. So they got to be 20 right now. So what's the point of going hard? To prepare for the magical bitch they might meet in 10 years, or to do more of the same that they've already done? And they've done it better than their peers if they have 100,000 subscribers. Their peers usually don't. So the people who are trying is what I'm saying. The people who actually have enough energy and spite and spirit to attract 100,000 people and a good channel and make money and all the things that come with it, they're like, they say I'm always so young, but I'm already over it. He ain't got no bitches. Like, they broke the fucking formula. Like, this society is fucking stupid. If you're a young man and you beat the game of minimum wage serfdom for your 20s, and you have however much money it is, your only task left is to find a bitch to get pregnant. There is no other door that opens. There is no other rainbow road that happens. There is no other miracle that happens. You already have everything you need for you. And then the people who exceed the regular individual thing is usually after they become a father. It's very, very few before you're a father people who become lit. All the other single people you've seen become lit are white, and they have nepotism, and they were lit already. They use their lit upbringing to do something else lit. No, we talking about grassroots people. You grassroot yourself and plant your own damn garden, stupid. Go forth and multiply. They're looking for something else to do. They're looking for another secret, another magic, another thing. No, it's a bitch you're looking for. Almost certain. If you're not homosexual, you're looking for a bitch. You figured it out by 20, you figured it out by 30, whatever. The only thing missing is your kids. That's how easy life is. But they're talking about all the minutiae, the culture, the details, the hype, and the people giving a fuck. And the Joneses, look at your uniform. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's what you're doing? That's so cool. Congratulations. And then you got the whole fucking meltdown of the mRNA and then the fucking narcissistic boomer revelations. And you're like, what is all of this for? Nothing for the past 20 plus years even adds up anymore in 2026 in a new millennium with a new star chart and everything that they've been warning us about. Yeah, it's pole switch. But you know what pole didn't switch? The one in your damn pants, you dumb bitch. Get you a bitch. That's it. I promise you that it's not 5 more years of sustained growth to 200,000 subscribers, you nutty bitch. Find your bitch, nigga. If you feel like that. Like, if it's like there's nothing else for you to do, you don't need no more education. You already proved that. You know AI is coming and all that shit. So, like, you got a little money and you got some motion and I don't know what else to do. I just want to stay in the bed all day and I check my phone and doom scroll because ain't no bitches texting you. Duh. You already got the motion and the money, nigga, then shit. What else is left? I'm 40 years old. Let me know what else is left. I'm single at 40 years old. Ain't nothing else for me to fucking do. Get enough money to have kids. And I'm talking about as like what we're supposed to do as men in a society. We were once a proper society ass niggas. Yeah. You should have seen the ages of all my grandfathers when they started having kids. So it's like, no, I'm twice that, at least. So the game doesn't change anything. It's just as difficult and stupid as it always is. And I tell you, as a person who's playing on a single player campaign, it's tougher for me because I've been playing it almost absolutely on my own strength and on my own accord, and obviously by myself for no fucking reason for 40 years. So it's like, it's not like that's going to change. The money may change. My motion or my purpose might change, Lord willing. But the objective isn't going to change because what are we talking about? What are you talking about? We got 20 more years to master something besides Bayesian. They ain't really sad for real. That's the spirit or the zap of the airwaves though. That means their success and them encouraging all these kids to stream and be important and be famous and all the fun shit. It don't hit the same no more because the audience don't hit the same no more and the real life reaction to it don't hit the same no more. And if everyone's doing it, no one's doing it. So then it tells you right there, a lot of people got brainwashed into the fact that whatever they're supposed to do is supposed to be unique and exceptional. And if they pull that off, that people are supposed to give a fuck. This is a rinse and repeat capitalist society. It's stealing the best idea and selling it for the cheapest price. Nothing has changed. So once you figure out your happy medium balance of how to get ahead of that game, then you find your bitch and have kids. There is no other playthrough. So if you start feeling like you're a waste of time and space and quantum vacuum, you got to realize genetically, you're the oldest person in your recent family history without a family. That's what that problem is. That's outside the parentheses. If you're over a certain age, look at the average of all your granddaddies. If you're further and further and further and further and further and further away from that age, yes, there's nothing in your upbringing. There's nothing in what you've seen as a child with those people. There's nothing in you that goes, where am I in this position looking at my phone or laptop? You get it? It's sadly common sense. But now it's kind of like, well, now that we're here, I'm sad. What are we going to do about it as a society? Nothing. The society never did or told you what the fuck to do to begin with. What are we talking about? Not just him, everyone like him. Like, this is the theme all day. Weeks now, actually. Even people older than him, my age. And then the sisters, Lord have mercy. A lot of them already have kids. They're like, what am I supposed to do? Your kids out the house yet? The fuck are we talking about? How motherfuckers with kids don't know what they're supposed to do in the meantime? What? I don't even understand. What part of life are they questioning? Life. Okay, you brought life into life. What am I supposed to do now? Make sure it lives until it has life and kids. And if you focus on that, eventually you'll die anyway. Like, niggas is looking for a cheat code to this shit. Find you a bad bitch. You ain't got nothing but time anyway. Prayers and manifestation. What the fuck, nigga? That's the same story. Oh, ye of little faith. If you only had a mustard seed of faith for a bad bitch. You know what I'm talking about? I want to get my brothers our degrees back. You waiting for these bitches to change. You don't want these bitches to change. You want your wife, stupid. You're not waiting for a social tidal wave or, these motherfuckers, they got these kids because of politics. They think like we're waiting for a midterm campaign and then suddenly snap your eyes and shit resumes and then all of a sudden the bitches are different for you. Like, no. Bitches only going to change for themselves, stupid. It's a dummy mission. And if you play it like a dummy mission, you'll get dummy results. Or, 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 you can try what the Bible said. I give it a try. Ain't nothing left. I mean, shit, besides laying there dying and shit. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, you think by now they try to pray to God or something. I don't know. That's just me, though. I've been in those moments before. I'm in that moment now, actually. I'm just not, I'm an optimist by default. I'm a sad optimist. But, nah, I know. I'm missing a bad bitch, period. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm missing a woman in my life. That's it. The money comes and goes. Ideas come and go. Beats come and go. Friends come and go. Obviously, family comes and goes. But the bad bitch quest is a main storyline quest. The bad bitch quest is a prerequisite for your storyline kids. Under normal circumstances, there are some side quests. Trust me, CJ, I played San Andreas. And I went to his first girlfriend's house and I did the whole scene that you can do. I didn't have the emulator or the coffee jailbreak thing so you can see the scene. That's weird, you kids. But then he had other girlfriends across town, and certain sides of town is different socio-economic stratas. Like, there's options. So, since the United States is a hegemony, maybe you should focus on your own hegemony. Maybe one day you too can colonize somebody with your family. I don't know. I don't know. What game was your ancestors playing to bring you here? I think that's the game that's still in effect, since you're still here. That's why all of our shit sounds all religious and spiritual and godly. It's because, literally, the ingredients of what my pedigree is are all those people, and that's what they were worried about, unfortunately. I think it would have been cooler if most of them were pirates, but obviously there's only a few of them. So, I think, yeah, I mean, and this is Donald Trump's fault. You know what I'm saying? It's somebody's fault. It's the economy's fault. It is. It is. And it's so sad to know that it's quantum entangled to people's happiness. Capitalism isn't. The system they sold you as capitalism is quantum entangled to your happiness. If you're not chasing the carrot, you get anxiety. If you have too many carrots, you get anxiety. If you don't have enough carrots, you get anxiety. As long as there's a carrot on the other side of that stick of your treadmill, there's a baseline for anxious nature in the society itself, sold separately from your own nervous system and traumas and child and all, separate from all your personal upbringing. As soon as you start playing this game, you're entering a stressful thing, and it's like, oh, it's just work, it's just this. No, it's not. You're in a usury system and you're in a colony, so no, it's not. It's never going to work as expected. It never has, guys. Just the people who are the privileged class got the privileges, so it didn't, they lose their privileges and they feel normal, and their normal baseline is hopeless. That is sad, because that's individuals. I don't think they voted for it. And all the famous people and all the dead people and stuff, they're not coming back. So, you're running out. You know what I'm saying? You're running out of the stars. You're running out of the distractions. You're running out of the references that are real, that are not AI, that are not performative, that are not paywalls. You're running out of organic substance. You're running out of the joy of life, like the people with the spirits who brought joy to this life, who made us laugh, who made us cry, who entertained, who helped us through this indentured servitude stint with these niggas. We don't even have that no more. So it seems, though, that the distraction of entertainment and all the quality of things that we enjoy in our have-not class, when you don't have that and you don't have not that, then you start to hyper-focus on what you have left, and you realize it's the same nothing you never had. The only thing we subtracted from this equation is distraction. The only thing that changed in quality of American life is the distractions. The cost of everything has always risen. I remember that as soon as I was a kid, it was a puzzle to me. They said, I remember when I was a kid, I used to get that same candy for a penny. The first lesson I learned as a kid going to the store was that inflation is real, my nigga. So the price has always been rising. And it's probably always going to rise too high for it to sustain and thus a system crash or a reboot. And they told you they're trying to do a global economic reset with the Jewish Khazarian, whatever the fuck they are, World Economic Forum conference right before the pandemic. So no one's confused on what button they press, but everyone's confused on, since they've never done nothing like that before, is it going to work? No. Cool. What do we do now? Ignore it. Act like we didn't have an agenda that failed miserably and fucked up so many other things we weren't paying attention to, since we're not the builders. We're too busy fucking children with Epstein. So, you know, it's like when management's not paying attention to the operation because they're going home early. Same story. So yeah, I'm sad about that. Shout out, prayers to all my white people out there, individuals who have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Consider yourself blessed, because it'll drive you crazy if you find out that you're the emperor's grandson and you got to deal with a bunch of niggas telling you how to live your life. I can imagine. But now we're all in the same, Mulan, we're all in the same little Mayan mixed, Roman mixed society. Can you imagine? And we all have the same problem now. And that's how these stories change. I'm almost certain. Everyone does the cliche thing, like, we finally figured out who our common enemy is. Oh, really? We'll get to the Indian part later, okay. Yeah, but yeah, let's start with the common enemy first, all right. Let's start there. Let's start with the people who colonized you after you colonized us. Let's start with the top of the pyramid. I get it. That's good math, yeah. We should all come together. Everyone that betrayed the Indians and the niggas and go against the Jewish people and the 1%. Yes, absolutely. That's your only option anyway. You ain't got no other fucking line in this story, y'all. My dear white people, y'all sold the world that y'all American Revolutionary Civil War ass people pretending to be Moors and Indians. Meaning the whole world is waiting for you to do that again. Like, it's written into the story that you sowed through your words and your books and your narratives. So, like, no one else is going to jump outside of that. Your own children are waiting for the adults to go. Where the men show up, the strong men who's going to put an end to the pedophiles. Like, they're waiting for the same niggas they used to catch Maduro in 3 hours for him to catch anybody on the fucking Epstein list. That's what your kids are worried about. That's what they're waiting to happen. Like, shit, they can get Maduro in 3 fucking hours and he ain't really do shit yet. We know he could have put a bullet in fucking Jeffrey Epstein's head and got away with it, maritime law. But you didn't. And all the other pedophiles on his list that we already unredacted, you could have got them by now, but you didn't. You could have stopped all the terrorists and all the fucking betrayers and all the honeypot sources. You got the Delta Force that could do a fucking land in Venezuela it's never been to in 3 hours. You could have killed every fucking pedophile on that goddamn list by now. And at least then your sons would feel like there's men in their fucking pedigree. I hope they ain't waiting for us. They said this is their corporation and country. We ain't doing shit. Y'all gotta clean up your own shit. You voted for this. That's what white people gotta know in the karma story. Your enemy is your enemy. You gotta stop rallying all the troops. You gotta stop rallying everybody else that's not white people to go toe-to-toe with your own father. That is not how Zeus did it. Your father is the pedophile. The master of the slave house, actually, husband. You should do that amount of those words. The rapist of the story, the rapist of the economy, the rapist of the government, the rapist of the banks is also, metaphorically, the rapist in your family, usually for these people. We know. There's too much of it for it not to be true. So, with that being the case, those kids know more than anyone else on their side of the aisle what the truth is with their fathers and uncles and things like that. And then you see the stories and you see, release the Epstein list. It's like, oh, release it, then what? You gonna go out there and kill them? The problem is they're living. If Maduro can be kidnapped as a sovereign for his affiliation with drug dealers, then someone who's hurting kids, trafficking babies, sacrificing people, eating their blood, and all of that, the only thing they need is a bullet in their head. And I've seen you hang niggas for less. So it's not like it's not in you. But it's Scooby-Doo, yo. You're gonna pull the head off of these bitches and you're gonna see you. And that's why you can't pull that trigger. The hegemony cannot decapitate itself. You understand? Like, they play this game like it's two different teams of themselves. No, occupying force. You're the only occupying force. Amongst the occupying force of yours, you have pedophiles and alleged Jewish people fucking you over. You have to revolt against yourself. You guys as a whole colonize niggas and Indians. We have a different story. Our story would go a lot cooler if you handle your story, though. You understand? We can work out the reparations, reclamations, and land. There ain't that many niggas left here anyway. We can work all that out going forward. I'm almost certain of it. But there is no working it out and going forward if you guys don't deal with the head of your snake that you brought here, or elected, or believed in, or invested in, or defended, or all the shit they've been doing that's wild and crazy and illegal. If you didn't just placate it to the norm of the chart and how that affects the economy, and hopefully when everyone else is fucking being suffered and homeless and their daughters are blown up by Israel, you can have a retirement plan. Meanwhile, all your tax dollars went to their retirement plans. Right? White people, they playing with you. They ain't playing with us. They ain't our system. They ain't our dollars either. Y'all ain't got no money, so it ain't our money. But what y'all got is what they use to mobilize and do the things that they do to make you miserable. You're making yourself miserable. That's why it's a greater depression, because the bad guy is you. And I'm not talking about you, the individuals that listen to me. I'm talking about the you. Like, what's wrong with this colonial operation? The colonizers are wilding. Yeah, I'm here as a junior colonizer, a United States colonizer citizen. I'm a citizen that's working with the colonizers, and the colonizers are not doing their fulfilled promises of colonialization through usury described as capitalism. And I'm no longer getting my fair share. I want to leave here because colonizing is not fun no more. And we don't know why. Like, the vibes just change. They'll release the Epstein files, we'll get more oil, but I'm still not happy. What happened to my house in this Indian land? What happened to all the acres I'm supposed to give to my kid at the expense of all the dead bodies under it that I don't give a fuck about? I don't know the names of. What about me? What about my education? What about the AI taking my jobs the same way we took the land from these Indians? What happened to our farmers and the price of our food and Bill Gates giving us synthetics the same way we did to these Indians when we killed all their buffalo, oxes, and camels? What about our diet? What about our skincare? What about how I feel? What about the drugs that what about my health care? The same health care that I need and the same health care that the Indians with your contaminated blankets needed. What happened to that? All these people, there should be crimes brought against Fauci, the World Economic Forum, and all these other people who just blatantly lied and mandated and martial lawed these things that compromised the health of my grandma. You know, one of my favorite ancestors and family members, they're alive to this day, and it's weird. They get sick like all the time. I know they think it's the flu or a cold, but I know they're running out of time. What are we going to do? Because when I was on the internet in colonized territory, I was telling all the colonized people, are you doctors? Then what do you know, you natural homeopathic origin, Native American, American Indian descendants? What would you know about living off the land and healing yourself? Did I land that? We couldn't have done any. We could have done anything since the Black Panthers, but the reason why we couldn't have done anything since the Black Panthers is because you have been gaslighting us in the meantime, and that's not a long time ago. That's in that time of my life. I've collected all of your narratives the entire time. I've been on the internet the entire time. That's how I know. It's just your turn. It's It's your turn to deal with it. None of your bad guys are hidden on Call of Duty. You have the Blackbird. You know who's doing it. You know who doesn't make sense. You know which way it's not going. You know who all their friends and investors are. You know who all the corporate leaders are. And if you just know that that's them, and you go to work every day for them, to work for and pay taxes to their bank, and you keep doing that over and over and over and over again, you're gonna get tired even faster because you're not ignorant to the truth no more. And that's the problem that they have. But we're not trying to fix their fucking problem. The Congress or the media. What the fuck? I ain't trying to fix that shit. It's the problem. Thank God it's a problem. It's falling apart. Thank God, because that was the fucking problem. The narrative. That's why they stole the Indian printing presses. Hi. Wilmington, White Man Declaration of Independence. You should read about it. The first thing they took was the printing press. That's the source. So, yeah. Your media is being sanitized by Israel right now. The White House always lies, so that's not new because of its Maduro. And they're fucking around playing in your face as if this shit's legal. And maybe Maduro's a fall guy. Maybe he's always been a prop by the CIA to begin with. You know, Venezuela had a conflict 20 years ago. So you can imagine, by the same people. So whatever it is, right? Whatever that little scuffle is that leads to a bigger market, industry, decisions, politics, somehow Canada, UK, Mexico, Cuba, Russia's all dragged into it. World War type shit. But if you want to stop all of that, you're going to need a white people American revolution. It's your turn to actually have one. Since you're not the Americans, thus it wasn't your revolution. For such a deranged occasion, my city Muhammad, Imperial Majestic. Yeah, that's not your story. Y'all not, y'all not French Indian enough. I don't understand anything. That's like saying black twice, by the way. But I don't understand anything. Y'all not Creoles. That's not your story in the Gulf either. Y'all not Alabama. Y'all not remember the Alamo. Y'all don't know that the Indians in the South were Mohammedan. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what other faction is here. Like, why is the United States at the standstill? I wonder what group of people are behind everything. I wonder if they'll realize that it's not us. Yeah, we're tired. I speak as a so-called black African American that we're tired of white people gaslighting themselves now. Maybe y'all didn't know, civilian-wise. Maybe y'all didn't see it because y'all didn't have to the way we did. But y'all know now. I thank God for that. I thank God that our experiences weren't simply some type of psychosis or asbestos or lead in our walls, right? But it was actually the symptoms of what it was. Like, nah, it's that fucked up. Even now, even when they're telling you a more fucked up story about how, nah, it's fucked up now. I feel that now. I don't feel it because I read it. I feel it now. Why do I feel like this? Oh, because African slaves and the Civil War. This is 1995, bitch. It's 2025, bitch. What the fuck I need to feel that for? So, yeah. We're tired too. I'm tired. I'm dead ass tired too. But I notice if I keep speaking, they keep speaking. Call and response over and over and over again. So I want to say it as it comes to mind and sharpen it and refine it and find a way to liberate the mind of everybody and not just my people. I need my people to be liberated, period, because we have the Titans. But for everybody else that needs to survive this stupid shit, I hope that white people don't sacrifice them. Like, y'all can't just keep throwing everybody else in the middle of your conflicts. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta be accountable for your politics, for your fight, for your trade agreements, for your betrayals, and for your subversive tactics and everything that you've perfected in the last 100 years. You as a whole, because it's as above, so below. The same way you perfected manipulating smaller, lesser countries, you manipulated the smaller, lesser people of your territory. That's not yours, by the way, but you know what I mean. As long as you can get on the road and drive on federal states with your federal license, you're allowed to be here. But once that federal government is here, you're not allowed to be here. And I think y'all need to know that If y'all don't fix it and don't clean it up, and it goes to a bigger world stage conflict, and your leaders get removed, technically the federal side of things and the laws and everything change. You know how these stories go if God doesn't intervene. But that's the end of you. Like the freedoms that you're worrying about losing in a smart city, or the freedoms you're thinking about losing right now as martial law. Y'all keep calculating for the United States is going to exist. Y'all keep calculating for the United States is going to win. Y'all keep calculating for the United States has 200 more years to waste our fucking time. It doesn't. It's up now. So within the now and the next couple of years, whatever it takes for it to turn into something else with us, you guys y'all don't have 50 years of time to wait for something to fix itself. Y'all sold us on voting. Y'all sold us on the electorates and the representatives. Y'all sold us on boycotting and all that shit. Y'all haven't went to DC yet. Y'all not outside right now. Y'all not outside the White House. Y'all not outside Mar-a-Lago. But some Venezuelan people from New York visiting Arizona got 100 flags. Like, cut out. You know what I'm saying? Like, for everyone else, we see that you're not serious about this nation and defending its honor, its value, its constitution either. Because the only thing that's close to it is us getting on podcasts, mentioning the word of it, and then most of them will close it, read the comments, check the metrics, and go to sleep waiting for GPT to ping a new topic. It's all just substance. It's just all just content now. Like, and that's why there's no energy to mobilize. It's because as soon as the narrative comes out, people read, share, share the stories, and everyone's, it's like everyone's at the barbershop, but they're not virtually. And it's like, oh, okay, there's no reason to go outside. I know what's going on. I know. That's part of the strategy of giving you your phone. It's hard for you to be upset if you're raging at a black crystal by yourself, rather than, how it was back in the day. Or maybe you don't. You come on, you see the fucking 9/11 thing at a certain time on the TV you catch it between commercials, and then you go, what the fuck? And then you immediately go to the phone and call somebody, or you go outside and see for yourself. Here it's like you look at the phone and be like, okay, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But meanwhile, my rent is due. They staged the civilians enough to not give you any mobility to express yourself in protest even, right? And most people are scared because ICE is already out there. Think of how preemptive this is and well thought out this AI plan is. Like, yeah, but y'all don't have to cut through all that bullshit for real. Unless y'all want this to turn to Minority Report and Watch Dogs, then go for it. Y'all want this to turn into Terminator? Because I noticed something. Y'all keep writing these novels and stories and redoing narcissism about yourself. When are you going to stop Anne Frank? When you going to step up to the plate? You feel me? Right? But they're not. That's why it's disappointing to me. Once you know the truth of the history, then you realize, like, oh, these people, they talk about these things and they talk a good game, but since they were never those people, they've never done that before in human history. So even if they did have the energy or the strength to all the guns they stockpiled and actually use them for a real reason, like, tyranny, authoritarianism, and breaking all the laws and becoming a rogue nation and fucking up all your fucking cost of living, like, if there was a reason to justify such a thing, y'all have never done that. Y'all benefits has always been at the hest of a betrayal of two other parties. You're always the third party in your advantage. This is about you though now. This ain't black people versus this people. This ain't Indians versus French. This isn't two other groups, and when they thug it out, you get an agreement with whoever wins. Nah, you already did that already. So you gotta update your roster. You took all the things already, as you do. You're watching your leader that you elect take over other people's shit, or try to, and with the plan tentative to take over other people's shit, and you're just like, yeah, man, like, this is about oil. Like, don't you think, like, the psychosis of the United States citizens is kind of wild? Like, we're watching the United States that we represent do all the things for us and then project it like it's a third party. because we don't get the immediate benefit of millions of dollars. But no, you get the benefit of having the United States every time they do that. You're a United States citizen. So everything that the United States is doing, whether it's financial, war, or whatever, is to keep the United States. That's you. So everything it does, whether it pays you or not, you got to remember, this is not your homeland. This is not your nation. Those weren't your wars. This ain't your story. You're a beneficiary of United States occupation of Indians. So you understand, like, oh shit, you weren't fighting in a war over your land. You weren't fighting in a war over your women. You weren't fighting in a war about none of this shit. You're accessories to another church war, and then they use you as missionaries to move in and take over. And then, if you have any problems, kill them, because what the fuck are we going to do? We're colonizing. You have nothing, you have no other territory in this map to colonize, live. Right? It's fully booked. The population density hit 8 billion allegedly, right? It was only 2 billion 100 years ago. Do the science. So it's booked. The trade routes and all the things that are important, where the tungsten is, where the plutonium is, it's booked. Like, there's people there accounted for. I'm watching you. It's like the Joker. I'm watching you trying to figure out you. Like, are you going to keep going to war against everyone else that's not you and piss off everyone else at you? Or are you going to tell this shit to stop now? Are you going to repent? Are you going to call in your God? Or are you going to go to DC and do it the right way? Or are you so hard because you did it all the wrong ways for 300 years according to you? Where's it at? You got to choose. You can't skip this prompt. I'm not talking about you as an individual. I'm talking to the spirit of this matter. That's what this is going to boil down to. The fundamentals. If the fucking cowards in the military won't stand down or stop it, if the cowards in the Congress can't fucking find a reason to vote to impeach the nigga, if the people who do all the fundraising and all the secret little fucking trailer park families don't find like this is amazing of how fucked up this whole thing's about to be, since they can't read the fucking future of the decisions, then cool. Y'all have another problem. Y'all gonna have to sift out who left amongst you is competent. Competent enough to run, to continue, to rebuild, to re-strategize the largest corporation in the world. The promise of AI and data centers does not mean success. It means potential. The AI they have now has not been a success. So if we're in the middle of a conflict now and it goes left, that ain't gonna save you. On the cost of RAM, it ain't. On the cost of video cards, it ain't. If the United States makes a fucking mistake, my niggas, I'm talking about a setback mistake. If its next couple of steps is a fucking step back, if it twists its fucking ankle, there is no part of this story, my dear white people, where shit just cool off and we go back to just United States citizens, same story, get you a job, have a family, some education, local promenades, and just rinse and repeat for 400 more years. No. This is a collective come to Jesus moment for the most corrupt corporation in the world. Yours. You are the most corrupt thing in the world. And the whole world sees what you've created, your sigil, your logo, your hypothecated flag. The world just sees it as white people. You understand? Like, where y'all at? It's crazy. I'm telling you as an Israelite. Like, it's a lot of pressure. When the whole world is against you for hundreds of years. Y'all just getting started. Y'all just getting started, man. I don't know if you have the God of Israel plot armor, though. Please take this serious and start having very serious conversations with your leaders and your church leaders and your law leaders, because they're taking you to hell, bro. We ain't talking about your Space Force and your Air Force. Y'all got way more problems than out missiling a nigga who ain't shoot missiles at you yet. Y'all keep gaslighting this shit. Like, everyone's threatening you and aiming missiles at you. You haven't been fired on yet. It's 2025. From 1775 to 2025, your threat of someone finally attacking you, it still hasn't happened as of this video. So you have been gaslighting the boogeyman, and now it's like it's time for you to show up because we know the boogeyman is you. The United States is its own problem. The CIA belongs to the United States. The FBI belongs to the United States. They're the one destabilizing everyone else, including most of the people who come here after they're destabilized. And like the man was just saying, like, hey, don't worry, we stopped you from your dictatorship. Come over here, we'll help. That's how they get them. That's how they got you. Right? You see it right now. How do Somalians get land over here? How do Somalians get all $50 million, $1 billion? When did you get that? All you got was a Tom Hanks movie. Did they tell you that they're about to give you billions of dollars to Somalians in Minnesota? All right, then. So you think they notified the Indians when all the white people came to Pennsylvania? You understand the difference between land and corporations and governments and kingdoms now? Location does not imply ownership. Location and proximity does not imply awareness. I don't know what these motherfuckers are doing right next to me. And we're not the same people. Nothing has changed in 400 years. Besides who's in control of the trade and things. That's what white people kidnapped. On the Titanic you did. On the central bank you did. That's all your shit. But that shit was already here and it wasn't based in usury. Y'all replaced everything that your story says you rebelled against to get your freedom here in my land, and then destroyed the things to create this. Like, your fucking history is schizophrenic as fuck, boy. This shit tough to follow. It hurts my head. Your reasons and justifications for existing and being here and what you're operating and what your manifest actual destiny is going to be in a book about Christians and gods and none of you are Afro-Asiatic is weird to me. That you made that up because you stole it. You don't believe in it. Y'all don't believe in God either. None of them Jewish people do. So it's just lip service. It's an excuse. It's a passport to do what they do. And the only passport they had was to kill us. So you imagine. So you're done killing us. Thank you. We appreciate it. We need time to regrow. But in the meantime, do you know what time it is? I want to see that Million Man March in D.C., man. Y'all better stop fucking playing. Y'all bring your Starbucks cups with you, because we know you ain't finished boycotting that shit. As many of those getting closed, y'all still drinking Starbucks. It's on the ropes. Target's on the ropes. They just did something that said fuck you to all their trade partners. So all your favorite things, what do you think supplies them? BRICS nations. BRICS nations don't want your money. That's why they're forming BRICS. They don't want to use your money. So your president just accelerated the fuck you project in a world that was already preparing to cut you off of their finances. I know, white people thought, well, you know, everyone could try some shit, but we're white people and we're the United States government with the military and we're going to win. No, it's not a show of force. I didn't say they're going to make you change something. I didn't say they're going to make you use BRICS money. What I said was every other nation doesn't want your money. You pay for things in your money. They don't want your money. So supply and demand is broken in that principle. The demand for US dollars is dead. You've been buying your whole life with US dollars. Do you understand what the problem is? They don't want to trade with US dollars, period. Whether or not they did this, they're already phasing out of the hegemony, the Jewish white people banks. They're already going away from that. This is what these fights are really about. When you step out and you go to the bankers, Venezuela is like one of the last places that didn't have a Jewish bank. Oil ass niggas. No, you forgot who your daddy is. Them Jewish people with them little dicks that don't like women. You know where you get your US dollar from. You got pedophile dollars. You got pedophile coupons. You call it the US dollar. It was created by pedophiles. The pedophiles that you're against and your Epstein list. It's the same pedophiles that created your US dollar and your Federal Reserve. The world doesn't want pedophile dollars, but you want your pedophile daddy to give you more. Do you understand where your quantum conflict is? You're saying release the Epstein files. You're saying protect the kids, the girls, fuck the boys, but you know, decency, civilization, since you grandfathered us into it with America. You're crying, you're asking, where is it? It doesn't fucking exist, like everything else you said. It's a theory. Y'all should get scientific next time and prove it. When it comes to US dollar, though, the proof is in the pudding. Russia and China don't need the US dollar. So what do you want to buy from them? You want to work for them and get their money? That's a cool story. They don't want your dollar, though, so you can't use your dollars and convert to theirs either. Who's going to buy it? Not them. That's what people got misled with crypto. You think like, oh, I have a lot of Bitcoin, I'm rich. No, you're not. You're not rich until you convert it to US dollars. Theoretically, it represents a lot of US dollars, but realistically, you need a fucking idiot to buy it from you. You're heading to the stage of the story where no one wants to buy from the United States, and you're in the United States. So all of your side hustles, all your internet, and all your ChatGPT scripts, and all these cool ideas I'm seeing on social media to compete in an international blah, 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 digital market, blah, 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 interpretation economy, when the rest of the world is looking at you and your pedophile rulership and don't want nothing to do with it. Like when Russia and China banned OnlyFans and shit like that, they're also banning the images of your bitches. They're not even letting their kids imagine fucking you. You don't find that curious? You don't think they got Chinese porn or Russian porn? No, they block yours, the ones that's owned by Jewish people. Who do you think they favor on their platforms? They don't want your sex. I want y'all to really, my white people, please come to the front. Listen to me. Y'all having a gender war now, generationally, because of a stupid-ass system-wide program and scarcity. But the rest of the world don't want your bitches either, for the same reason why your brothers want a passport. They ain't got none of that shit got to do with Trump. Now imagine, they don't want your dollar, they don't like your pedophile daddy, and they don't want your women. Question, if they did go to war with you, what would be worth saving? You ain't got no real money. You ain't got better technology. You might have a better weapon, but the only reason why they need better weapons is because of you. You notice how the rest of the world is pretty cool. White people is the reason why the world is at war all the damn time for hundreds of years. What happens when 8% of you left and most of you are here become the target of the rest of the world who's clear on this assignment? That's what I'm warning you about. Got shit to do with your damn salary. Your salary only means something in dollars. The world is ditching the dollar. That is not about to happen. That has been happening. That's why they call the pandemic the global reset. How the fuck can a Jewish faggot with his own bank do a global financial reset over banks that he don't own? The pandemic started the trade war, and they're losing. No Afghanistan, no Iraq, nigga. And that was Klaus Schwab. I've been covering this shit since the dailies. They declared war. Remember, the Vatican says, I want all my digital assets, my liquid assets back. We're not in this one. Queen Elizabeth said, I'm dead this time. That's all your white people back up in the history of the United States. So it's just you left with your Jewish cousin. And the whole world hates him. And you're the only one left to defend him. The whole world gets restored to peace as soon as they're done. And you're the only one protecting them. I need y'all to know how grave your association is. If that's not you. If you have no idea, if you just met these guys, right, with your Bibles, that's what the stage is, though. You understand? Y'all keep assuming white people in the United States and the Jewish mafia has infinite lives. Nigga, I was the king of America just 400 years ago. Y'all never was. So how much time do you think you have? That's all. That's what they got to talk about politically. In your fucking negative birth rate, when it's all said and done. Are you going to go back to loving your men and having productive families after all this? All that mRNA and all that plastic in your balls? Or will you need like money for like the healthcare and the healing and stuff? In a history of a country that makes all the healing illegal because of your Jewish friends and their rules for their big pharmaceutical profits. The ones that just poisoned you 6 years ago. The same people, by the way. They came up with the idea and you mandated it. Can you imagine? We're going to blame somebody else though. The Chinese, the lab, Fauci. You mandated it. I went out to the store. You mandated that I should put a mask on. When I did my videos, you mandated it by leaving the comments that were wrong. You mandated it. You mandated it. You put the mask on. You mandated it. You stood 6 feet apart like a dumbass. You 6 feet away and you still smell the person's fart in front of you. Yo, dumbass. You mandated it. You mandated the murder of my people. 7 of them. Fair? I've always been against all of this. Now you know why. That's common sense. Because of who I am. Like, I'm not a white guy. I don't have a whole bunch of picks. Like, there's like 2 teams I can be on. The Moors or the Africans. Yeah, Bernie Sanders swore in Ma'am Donnie. Yep. Because the Democrats in New York got a lot of new money to make, boy. Oh, but there's a war. I have constitutions. If I want to keep these profits. Yeah, ass niggas. They all full of shit. I want you to name one of these people you've seen on TV that ain't full of shit. And his patch said, I'm one of the people outfits, a winter jacket and dad jeans. Yeah. You're not a doctor. Fuck you know about that. I just today got a brother in my DM saying he got a stroke and he can't talk normally right now. I know, bro. The vaccine injured are speaking up, although they're still sanitizing them if they're not in your algorithm. But a lot of people got injured. Yep. Too many. And you in Denmark. He's such a man of the people with all the houses that he has. Carbon footprint, but I have 3 houses. Fuck around with these people. 333 is JPX. Future turn on the lights. Come on now. My recently planted pine tree seeds is now foot tall. What now? That's crazy. Just look at the single women over 30 on drugs and shit. Otherwise, they don't even know how to smile. And that's sad too. That's on a person-to-person level. Like the evilness of this snake's head not being cut off is corrupting the people. The women. Women don't do these talks and these thinking patterns and things like that. They don't give a fuck. They wait for the men to solve it. The same men they don't think they can solve it. They curse themselves. They debuffed all the men of their society with their feminism, and now they really live in a time where they need men to rise up and fix things, and now they don't want to, or they can't, or they told that they can't. They've been gaslit and mandated by women that toxic masculinity, like defending your country from pedophiles, is a bad thing. You need to pillow princesses. You need to pamper princesses. You need to work harder and not make excuses in a usury-based system where the cost of living never has went down in the history that has existed, and it's only been 100 years. So you need to worry about those things and all these other crazy talks. These are just excuses. And, you know, if you've been a black man in America, you've heard that from everybody. White men, black women, everybody tell us that damn story. No, that's everyone's damn story. And I've noticed you told us that was an excuse, and I'm looking at you make that damn excuse. So maybe I can see it in real time on how you fucking supposed to solve it based on the degrees you projected on me 20, 30 years ago. So how do y'all fix this again? Just like y'all can get some more education, get better jobs. That's how we gonna fix this. Where we applying to next? What kind of jobs we getting? What career are we going into? AI? Really? They're firing all of them. But yeah, what are we doing? Where we gonna move to? What's the new it county? What's the new it neighborhood? What we gonna do? A 75-year mortgage? That's what we doing? That's how we fix it? That's how black people are supposed to fix it in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. All right? Well, that's been a 40-year-old jargon. You saying it now. You got 40 years to realize that shit ain't gonna happen. Let me spare you the gory details. You can't fix it like that. We knew that. Y'all mandated and gaslit us otherwise. I know, I get it. You got to do unto others as others will do unto you. I know. Trump is gaslighting you. I know. Sad story. You almost feel like you're an Indian or something. I know. That is not what we signed up for. I know we got treaties that don't rhyme with nothing they done with them. A launch to the Constitution. They're active. We're just not, because of you. Seen Medea. Same story. So yeah, unless your government closes down or goes see Medea, then you don't have a chance in Hades. You will have to revolt finally as Americans. If you don't revolt as Americans and someone else comes to save the day, then you know they get the lion's share of everything. You already don't have anything, so you don't win. And then you're on a time clock genetically, in the disadvantaged spot of not having control of resources, aka you're not going to be able to reproduce fast enough. You're going to lose your stronghold of occupying territory, just in talking about volume wise. Thus, you never get back into power in your lifetime, if you believe in democracies. But unless you're telling me y'all, with your Jewish cousins, y'all going to come up with a new digital system in AI where there's no more democracies or people participating in just your data centers and your servers and your TCP protocols is how we operate in Americas. And if we don't operate in that, then we get gaslit and mandated that if we don't have a digital ID, that if we don't adopt this new system on our Indian territory, part 3, that then we deserve to die and go to prison. Like, because that's what y'all setting us up for right now. Because you know we're not going to do it. Why are we going to convert to a digital beast system of the shit that's been fucking us in the ass for 100 years with you? Why the fuck would I want a digital ID or a social credit system or all the other stupid fucking ideas that your people have when none of the systems you've created prior has worked for us? Why would this one? Why would the one that's automated by AI that already has a racist bias because it's programmed by racist white people, why would I then automate my misery with your dumbass? You gotta ask yourself that question in a serious way. Because you should be saying the same thing as a white person talking about Israel's stupid ass since they're in charge of that project. So I know it's gonna fuck us, but the fucking you is implied this time. So you got time. What are you gonna do with it? You're running out of time. They're pushing the agenda. Digital ID, you're gonna have nothing. Convert to a digital system in which all your ideas of how you operated here until now no longer works. If you don't go to war and bust your gun now, you're gonna lose all the window of opportunity to do so. Because all your morale and all your fucking backup are gonna be dying. You can't grow a new army, bitch. You're 8% of the population. You're not having kids. You go to a world war and you fucking die. What's left? 6%? 5%? Solve for homosexuals and lesbians? So if you only get all 5% of you left to have 3 to 5 kids and enough time to bring up another military in 18 years? 18 years from whenever. It's always in the future. So it's always 18 years ahead of you. Y'all want to start pumping out 3 to 4 sons in the next 18 years? Your women ain't. They already broke. And this conflict's gonna make them broker. So you know the last thing they want to do is settle down and have kids for their country to go to war. All they're gonna remember is their degree, their job, their nails, their matchas, their mochas. You gotta remember, it's these bitches and not you bitches that came off a boat with nothing. It's the bitches who are just losing everything and don't know why. And you're gonna have to convince they ass after World War III to have 3 to 5 kids to keep up the hegemony process. Get the fuck out of here. I would love to see it. You understand? So like they're gonna speculate on all these ideas about war and things like that, but they're not counting the cost of shit. There's only 8% of these motherfuckers left on the planet. Why you think they going to drones and technology, nigga? They ain't got enough soldiers. They ain't got enough calf muscles for that. They don't. He only sent 4,000 Marines out there. In the Book of Israel, we had 30,000. Like, understand, like they only got 4 they can deploy or 4 to deploy over there. They're not Americans ain't populationally dense nowhere else outside of Bill Gates' fucking underground facility of fucking retarded babies. We talking about the goddamn military. That bitch ass nigga ain't a warrior. Give a fuck about they fucking nerd ass Revenge of the Worms ass clones. And these stupid ass BBL lip filler ass bitches embryos they're using. Let's be fucking serious for once. Genetics. They're cloning the worst fucking genetics. They're cloning narcissists. Oh my god, so scary. They'll take over the world as they fight with each other and gaslight each other with technology. Like, welcome to Twitter, bitch. So yeah. You understand? I don't see y'all moves. Listen, I'm not trying to curse you. Maybe I am. But not really. It's not personal. It is what it is. It's the writing on the wall. Y'all don't have a lot of time, bro, to be in control, to be in politics. I mean, individually, maybe. I mean, shit. Niggas ain't going around killing you. They forgot. Thank God. That right there, our collective amnesia has given you time. Don't let niggas get inspired by the Holy Spirit and start remembering Jerusalem and Israel. Talk about a Jeru, and this bitch. You have a different story. You have a different fucking problem. Just going to a fucking grocery store. Fuck ICE. You understand? Because then you're going to initiate the whole, why do black people treat you nice? You don't want that. You don't want your own neighbors to become apathetic towards you, or you might end up lost like Israel. You remember our story? You remember our story. Cool. Now, mind you, you're here with us. Where that happens in our story. With us, the kids of the story, where it happens to. So you're here with us. Yep. We're very familiar with these. We are genetically familiar with these turnaround points. Maybe that's why I'm so sensitive to it. It's not the first time my family's been through it. But, you know, my family and my bloodlines in the immediate story, they showed their hand last year too. It's all on time. It's all in the same order too. It's all the same disappointment. Yeah, it's a tough time. It's a tough time for all of us. Black, white, Asian, in between us. Ain't none of your fault. It ain't. It's absolute truth though. What happened? That's what it is politically. That's what happens. It's the hidden hand, if you will. But it's not hidden to black people and Indians. You know? It's not hidden to us. The reason why is. But what and who is doing it, it's easy to see if you're one of us. You know? So just, you know, take it with a grain of salt. One extra perspective or degree to look at the big board game with, because Man, y'all, I don't know how we go from 106 and Park and TRL to this. You know what I'm saying? You know, separating people from the water fountains ain't gonna fix it. Sending Mexicans 5 minutes across your border ain't gonna fix it. Chasing down all the white people who claim they're not Jewish anymore ain't gonna fix it. Um, None of the old tactics and predominantly black backdrops can be applied in this scenario, unfortunately, because you gender queered pedigrees. But even if you could AI and get a fixed rate on it with a biometric scanner or some stupid shit, that is not what your problem is. Your problem is you, the way you do things. You do things at the expense of everyone else. It's just a matter of time before you do it to yourself. You gaslit everyone else. It's just a matter of time before you gaslit yourself. This is doing to others. That's a universal law. It's basically telling you how language works. That's how gravity works. Like, the same way you conduct yourself is the same way others will conduct themselves toward you. So if you ostracize, villainize, and gaslight one group of people, it may not be right away. It may not be when you expect it, but pretty soon the curse of that, and it could be a blessing, and this is why it could have been a blessing, because you could have done the same thing and did everything right. And then your blessing and your karma would be that right now everything would be right and we'd be in a different season. Whereas you did everything wrong. So when all the wrong cycles up and it's time for it to cash in on itself, the generations that suffer that is always the future. All of us are that future generation of those decisions of the ancestors and their game that we're playing. So our personal karma, I've noticed, is that we never really got out of work. We stayed, we're like Ephraim, or we're like the fucking Canaanites that the Israelites had. Like, no matter what, we'll let you live, but you're just gonna have to work. You know, we're the Canaanites this time, right? And but now there's no more Babylon, there's no more tower to build, so now everybody becomes the Canaanites. The problem of it is there's no work for you to do either for your system. For the system you set up, there's no work that you can do to prop it up. Your system doesn't make a profit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when y'all think about how successful the United States has been so far for 100 years, y'all didn't calculate for the fact that y'all did that with a credit card. So your debt has borrowed you those 100 years. Not your profit, not your genius, not your people, not your ideas. Y'all have a negative GDP year after year. You understand? You're in arrears. I'm not talking about your debt and everything you borrowed. I'm talking about how much you made since you borrowed it. You don't make anything. So stealing some silver and some shit from Venezuela, it looks cool on a piece of paper, but you can only steal it once. You still have a negative GDP. What that means is you're spending more money to keep things going as they are in your budget, and that budget yields a negative return no matter what you do. So you have to cut people, cut personnel, cut function, cut service, cut efficiency in order to bring that to equilibrium and then yield. And then you go, okay, but yeah, that'll take a couple of years with some really good ideas. But what world are you going into with your civilization and population who don't have those ideas for that world because you're in the middle of a civilization that's playing in your fucking face and not preparing for that? They're preparing for some other shit and some plan for you, but that's like as if it can happen without a hitch, as if Africa stands still, France stands still, their wild card ass, Russia stands still, everyone stands still. This is going to happen to us, Illuminati, and then it's tough, we're going to find a new job and work it out. No. That is the agenda from your Jewish cousins. Nobody wants it. They can't force it. They're not that smart, they're not that tough, and they're not good fighters. All they have is extortion using US petrodollars. That's about to go to meaningless. Meaning they can't extort, they can't bribe, they can't honeypot without a payment system that people give a fuck about. And you know how these bitches are. They all over him when he's famous, but as soon as he's a regular guy outside, like, I don't know him anymore. Now copy and paste that phenomenon, you whores, to your damn government, your damn banks, and your damn corporations. Walmart's one of the biggest corporations in the United States. Like, they're mentioning all these talks, the DuPont family. So they're one of the board members or some shit. Come on, niggas. Walmart. Like, Walmart's like their last bastion of hope, my nigga. So when this war is over, what are we going to do? Like, really expand the Walmart territories and all get an overnight stocking shift? What's the other biggest companies besides Walmart? The AI ones? Oh, yeah. The ones that they have collectively invested almost $1 trillion by now. And the toll that it has on local neighborhoods and data centers, right? And metaverse and all that dumb shit, and even the platform we're on now. Cool fucking story when it's just the internet and not real life. But where does that go now? What's bigger than those? And they don't make money. Facebook don't make money. It doesn't have a positive GDP. Elon Musk, Twitter, Grok, and all that, that's insolvent too. But billionaires have to own printing presses, if you understand everything. He's just following the rules. So it's a loss leader. What else? Amazon sells international products, and you got tariffs and sanctions, and now the world's about to tell you go fuck yourself. So that store is going to get kind of thin. All the truck drivers are telling you, all your grocery stores are already getting thin from the supply route. So you understand? And of course, all of these things can change and go towards positive and expand and grow like it normally does. Yes. But in the story, if you're in the middle of it slowing down, that climax or that end means something has to change. And the only thing that can change in this story is the United States. If y'all don't take Trump down or whatever that means or represents, or move him out the way and get someone competent that pretends to go the way a little while, if y'all don't have anything for those dynamics, then what you're telling me as an outsider, that you're betting the future of your life, your kids' life, and your grandkids' life on the success of data centers that generate child porn and Walmart sales. Like, y'all gonna get your GDP right with the high speed real time child porn converters. Shout to Grok. Y'all probably didn't even hear that story yet. I know. Grok was you can prompt Grok to modify pictures, and of course all the faggots in Israel and everyone went to Twitter to modify pictures with children to make them naked. And it took Elon Musk a few days to speak up and say that won't be tolerated. Can you imagine? But Grok is programmed to put little dicks on people. Where'd they get the database of human dicks from? It's not a given in AI. It doesn't assume what a dick is on a child, dog. It doesn't assume that. So you gotta imagine, you have to train Grok. And then instead of untraining Grok of that filthy, disgusting, goyim bullshit that they're on, they're gonna threaten the people who use it mischievously. As long as they don't talk about Israel. I understand. I understand. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's gonna fix the world. AI. Like, y'all really think about it. Y'all have AI already. So more of this AI that hasn't done anything interesting or gotten you out of debt, a better version of that is going to do what exactly? What are United States American citizens who don't have their own fucking ideas about reality going to do with generative AI to sell to the rest of the world that doesn't want it? Or they're damn, because the same fucking world you'll sell your stupid ass ideas to. Because this is the spirit of the conversation, that the AI and the data centers, and we'll be able to create these cool ideas. And yeah, bitch, you got to sell it to somebody. And the people you sell it to got the same AI, you dumb bitch. That's like me selling this polo snare to a nigga who sells kits with polo snares in it. What the fuck are we talking about? That's the dumbest idea ever. And motherfuckers are looking at charts right now, betting on which AI is going to take over. That's how you know motherfuckers are stupid for real, dog. That getting money and learning how to game systems, then that does not inform you that these niggas were smart. Please take that as a timeless lesson. Niggas getting fake fiat for doing the expected behavior doesn't prove to you their competence or intelligence. It just proves how hungry and desperate they are to get ahead. That's everybody, given the right day. I was like, that's not impressive. The impressive thing is that they created all these fluff pieces Like AI that generates music, cool. Where are the hit songs? Who are the hit artists right now? So what kind of song is a fucker who never made music on AI gonna make? When niggas making real music and the real artists no one give a fuck about. So how is automating the form that no one currently gives a fuck about gonna make people rich? Let's go to art. Let's go to games. Let's go to everything that AI is trained to do. Let's go to books. How many niggas are reading out here? Come on, Americas. Like, you understand? So, like, we're going to create all the things that don't mean nothing faster per the thing that doesn't mean nothing, suggestion and outline on how to mean something by typing 3 words, efficiency. That's going to feed 300 million families. Shut the fuck up. Like, why the fuck am I gonna rush to Home Depot and 3D print your reality, bitch, and we got the same goddamn login screen? Like, there is no competition or no, you understand what I'm saying? Once you automate everything, it's not like the person with the best idea. No, it goes back to the same fundamental thing. Who gives a fuck? That changes when it's toilet paper and everyone gotta wipe their ass. But it doesn't change when it's everyone's wiping their ass because they already know how to make their own toilet paper. So the only thing you can do is make toilet paper really fast so I can save time making toilet paper for my ass so I can use that time to do something else. Niggas are saying they got too much time doing nothing else. So AI ain't gonna help us give us more time when the time we have is hell and all the extra time we spend working don't go nowhere. So how's automating that reality as of this video gonna help us go somewhere? It's not. It's a fucking lie. All they fucking do is lie to make their investors and their boardrooms and make them personally rich. I'm the governor. I gotta make the investment look good, ass niggas. It doesn't make it real. That was the 2008 bubble and all the shit and the low interest rates and fucking over poor families and they're micromanaging and microdosing the profits and they didn't care about the outcome. They didn't care about the reality. Wall Street proved it to you. Enron proved it to you. Have you always known it's always the same Jewish and white people? They don't do nothing right. Nothing. They crash everything. They embezzle everything. They collide and gaslight and they're fucking like they're peak narcissistic in everything political and financial. They never showed a different side of it too. So like it's not like we're comparing apples to anything else. It's only been a fucking worm. Thus. So like and then you add all that shit that Kanye was writing about. So like you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying this from the grassroots. I'm not in Hollywood. I'm not in the mansion parties. I'm not with those idiots beefing with each other on, you know, all the dumb shit. They ain't paying attention to this story. And they all out the way now anyway. Have you noticed something? So if Kanye can't get you to give a fuck about a new album, how the fuck some dickhead with some AI with a graphics card supposed to be Scott Storch? Nigga, I could right click your file and take your prompt. Shut the fuck up. There is no novelty. There is no copyrights. Have you noticed? All the copyright problems and they haven't created new copyright laws to protect your AI-generated copyright property? You know, it's all wide open. Well, if you're in a wild open system, you don't have a free marketplace with AI, do you? So, you understand? You don't even know the tenets of the own system that you went to school for. But they selling to us like they going to make $1 billion off of this. Like, no. Who the fuck's buying your stupid shit? Who bought your NFTs? Who bought your meme coins you created? That was your best ideas. Those are your current best ideas that I'm tearing apart. You have no other ideas. They have no other investments. They have no other strategies. It's still shit from poor brown people and automate and robot size the things that we need to make sure China and Russia has to depend on us. Your future. Like that's what it is. Still resources from brown nations while we can in order to invest in infrastructure to slow down Russia and China from having their own without us future. The end. Way before you get to personalities and tyranny and dictatorships. The United States plan is for Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook with all his stolen ideas to create these data centers to streamline what? Apple call centers? AT&T? Streamline what? Best Buy? To streamline what? What's left? Like, that's what I want to know. What the fuck do they think they're about to automate out of what's left? That last thing of Stranger Things was gay as fuck. You don't get another shot after that. They closing down the big studios. HBO sold out. And they're the only bastion of quality for the most consistent for a while. You're going to AI what? Spin-offs of our favorite hyper nostalgia catalogs in the middle of this timeline, these feelings, and this cost of living? Like, yeah, $40 a month and you can make your own SpongeBob episode. But half your family's fucking dead, the other half's fucking crippled, everyone outside's fucking retarded, and these girls are starting to talk like they come from Toronto. On 2-2s, fam. So I don't understand nothing. These waste men ass niggas, you feel me? So I don't understand anything, man. I don't. And thank God, I'm not the president of the United States. I'm just descendant of the King of Israel. We got something else going on, I guess. So I'll continue to pray and hope for the best for my people, my tribe, and myself, because none of this makes sense. Not a bad bitch, but a kid. Get them out of here. Come on now. He said, oh, hell no. Shout out to Jonathan L., such a man of the people. Shout out to all the other brothers I seen earlier, too. Gorilla Gospel, PT Cruz, and Harut. Mr. Now holding it down. I see you guys. Shout out to the brothers Peace and Freedom and everybody else. Shout out to all the agents out there, all the FBI, all the CIA, all the Russians, all the Chinese, everybody keeping tabs on me. Make sure I don't incite no violence in King James territory. It's King James' grandson, but you can't give me a fucking hot pocket, bitch. Anyway. Until next time, peace.